of Ohio. H. Alternative form of co/con before L. H. Abbreviation of Colossians. HILA. Acronym of Cost of Living Adjustment. HILA. Columbia, South Carolina. Cola chicken. An Asian dish of chicken glazed in cola, often with soy sauce, barbecue sauce, or ketchup. Cola Town. A nickname for the city of Columbia, South Carolina. Helava. A neighborhood of Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Halabel. To label along with another. Halabeled. Labeled with cytochrome oxidase. Halabeling. Labeling with cytochrome oxidase. Halabel. Alternative form of collabel. Collabor. Someone who labors with another, a partner in labor manual work. Collabors. Plural of collabor. Collabor. Alternative form of collabor. Collabors. Plural of collabor. Halai. A small city in Kalak Otway Shire, in the Western District of Victoria, Australia. Kalak Otway. The Shire of Kalak Otway, a local government area in southwest Victoria, Australia. Calais. A surname from Italian. Halachin. Alternative form of Halachin. Halachins. Plural of Halachin. Halata. Pina colada. Haladas. Plural of colada. Haladera. A dance and associated musical genre of Cape Verde. Haladeras. Plural of Caladera. Halahale. A person who is very fond of cola and drinks large amounts of it. Halaholics. Plural of kalaholic. Holalgia. Pain in the colon. Hilolo. A barangay of Mankayan, Banked, Philippines. Kalamenar. Describing two layers of fluid that move alongside one another. Halomenarity. The condition of being Kalamina. Halan. A civil parish and small village east of Newquay, Cornwall, England, named for the Church of St. Callan Os Gridraf SW 8661. Hollander. A bowl-shaped kitchen utensil with holes in it used for draining food that has been cooking in water, such as pasta. Hollanders. Plural of colander. Hollandria. A surname from Italian. Hollandrias. Plural of Hollandria. Hollandgilo. A surname. Hollangilos. Plural of Collangilo. Collanguage. A language used jointly alongside another language or languages. Collanguages. Plural of collanguage. Hellenic. Pertaining to cholic acid or its derivatives. Cholic acid. An exopolysaccharide produced by many bacteria. Calantonio. A surname from Italian. Calantomios. Plural of Calantomio. Calanchuono. A surname from Italian. Calentuonos, plural of Calentuono. Halal, a Chinese minister of state. Halaos, plural of Kalao. Halapinto, a surname from Italian. Colorin, alternative form of Colorino. Colerino, a gorgerin. Colerinos, plural of Colerino. Colorins, plural of Colorin. Coleraso, a surname. Colerasos, plural of Coleraso. Cola, plural of cola. Colas, plural of cola. Halasenti, a surname from Italian. Halasani, plural of Calasanti. Halashin, an early form of lute with a long neck, the mandora. Halashins, plural of Kalashin. Halasisi, Philippine hanging parrot Loriculus philippensis. Halasisis, plural of Kalasis. Halacerto, a surname from Italian. Halacertos, plural of Calacerto. Cialata, Halatard, alternative letter case form of col atard. Col atards, plural of col atar. Halatards, plural of calatar. Collation, the act of straining or filtering. Halatitude, the complement, in spherical coordinates of a latitude, the difference between a latitude and 90 degrees. Halatitudes, plural of calatitude. Calado, a surname from Italian. Calados, plural of caledo. Polisher, a strainer. Polishers, plural of colature. Halovito, a surname. Halavitos, plural of calavito. Pollared, layered with another. Kovac, a surname. Kovacs, plural of Kolbach. Kolbach, a surname from Irish. Kolbas, plural of Kolbach. Kovac, a surname from Old English. Kovacs, plural of Kolbeck. Culver, a surname. Culvers, plural of Colber. Culver, a surname. Colbert bump, a spike in a politician's popularity following an appearance with or promotion by comedian Stephen Colbert. Colbert County, one of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat, Tuscumbia. Colbert sauce, a variation of Foyat sauce with a white wine reduction. Colbertine, alternative spelling of Colbertine. Colbertine, a kind of lace. Colbertism, a 17th century mercantilist economic and political doctrine created by Jean-Baptiste Colbert, the Controller General of Finances under Louis Roman XIV of France. Colbertist, a proponent of Colbertism. Colbertiste, of or relating to Colbertism. Colbertists, plural of Colbertists. Colberts, plural of Colbert. Colby, a male given name, variant of Colby. Colbys, plural of Colby. Colborne, a surname. Colborns, plural of Colborne. Colborne, a surname. Colburn, a small town and civil parish with a town council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Richmondshire District of West Grid Ref SE 2098. Colburns, plural of Colburn. Colbury, a small village in Ashurst and Colbury Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England. A West Grid Ref SU 3410. Colby, a place name. Colby cheese, a mild American cheese similar to cheddar. Colby cheeses, plural of Colby cheese. Colby Jack, a semi-hard marbled cheese made from a mixture of Colby and Monterey Jack. Colbys, plural of Colby. Colhanan, a traditional Irish dish made from mashed potatoes and cabbage or kale with scallions, butter, salt, and pepper added. Calci, a village and commune of Prahova County, Romania. Calcimed, a derivative of colchicine that is used in genetic research. Calcimide, alternative form of calcimide. Calcestrian, of or relating to Colchester. Calcestrians, plural of Colcestrian. Colchado, a surname from Spanish. Colchados, plural of colchado. Colchagua, a Chilean province and former region. Colchester, a community in the town of Essex, Essex County, Ontario, Canada. Colchester County, a county in Nova Scotia, Canada. Colchestrian, of or relating to Colchester, England. Colchestrians, plural of Colchestrian. Colchian, of or relating to Coltais. Colchians, plural of Colchian. Colchica, Dodbang. Colchicaceous, of or relating to the Colchicaceae. Colchicide, a tricyclic pseudoaromatic amide N1,2,3-trimethoxy-9-oxo-6,7-dihydro-5-H-benzo, a heptalin 7-il acetamide. Colchicides, plural of colchicide. Colchicine, a highly toxic alkaloid, chemical formula CH-NOS6, originally extracted from plants of the genus Colchicum and formerly used to treat rheumatic complaints, now used mainly in the treatment of gout. Colchicines, plural of colchicine. Colchicinize, to treat with colchicine typically in order to induce mitosis. Colchicinized, simple past and past participle of colchicinize. Colchicinoi, any of a group of compounds related to colchicine. Colchicinoids, plural of colchicinoid. Colchicum. Any of several flowers of the genus Colchicum. Colchicums. Plural of colchicum. Colchidian. Synonym of Colchian. Paltais. A historical region, an ancient Georgian kingdom on the coast of the Black Sea in the South Caucasus on the border between Europe and Asia, corresponding to what is now Western Georgia including Abkhazia, as well as parts of Russia and Turkey. Palchazine, misspelling of colchicine. Kalklayer. A surname. Kalklayers, plural of Kalplayer. Kalkluff, a surname from Old English. Kalkluffs, plural of Kalkluff. Kalpord, a surname from Middle High German. Kalkords, plural of Kalkord. Kalkathar, polishing rouge, a reddish-brown oxide of iron used in polishing glass and also as a pigment. Kalkathars, plural of Kalkathar. Code, acronym of computer output to laser disk. Code, having a low temperature. Cold abscess, a chronic abscess that forms slowly, without pain, heat, or inflammation. Cold abscesses plural of cold abscess. Cold agglutinin disease, a rare autoimmune disease characterized by the presence of high concentrations of circulating cold-sensitive antibodies directed against red blood cells, causing them to agglutinate and undergo lysis. Cold allergy, synonym of cold urticaria. Cold antibodies, plural of cold antibody. Cold antibody, a red cell antibody that optimally binds its target antigen at levels below body temperature. Cold approach, the act of approaching a stranger, usually female, and asking them on a date. Cold approach, simple past and past participle of cold approach. Cold approaches, plural of cold approach. Cold approaching, present participle and gerund of cold approach. Cold as a mackerel, very cold in temperature, emotionally, etc. Cold as a wagon tire, the cold as a well digger's arse, very cold. Cold as a witch's kiss, very cold. Cold as a witch's teat, synonym of cold as a witch's tit. Cold as a witch's tit, very cold. Cold as a witch's tit in a brass bra, alternative form of cold as a witch's tit. Cold as balls, very cold. Cold as charity, very cold, whether in temperature or in demeanor. Cold as death, very cold. Cold as ice, very cold. Cold Ash, a village and civil parish in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 5169. Cold Ashton, a village and civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref ST 7472. Cold avoidant, alternative spelling of cold avoidant. Cold back, alternative form of cold back. Cold backs, plural of cold back. Cold Bay, a bay and harbor in Aleut Peninsula, Aleutians East Borough, Alaska, United States. Cold blob, a cold temperature anomaly of surface waters in the North Atlantic affecting the AMOC and possibly related to global warming-induced melting of the Greenland ice sheet. Cold lie, a state of mild or low emotions, previously understood as a condition whereby the blood has not been appreciably heated by emotional intensity. Cold boot, to reboot a computer by turning it off and on. Cold boot attack, a type of side channel attack in which somebody with physical access to a computer is able to retrieve encryption keys from a running operating system after a reboot. It relies on the fact that the contents of memory can still be read for a short period after power is cut off. Cold boot attacks, plural of cold boot attack. Cold booted, simple past and past participle of cold boot. Cold booting, present participle and gerund of cold boot. Cold boots, third person singular simple present indicative of cold boot. Cold brew, abbreviation of cold brew coffee. Cold brew coffee, coffee, the liquid drink, which was created by steeping grounds in unheated water for hours, usually 12-24 hours, and then filtering out the grounds. Cold brew coffees, plural of cold brew coffee. Cold brews, plural of cold brew. Cold call, a sales call either by telephone or personal presence made without a referral or without preparing the recipient of the call. Cold called, simple past and past participle of cold call. Cold caller, one who cold calls. Cold callers, plural of cold caller. Cold calling, the practice of making unsolicited telephone calls or house calls to potential clients, voters, or other groups in order to drum up custom or investigate intentions. Cold calls, plural of cold call. Cold camera, a camera with a usually thermoelectronic cooler to reduce the temperature of the sensor, used in astrophotography to reduce electronic noise and allow for longer exposures. Cold cameras, plural of cold camera. Cold cap, a kind of hat filled with cold gel or liquid, worn during chemotherapy to reduce blood flow and consequent hair loss. Cold capping, the practice of wearing a cold cap in chemotherapy. Cold caps, plural of cold cap. Cold case, a criminal investigation that has not been solved after a considerable time but remains on the books and may be reopened when new evidence appears. Cold cases, plural of cold case. Cold cash, money, especially in the form of paper currency or coins, which is in hand or readily available for use. Cold cathode, a type of cathode that does not use a heating element to produce emission of cathode rays electrons, beyond base thermionic emission usually, by field electron emission, secondary emission, photoelectric emission. Cold cathodes, plural of cold cathode. Cold chain, a supply chain which is temperature controlled. controlled, important for the supply of certain foods or pharmaceuticals. Cold chains, plural of cold chain. Cold chills, feelings of fear. Cold chips, potato chips, crisps. Cold chisel, a narrow chisel made of hardened, tempered steel used for cutting stone, etc. Cold chisels, plural of cold chisel. Cold Christmas, a hamlet in Thundridge Parish, East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3716. Cold cock, a small heavy object used to give additional force to a punch or other blow of the hand. Cold cocked, simple past and past participle of cold cock. Cold cocking, present participle and gerund of cold cock. Cold cocks, plural of cold cock. Cold coffee, misfortune, an unpleasant experience. Cold collation, a meal consisting of various cooked foods served cold. Cold collations, plural of cold collation. Cold comfort, much less reassurance, consolation, aid, or pleasure than one needs or desires. Cold comforts, plural of cold comfort. Cold cook, an undertaker. Cold cooks, plural of cold cook. Cold cream, an emulsion of water and certain fats, usually including beeswax and various scent agents, designed to smooth skin and remove makeup. Cold creams, plural of cold cream. Cold cuts, singular of cold cuts. Cold cuts, cooked, sliced meat served cold, as in a sandwich or a tray of finger food. Cold dark matter, dark matter traveling at classical, non-relativistic speeds. Cold day in hell, the time of occurrence of an event that will never happen. Cold days in hell, plural of cold day in hell. Cold deck, a hand where two or more players have very strong hands and one or more of them loses a lot of chips despite the strength of the hand S involved. Cold deck, simple past and past participle of cold deck. Cold decking, present participle and gerund of cold deck. Cold decks, plural of cold deck. Cold dish, a meal served and eaten cold. Cold dishes, plural of cold dish. Cold drink money, a small bribe. Cold drop, a high-impact rainfall event occurring in the autumn along the Spanish Mediterranean coast. Cold drops, plural a cold drop. Cold duck, alternative letter case form of cold duck. Cold duck, a sparkling red wine, often made by blending champagne with red wine, sometimes with additional flavorings added. Cold email, a sales email made without a referral or without preparing the recipient of the email. Cold emailed. Simple past and past participle of cold email. Cold emailing. The act or practice of emailing someone without preparation or referral. Cold emailings. Plural of cold emailing. Cold emails. Plural of cold email. Cold empathy. An understanding of how another person feels or would feel, not accompanied by an emotional reaction. Cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey. Extremely cold. Cold feet. A feeling of nervousness or anxiousness causing one to reconsider a decision about an upcoming event. Cold finger. A piece of laboratory equipment used for creating a cold spot on a surface. Cold fingers. Plural of cold finger. Cold fire. A low temperature flame that is unlikely to set furnishings alight or burn flesh in incidental contacts, frequently used for indoor pyrotechnic entertainment devices. Cold fires. Plural of cold fire. Cold fish. A heartless individual, a person lacking empathy and emotion. Cold fishes. Plural of cold fish. Cold flour. Parched cornmeal. Cold food powder. A psychoactive drug composed of various minerals and herbs, used in ancient China both medicinally and recreationally. Cold forming. Work hardening. Cold frame. A transparent roofed enclosure built low to the ground, used to protect plants from cold weather. Cold frames. Plural of cold frame. Cold front. The leading edge of an advancing mass of cold air. Cold fronts. Plural of cold front. Cold fusion. Nuclear fusion at or near room temperature. Cold gruel. Misfortune, an unpleasant experience. Cold hand. Used in reference to a player who fails to make successful shots in a game. Cold hands, warm heart. Having cold hands is an indication of warm-heartedness, used as a rejoinder if one finds that another's hands are cold. Cold hard cash. Money regarded as an incentive that can override any doubts or ethical concerns. Cold in one's grave. Dead usually used in a hyperbolic or metaphorical setting. Cold ire. Alternative form of cold steel swords, knives, bladed weapons. Cold Kirby. A village and civil parish without a council in Rydale District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5384. Cold Lake. A large lake on the border of Alberta and Saskatchewan, Canada. Cold launch. A form of vertical launching system where the missile is expelled by gas produced by a separate gas generator and only ignites afterwards. Cold launches. Plural of cold launch. Cold light. A light emitted from a source that does not produce significant heat. Cold lights. Plural of cold light. Cold meat. Any cold cooked meat such as luncheon meat or lunch meat, spam, chopped pork, corned beef, and so on. Cold meat box. A coven. Cold meat boxes. Plural of cold meat box. Cold meat cart. A Cold meat carts, plural of cold meat cart. Cold meat train, the last railway train of the night by which officers could reach Aldershot via the Southwestern Railway. Cold meat trains, plural of cold meat train. Cold meats. Plural of cold meat. Cold Mease, a village in Yarnfield and Cold Mease Parish, Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England. West Grid Ref SJ 8532. Cold moon, a full moon in December. Cold moons. Plural of cold moon. Cold Norton, a village and civil parish in Malden District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 8400. Cold one, a beer, usually a cold beer straight from a refrigerator or cooler. Cold ones, plural of cold one. Cold open, an opening segment shown before the opening credits. Cold opens, plural of cold open. Cold pack, synonym of ice pack. For healing. Cold packs, plural of cold pack. Cold patch, a mass of semi-solid asphalt concrete tamped into potholes in a paved surface to provide a temporary repair, typically used in cold winter conditions. Cold patch, simple past and past participle of cold patch. Cold patches, plural of cold patch. Cold patching. Present participle and gerund of cold patch. Cold pay, the act of throwing cold water over a sleeping individual to wake them. Cold paid, simple past and past participle of cold peg. Cold pigging, present participle and gerund of cold pay. Cold pegs, plural of cold pig. Cold pricklies, plural of cold prickly. Cold prickly, an unfavorable impression or a feeling of discomfort, usually caused by negative comments or unfriendly stares. Cold rain process, synonym of Wegener-Bergeron-Fine-Dyson process. Cold read, to infer characteristics of a person using cold reading. Cold reading, the technique or an instance of using likely guesses and assumptions, then narrowing in on any positive responses in order to give the impression of having information about a person or event. Cold readings, plural of cold reading. Cold reads, plural of cold read. Cold rob is an uncertain, mysterious ailment. Cold roll, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see cold roll. Cold roll, simple past and past participle of cold roll. Cold rolling, present participle and gerund of cold roll. Cold roll, plural of cold roll. Cold rubber, synthetic rubber that has undergone emulsion polymerization at a relatively low temperature, typically around 5 or 10. Cold sell, to make a sale to a client who is not a lead but an unqualified prospect. Cold shock response, synonym of hydrocution. Cold shock responses, plural of cold shock response. Cold shoe, a physical mounting point that connects accessories to cameras and photography gear and which lacks any electronic contacts. Cold shoes, plural of cold shoe. Cold short, of metal, brittle at low temperatures. Cold shoulder. A deliberate act of disrespect, a slight or snub. Cold shoulder sleeve. A long sleeve that is disconnected past the stitching on top of the shoulder, but not underneath, where the armpit is. The top of the bicep is exposed. Cold shoulder sleeves. Plural of cold shoulder sleeve. Cold shouldered. Simple past and past participle of cold shoulder. Cold shouldering. Present participle and gerund of cold shoulder. Cold shoulders. Plural of cold shoulder. Cold shower. A shower taken by a person in cold water, as taken for therapeutic reasons or suggested as a remedy to calm sexual excitement. Cold showers. Plural of cold shower. Cold shut. An improper weld caused by insufficient heat used during forge welding. Cold shuts. Plural of cold shut. Cold sleep. Alternative form of cold sleep. Cold sleeper. Someone who has a tendency to feel too cold when sleeping at night. Cold sleepers. Plural of cold sleeper. Cold smoking. The smoking of food by saturating it with smoke which coats the food but without heating it. Cold snap. A short and sudden period of cold weather. Cold snaps. Plural of cold snap. Cold sober. Synonym of stone cold sober. Cold sore. A small bump, namely a vesicle on the lips resulting from infection by herpes simplex viruses, mostly HHV1, but also HHV2. Cold sores. Plural of cold sore. Cold spell. A short period during which temperatures are much lower than usual. Cold spells. Plural of cold spell. Cold spot. A sensory area in the skin that responds to a decrease in temperature. Cold spots. Plural of cold spot. Cold Spring. A place in the United States. Cold Springs. A census-designated place in El Dorado County, California, United States. Cold steel. A sword, bayonet, or similar weapon made of steel. Cold steel and bright lights. Alternative form of bright lights and cold steel. Cold storage. Refrigerated storage. Cold Sunday. Sunday, January 17, 1982, when unprecedentedly cold air swept down from Canada and plunged temperatures across much of the United States far below existing all-time record lows. Cold sweat. Perspiration which feels chilly to the person perspiring and which indicates debilitating illness, shock, or the experiencing of an intense emotion such as despair, anxiety, or, especially, fear. Cold sweats. Plural of cold sweat. Cold tail. Synonym of limber tail. Cold tap. The tap of a pail that produces cold water, the other being the hot tap. Cold taps, plural of cold tap. Cold transfer, the act of putting a telephone call through to an extension without first introducing the caller. Cold transfers, plural of cold transfer. Cold trap, in vacuum applications, a device that condenses all vapors except the permanent gases into a liquid or solid, typically to prevent contamination of a vacuum pump. Cold traps, plural of cold trap. Cold treatment, cold shoulder. Cold treatments, plural of cold treatment. Cold turkey, sudden and complete withdrawal from a dependent substance, especially a drug. Cold turkey, simple past and past participle of cold turkey. Cold turkeying, present participle and gerund of cold turkey. Cold turkey. Third person singular simple present indicative of cold turkey. Cold ulcer, an ulcer on a finger or toe due to deficient circulation and nutrition. In such cases, the extremities are cold. Cold ulcers, plural of cold ulcer. Cold urticaria, a condition that occurs in cold temperatures where the victim suffers from hives caused by the cold. Cold wallet, synonym of cold storage. Cold wallets, plural of cold wallet. Cold War, the period of hostility short of open war between the Soviet bloc and the Western powers, especially the United States. Between 1945 and 1991. Cold War, a period of hostile relations between rivals where direct open warfare between them is largely undesired and avoided, especially either the Cold War or Cold War Roman II. Cold War II, alternative spelling of Cold War Roman II. Cold War Roman II, the ongoing tensions between the United States of America alongside its European allies and the Russian Federation since the mid-2010s and especially since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, sometimes called the U.S.-Russian Cold War. Cold Warrior, a participant in the Cold War. Cold Warrior, alternative lettercase form of Cold Warrior. Cold Warriors, plural of Cold Warrior. Cold Warriors, plural of Cold Warrior. Cold Water Creek, a tributary of the Missouri River in North St. Louis County, Missouri. Cold Water Flat, alternative form of Cold Water Flat. Cold Water Flats, plural of Cold Water Flat. Cold Wave, a short period of very cold weather. Cold waves, plural of cold wave. Cold weapon, a weapon that does not use explosives or fire. Cold weapons, plural of cold weapon. Cold weld, to weld using cold welding. Cold weld. Simple past and past participle of cold weld. Cold welding, a phenomenon where in a vacuum, two clean oxide-less uncoated metal surfaces will fuse/weld/merge together when they come into contact with each other without any other action required without fusion heating. Cold welds, third person singular simple present indicative of cold weld. Cold without. Brandy with cold water and no sugar. Cold work. Any of several plastic deformations of metal or other material at relatively low temperatures. Cold worked. Simple past and past participle of cold work. Cold working. The process of strengthening a metal through plastic deformation. Cold works. Third person singular simple present indicative of cold work. Colderidiphilus. Liking cold and arid conditions. Cold avoidant. Exhibiting one of the two subtypes of avoidant personality disorder as defined by Lynn E. Alden and Martha J. Capriol in 1993, characterized by an inability to experience and express positive emotion towards others. Cold back. A syndrome in which a horse refuses to accept anything on its back, often a symptom of chronic lower back soreness. Cold backs. Plural of cold back. Cold-blooded. Having an unregulated body temperature, ectothermic. Cold-bloodedly. In a cold-blooded manner. Cold-bloodedness. The state of being cold-blooded. Cold brew coffee. Alternative form of cold brew coffee. Cold brew coffees. Plural of cold brew coffee. Cold calling. Alternative spelling of cold calling. Cold cathode. Alternative form of cold cathode. Cold cock. Alternative form of cold cock. Cold cocked. Simple past and past participle of cold cock. Cold cocking. Present participle of cold cock. Cold cocks. Plural of cold cock. Cold conk. To knock out a person, to render unconscious by a blow. Cold conked. Simple past and past participle of cold conk. Cold conking. Present participle and gerund of cold conk. Cold conks. Third person singular simple present indicative of cold conk. Cold cuts. Alternative form of cold cuts. Pull drawn. Having been drawn out into wire or bars without the use of heat. Cold email. Alternative form of cold email. Cold emailed. Simple past and past participle of cold email. Cold emailing. Present participle of cold email. Cold emails. Plural of cold email. Cold-eyed. That looks coldly or dispassionately. Having a fierce or aloof mien. Cold-hearted. Without sympathy, feeling, or compassion, callous or heartless. Cold-heartedly. In a cold-hearted manner. Cold-heartedness. The state of being cold-hearted. Cold liver. Emotionally detached. Unfeeling, lacking passion. Cold nature. Associated with yin, having the effects of lowering fevers and removing toxic substances. Cold pressed. Alternative form of cold pressed. Cold sensitive. Of a person prone to easily feeling cold. Cold short. Alternative form of cold short. Cold shoulder. To disrespect someone, especially by ignoring them. Cold shouldered. Simple past and past participle of cold shoulder. Cold shouldering. Present participle and gerund of cold shoulder. Cold shoulders. Third person singular simple present indicative of cold shoulder. Cold shot. Closed while too cold to become thoroughly welded, said of a forging or casting. Cold shots. Plural of cold shots. Cold smoked salmon. Synonym of locks. Cold water flat. Alternative form of cold water flat. Cold beer. A cold beer. Cold beers. Plural of cold beer. Cold blood. A horse of a breed suited to slow, heavy work. A draft horse. Cold-blooded. Alternative spelling of cold-blooded. Cold-bloodedly. Alternative spelling of cold-bloodedly. Cold-bloodedness. Alternative spelling of cold-bloodedness. Cold-bloods. Plural of cold-blood. Cold-boot. Alternative form of cold boot. Cold talk. Alternative form of cold cock. Cold talked. Simple past and past participle of cold cock. Cold cocking. Present participle and gerund of cold cock. Cold cocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of cold cock. Cold. Archaic spelling of cold. Colden. To grow or make. Cold. Colden Common. A village and civil parish in Winchester District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4722. Coldened. Simple past and past participle of colden. Coldening. Present participle and gerund of colden. Coldens. Third person singular simple present indicative of colden. Colder. Comparative form of cold, more cold. Colder-blooded. Comparative form of cold-blooded, more cold-blooded. Colder-hearted. Comparative form of cold-hearted, more cold-hearted. Colderin. Alternative form of colroon. Colderoon. Alternative form of colroon. Coldest. Superlative form of cold, most cold. Coldest-blooded. Superlative form of cold-blooded, most cold-blooded. Coldest-hearted. Superlative form of cold-hearted, most cold-hearted. Howtho. A surname. Howtho. A village in Alaska, United States. Cold frame. Alternative form of cold frame. Cold frames. Plural of cold frame. Cold Dam. A small settlement in Elm Parish, Fenland District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 4302. Cold Harbor. A number of places in England. Cold-hearted. Alternative spelling of cold-hearted. Cold-heartedly. Alternative spelling of cold-heartedly. Cold-heartedness. Alternative spelling of cold-heartedness. Cold house. A building kept cool for growing plants. Cold houses. Plural of cold house. Coldy. a cold bottle or can of beer. Coldies, plural of coldy. Colvingham, a coastal village and community council area in Berwickshire, Scottish Borders Council Area, Scotland OS Grid Ref and 29066. Poldire, a surname. Poldirons, plural of cold iron. Coldish, somewhat cold. Coldishness, the quality of being coldish. Polditz, a town in Saxony, Germany, famed for its castle and its former POW camp. Polya, comparative form of coldly, more coldly. Cold-like, resembling or characteristic of a cold, the viral illness. Coldly, in a cold or uncaring manner, indifferently. Cold meese, alternative form of cold meese, Staffordshire, used by the Ordnance Survey. Coldness, the relative lack of heat. Coldnesses, plural of coldness. Colden, a surname. Coldens, plural of Colden. Coldflare, a member of the British rock band Coldplay. Cold flares, plural of cold flare. Cold press, to press something without applying heat from an external source. Cold pressed, simple past and past participle of cold press. Cold presses, third person singular simple present indicative of cold press. Cold pressing, present participle of cold press. Cold proof, resistant to cold. Colder, an eastern suburb of Newport, Wales. OS Grid Ref SD 3500. 89. Povey, a small village in Shepherdswell with Coldred Parish, Dover District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 2747. Poldern, a surname. Polderns, plural of Coldren. Polish, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 6907. Coldrive, cold. Shilling. Coals, plural of cold. Cold shoulder, alternative spelling of cold shoulder. Cold shoulders, plural of cold shoulder. Coleslaw, archaic form of coleslaw. Cold sleep, a deep sleep during which the body is stored at very cold temperature to preserve it. Cryogenic sleep. Cold sleeping, present participle and gerund of cold sleep. Cold sleeps, third person singular simple present indicative of cold sleep. Cold slept, simple past and past participle of cold sleep. Cold some, characterized or marked by cold or coldness. Cold spot, alternative form of cold spot. Cold spots, plural of cold spot. Cold Spring, a town in Cattaraugus County, New York. United States. Cold store, a storage facility where products are kept at a cold temperature. Cold stores. plural of cold store. Polstream, a town and civil parish in Berwickshire, Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, the home of the Coldstream Guards, a regiment in the British Army OS Gridref NT 8439. Coldtrap, alternative spelling of cold trap. Cold traps, plural of cold trap. Coldwatham, a village and civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England OS Grid Ref TQ 0216. Coldwar, toward a cold region. Cold water. A village in Severn, Ontario, Canada. Coldwater Flat, a small, very inexpensive apartment having only the most rudimentary features and lacking a plumbing system to supply hot water. Coldwater Flats, plural of Coldwater Flat. Coldware, a European style of post-punk music in the 1980s. Coldwell, a surname. Coldwells, plural of Coldwell. Coldwork, the elimination of flaws and rough or sharp areas on the surface of blown or cast glass objects, usually achieved by some combination of grinding and polishing. Coldworked, simple past and past participle of coldwork. Coldworking, present participle and gerund of coldwork. Coldworks, third person singular simple present indicative of coldwork. Cole, a male given name. Cole County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Jefferson City. Cole Green, a hamlet in Hertfordbury Parish, East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England OS Grid Ref TL 2811. Cole Harbour, a community in Guysborough County, Nova Scotia, Canada. Coleslaw, U.S. spelling of coleslaw. Coleslaws, plural of coleslaw. Cole prophet, one who pretends, by magic or occult means, to predict the future, tell fortunes, etc., a sorcerer or diviner. Cole prophets, plural of coal prophet. Colad, a joint lead, one of a group of actors who jointly take lead roles. Collider, a joint leader. Colliders, plural of collator. Colliding, present participle and gerund of collad. Collads, plural of collad. Colbatch, a hamlet and civil parish served by Maidstone with Colbatch Parish Council near Bishop's Castle, southwest Shropshire, England OS Grid Ref SO 3187. Colvec, a surname. Colvex, plural of Colbeck. Colburn, a particular steroid glycoside. Coburg, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SS 7700. Coburgs, plural of Coburg. Colcalciferol, the international non-proprietary name of colcalciferol when used as a drug. Colcannon, alternative form of colcannon. Coldtivo, a kind of bus or shed taxi in South America. Colectivos, plural of colectivo. Colectomez, plural of colectomy. Colectomy, the surgical procedure to remove all or part of the large intestine or colon. Poacher, a lecturer who lectures collaboratively with another lecturer. Poachers, plural of kokshurer. Hove, simple past and past participle of kolad. Colon, a female given name from ancient Greek, variant of Colleen from Nicolene. Colons, plural of colon. Colver, a hamlet in Colebrook Parish, Mid-Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 7701. Colvet, a surname. Colvetti, a joint legatee. Colvetties, plural of colgati. Colgislate, to necessarily bring about a statute together with another legislative body or legislature, to be a colgislator. Colgislate, simple past and past participle of colgislate. Colgislates, third person singular simple present indicative of colgislate. Colgislating. Present participle and gerund of colgislate. Colgislator, a legislative body acting as a necessary supporter of a statute during the legislative process. Colgislators, plural of colgislator. Colgrove, a surname. Foltham, an urban area south of the centre of Shrewsbury, Shropshire. England. OS Grid Ref SJ 4912. Hohill, a civil parish and suburban area next to Wimborne Minster, Dorset, England, previously in East Dorset District. OS Grid Ref SU 0200. Helve, any extinct crustacean in the family Coleidae. Coleds, plural of coleate. Colin, a red pigment obtained from Coleus versa feltii. Helel, a Hebrew root only found in the term rule of Kolel. Hillella, a surname. Hillellas, plural of Colella. Colo, a surname. Cololos, plural of cololo. Colmec, a keyboard layout for Latin script alphabets, somewhat similar to the QWERTY layout, but placing the most frequently used letters of the English language on the home row. Coleman, a surname originating as a patronymic derived from the given name Coleman. Coleman County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Coleman. Holman balls, a malapropism, mixed metaphor, or other humorous misspeaking. Especially in sports commentary. Colemanite, a white, gray, or colorless mineral form of calcium borate, a principal source of boron. Colemanites, plural of colemanite. Combalan, alternative form of columbalan. Combalans, plural of combalan. Colmouse, alternative form of colmouse. Colon, a surname. Colinchima, alternative form of Colinchima. Colin, a female given name. Colons, plural of colon. Colenso, a surname. Colenterrazine, misspelling of coelenterrazine. Colloid, a cephalopod of the subclass Colloidea, including octopuses, squid, and cuttlefish. Colloids, plural of colloid. Colophorine, of or related to moths of the genus Colophora, whose larvae feed on seeds. Colophorid, any moth in the family Colophoridae. Colophorids, plural of colophord. Colopter, one of the Coloptera, a beetle. Colopteral, Colopterus. Colopteran, any insect of the order Coloptera, includes the beetles, weevils, and fireflies. Colopterans, plural of Colopteran. Coloptericin, any of a group of antibacterial proteins present in some insects. Coloptericins, plural of Coloptericin. Colopterist, one who studies beetles. Colopterists, plural of colopterist. Colopteroi, shaped like a beetle. Colopterological, relating to colopterology. Colopterologists, a person who studies or practices colopterology, the study of beetles. Colopterologists, plural of colopterologists. Colopterology, the scientific study of beetles. Colopterus, of or pertaining to beetles of the order Coloptera. Colopters, plural of colopter. Coloptiller, relating to a coloptile. Coloptile, a pointed sheath that protects the emerging shoot in monocotyledons such as oats and grasses. Coloptiles, plural of coloptile. Colourhiza, a sheath-like structure found in a monocotyledon plant's seed that acts as a protective covering enclosing the radicle. Colourhizae, plural of colourhiza. Colorizal, relating to the colourhiza. Coloriza, alternative form of colourhiza. Colorizae, plural of coloriza. Colorizal, alternative form of colourhiza. Colorinchian, any insect of the suborder Colorinchae. Colorinchians, plural of Colorinchian. Cohorton, a village and civil parish in northwest Leicestershire district. Leicestershire, England OS Grid Ref SK 4017. Colosporiaceous, of or relating to the Colosporiaceae. Culprophet, alternative form of culprophet. Culprophets, plural of culprophet. Kohler, a surname from German. Colwang, a town in Bertie County, North Carolina, United States. Colwang, a town in County Londonderry, Northern Ireland. Colwynterazine, misspelling of coelenterazine. Coleridge, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, English Romantic poet. Coleridgean, of or pertaining to Samuel Taylor Coleridge 1772-1834, English romantic poet and critic. Coleridgian, alternative spelling of Coleridgean. Coboon, former name of Colladum Indian River. Coers, plural of Kohler. Hose, a surname originating as a patronymic. Coles County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Charleston. Coles notes. Quick notes, a summary précis/précis, abstract, outline. Colston, a hamlet in Wyboston, Chawston, and Colston Parish, Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 124560. Colesseed, the common rape or cole, specifically Brassica campestris. Colesseed. Plural of coleseed. Colsavalum, a lipid-lowering polymer drug trademark Welchol that binds to bile acid in the intestine and is administered orally by tablet or oral suspension to lower LDL levels in the treatment of hyperlipidemia and to control levels of blood sugar in the treatment of type 2 diabetes. Colehill, a place name. Coleshills, plural of colehill. Coleslaw, a salad of finely shredded raw cabbage and sometimes shredded carrots, dressed with mayonnaise white slaw or a vinaigrette red slaw. Coleslaws, plural of coleslaw. Colson, a surname. Colsons, plural of Colson. Co-lessee, a joint lessee, a partner in a lease. Co-lessees, plural of co-lessee. Co-lessor, a partner in giving a lease. Co-lessors, plural of co-lessor. Colstaff, alternative form of Colstaff. Colstaves, plural of Colstaff. Colstillan, a bile acid sequestrant, a copolymer of 2-methyl-1-H-imidazole and epichlorohydrin. Colstamide, synonym of colstillan. Colstipol, a strongly basic ion exchange resin that binds to bile acids and is taken orally in the form of its hydrochloride, especially to lower LDL levels in the treatment of hypercholesterolemia. Colstalone, an antilipidemic drug. Colostrum, alternative form of colostrum. Polystyrene, a strongly basic synthetic resin that forms in soluble complexes with bile acids and has been used to lower cholesterol levels in hypercholesterolemic patients. Colesworth, the Australian supermarket duopoly of Coles and Woolworths, seen as indistinguishable from each other. Poet, a lower servant in a church. Colta, a pigtail, a symbol of the matador. Coltus, plural of colt. Coltal, lethal in the presence of another. Colthality, the condition of being coltful. Coltit, alternative form of coltit. Coltits, plural of colt. Calido, a starling of species Sarcops calvus, endemic to the Philippines. Calidos, plural of Calido. Collets, plural of collet. Coletta, a surname. Coletas, plural of coletta. Polti, a surname. Poltis, plural of colti. Polurosaur, misspelling of Coelurus. Soar. Coleus, any of certain plants in the mint family, many used as ornamentals for their colorful, variegated leaves, sometime included in genus Plectranth spur flowers, sometimes in their own genus Coleus. Coleuses, plural of coleus. Hovel, a census-designated place in Mono County, California, United States. Cohort, a plant of the genus Brassica, now specifically a brassica plant without a head used for food, such as kale. Cohorts, plural of cohort. Colex, clipping of colxicographic. Colxicographic, being or relating to a variant of lexicographic order in which finite sequences are read from right to left instead of from left to right. Colxicographically, in colxicographic order. Colxification, the linguistic pattern whereby multiple meanings can be expressed by the same word or a pair of homonymous words. Colxifications, plural of colxification. Colxify, simple past and past participle of colxify. Colxify, to ascribe multiple meanings to the same word. Colxtran, a bile acid sequestrant, an ether of dextrin and dithylphenolamine. Coley, a surname. Coley Park, a suburb of Reading, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7072. Coley's toxin, a family of anti-cancerous toxins containing heat-killed strep bacteria in combination with other live bacteria used as an injection into tumors that can reduce or eliminate the cancers. Coley's, plural of Coley. Halifax, an English surname. Halifax County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Schuyler. Halver, a surname. Halvers, plural of Calver. Halvan, a hamlet in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland, originally in Wigstown OS Grid Ref NX 0555. Halforsen, a water-soluble derivative of forskolin. Palforsen derapate, a water-soluble forskolin derivative used in treating ventricular dysfunction. Halfosarol, a synthetic surfactant. Haugen, a surname from Irish. Haugens, plural of Calgan. Howgate, a village and civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2332. Howgates, plural of Calgate. Howlwizir, a surname from German. Howlwizir, plural of Kalblizir. Howgro, a surname. Howgroves, plural of Colgrove. Holy, Escherichia coli, a gram-negative bacterium commonly found in the lower intestine of warm-blooded organisms. Coliadine, any butterfly in the subfamily Coliadinae. Howeh, a barangay of Ibon, Batangas, Philippines. Halabacillary, relating to Calabacillus. Halabacilli, plural of Calabacillus. Halabacillosis, plural of Calabacillosis. Halabacillosis, disease caused by the bacterium Escherichia coli. Halabacilluria, the presence of Escherichia coli in the urine. Halobacillus, any bacterium of the species Escherichia coli, E. coli. Halobacillosis, misspelling of colobacillosis. Halobactin, a bacterial genotoxin of uncertain structure. Hala, severe fussiness and crying, especially of infants with certain medical conditions. Colic valve, ileocecal valve. Colic valves, plural of colic valve. Colic weed, any plant of various species. Colica pictonum, plumbism. Colical, resembling or relating to colic. Haliscence, to license jointly. Halicensed, simple past and past participle of collicens. Halicences, third person singular simple present indicative of collicens. Halicensing, present participle and gerund of collicens. Colichemard, a blade with the hexagonal or diamond-shaped cross section, once used to make small swords. Colichemards, plural of colichemard. Colicin, any of a class of proteins secreted by certain strains of bacteria that kill but do not lyse other strains. Holicine, any of various antibiotics produced naturally by bacteria such as Escherichia coli. Colicines, plural of colicine. Colicinogenic, that produce colicins. Colicinogenicity, the condition of being colicinogenic. Colicinogeny, the production of colicin by a bacterium. Colicins, plural of colicin. Coli, archaic spelling of colic. Colicky, of, pertaining to, or suffering from colic. Colicroot, a bitter American herb of the bloodwort family Hemoderaceae, with small yellow or white flowers in a long spike. Colicroots, plural of colicroot. Colics, plural of colic. Colicweed, alternative form of colicweed. Colicwood, any of various flowering plants of the genus Myaceae. Collid, alternative form of colead. Collids, plural of collid. Coleus, plural of coli. Coliform, of or pertaining to the bacteria that inhabit the intestines, especially the colon of mammals. Coliforms, plural of coliform. Coligand, either of two or more different ligands in a compound. Coligands, plural of coligand. Cole, any mouse bird in the family Coleidae. Coleids, plural of coleae. Coleiform, any member of the coleiforms order of birds. Haliling, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Halama, a state of Mexico. Halame, the cocone of a diagram through which any other cocone of that same diagram can factor uniquely. Halimitation, the limitation of the growth of a population by two or more independent substances. Halimitations, plural of colimitation. Halimitted, simple past and past participle of collimate. Halimitting, that forms a collimate. Halimits, plural of collimate. Halamycin, synonym of colistin. Holland, a male given name from ancient Greek. Hollandale, a suburb of Hendon, Borough of Barnet, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2189. Howing, the dual a line. Collinear, alternative spelling of collinear. Collinearities, plural of collinearity. Collinearity, alternative form of collinearity. Collinearization, the state of being linearized along with another. Collinearizations, plural of collinearization. Collinearize, to linearize along with another. Collinearize, simple past and past participle of collinearize. Collinearize is third person singular simple present indicative of collinearize. Collinearizing, present participle and gerund of collinearize. Collinearly, alternative form of collinearly. Collins, plural of colleen. Collina, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Colinguo, speaking or sharing the same language. Colinguists, alternative form of colinguist. Colinguists, plural of colinguists. Collins, plural of Colin. Hollinton, a suburb of Edinburgh, Scotland. OS Grid Ref and T 2269. Holipase, a protein coenzyme secreted by the pancreas. Holipases, plural of colipase. Holivage, any of several bacteriophages that can infect strains of the bacterium Escherichia coli. Holivages, plural of coliphage. Polyposome, a liposome enclosed by two different materials. Holoposomes, plural of coliposome. Polysa, plural of coliseum. Polysticemia, alternative form of cholesticemia. Cholesticemia, septicemia as a result of infection by Escherichia coli. Coliseum, alternative form of coliseum. Coliseum A, any of species Cymbellaria muralis. Coliseums, plural of coliseum. Holostymphate, synonym of colistin. Holestin, a polymyxin antibiotic effective against a range of gram-negative bacteria, sometimes considered a last resort antibiotic. Colistins, plural of colistin. However, the fag end of a cannabis joint. Hoedas, plural of colita. Hoetic, belonging to or affected by colitis. Colitides, plural of colitis. Colitigenic, alternative form of colitogenic. Colitis, inflammation of the colon. Colitizes, plural of colitis. Colitogen, any colitogenic substance or organism. Colitogenic, that tends to produce colitis. Colitogens, plural of colitogen. Colitose, the deoxy-Charoutuz 4s 5s 2,4,5-dihydroxyxanol found in some bacteria. Colitoses, plural of colitose. Colluing, living together in the same residence, cohabitation. Halfer, a surname. Halvers, plural of Calker. Halfer, a village and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 9126. A medieval English short form of the male given name Nicholas, very rare today. Hilarico, using the bow. Palatava, having the notes played in two adjacent octaves simultaneously. Hell, abbreviation of college. Hala, a surname from Italian. Hola, a collaboration, especially a work produced by several musicians who do not usually work together. Halab, abbreviation of collaboration. Halad, simple past and past participle of collab. Halaber, alternative spelling of collaber. Haladers, plural of collaber. Collabing, present participle and gerund of collab. Collabed, simple past and past participle of collab. Collabant, falling inward, collapsing. Collabor, a collaborator. Collabors, plural of collabor. Collabing, present participle and gerund of collab. Collablang, a constructed language conline that was created via a collaborative effort by more than one person. Collabo, a collaboration with another artist in urban contemporary music. Collabod, simple past and past participle of collabo. Collaboing, present participle and gerund of collabo. Collaborate, to work together with others to achieve a common goal. Collaborated, simple past and past participle of collaborate. Collaboratedly, in a collaborated manner, collaboratively. Collaborates, third person singular simple present indicative of collaborate. Collaborator, dated form of collaborator. Collaborators, plural of collaborator. Collaborating, present participle and gerund of collaborate. Collaboration, the act of collaborating. Collaborational, synonym of collaborative. Collaborationism, the act of collaborating, especially with an enemy. Collaborationisms, plural of collaborationism. Collaborationist, one who collaborates, a collaborator. Collaborationist regime, synonym of puppet state. Collaborationist regime, uncommon spelling of collaborationist regime. Collaborationist regimes, plural of collaborationist regime. Collaborationist regimes, plural of collaborationist regime. Collaborationist state, synonym of puppet state. Collaborationist states, plural of collaborationist state. Collaborationists, plural of collaborationists. Collaborations, plural of collaboration. Collaborative, of, relating to, or done by collaboration. Collaborative authoring, the authoring of a project by a team of people working in collaboration, often with a project manager to coordinate effort. Collaborative client, a piece of software that allows a computer to run or link to another application on the internet. Collaborative clients, plural of collaborative client. Collaborative creation, a form of theater where the script is not written in advance but develops from collaborative, usually improvisatory, work, often by the performers themselves. Collaborative economies, plural of collaborative economy. Collaborative economy, synonym of sharing economy. Collaborative project management, the method used to plan, coordinate, control, and monitor distributed complex projects. Collaborative software, synonym of groupware. Collaboratively, in a collaborative manner. Collaborativeness, the quality of being collaborative. Collaborative, plural of collaborative. Collaborativity, the quality of being collaborative. Collaborator, a person who works with others towards a common goal. Collaboratories, plural of collaboratory. Collaborators, plural of collaborator. Collaboratory, that is involved in or aids collaboration, collaborative. Collaboratress, a female collaborator. Collaboratrices, plural of collaboratress. Collaboratrices, plural of collaboratrix. Collaboratrix, female collaborator. Collaboratrixes, plural of collaboratrix. Collabos, plural of collabo. Collabro, having growth lines that follow the line of the outer lip. Collades, plural of collab. Collabularies, plural of collabulary. Collabulary, a folksonomy or user-generated system of tagging content that is enriched by collaboration with experts in the field. Collagen, a degenerated form of collagen. Collado, a surname from Spanish. Collado Villalba, a municipality in the community of Madrid, Spain. Halai, a picture made by sticking other pictures onto a surface or juxtaposing them digitally in an analogous manner. Halide, glued together in the manner of a collage. Haladlai, resembling or characteristic of a collage, presenting a jumble of different types of content. Collagen, the main structural protein in the extracellular matrix of the connective tissues of many animals. Collagen disease, synonym of collagenosis. Collagen diseases, plural of collagen disease. Collagenase, an enzyme that breaks the peptide bonds in collagen. Collagenases, plural of collagenase. Collagenated, modified by the addition of collagen. Collagenation, the formation of collagen in tissue. Collagene, obsolete form of collagen. Collagenous, relating to or composed of collagen. Collagenes, plural of collagene. Collagenesis, the production of collagen within the body. Collagenic, relating to or composed of collagen. Collagenization, alternative form of collagenization. Collagenized, alternative form of collagenized. Collagenization, the formation of collagen, especially the replacement of normal tissue with collagen. Collagenizations, plural of collagenization. Collagenized, modified by the addition of collagen. Collagenolysis, the chemical breakdown of collagen. Collagenolytic, able to lyse collagen and other lysine-containing proteins. Collagenolytical, alternative form of collagenolytic. Collagenolytically, in a collagenolytic manner. Collagenoma, a nevus typically containing collagen. Collagenomas, plural of collagenoma. Collagenopathy, relating to a collagenopathy. Collagenopathies, plural of collagenopathy. Collagenopathy, any disease or disorder that affects the collagen of connective tissue. Collagenosis, plural of collagenosis. Collagenosis, any of a group of diseases that affect connective tissue rather than collagen. Collagenous, of pertaining to or resembling collagen. Collagens, plural of collagen. Collier, an artist who produces collages. Colliers, plural of collager. Collies, plural of collage. Collage. Halali. Halade, like a collage made from the assemblage of diverse things. Halaying, present participle and gerund of collage. Halagis, in the manner of a collage or of the making of a collage. Halagis, plural of collages. Holograph, an artistic print made through the print-making process of calligraphy. Holographs, plural of collograph. Calligraphy, a printmaking process in which materials are applied to a rigid substrate such as cardboard or wood. Polymer, a collagen copolymer used to make biocompatible lenses. Hollandaise, a surname from Spanish. Hollandeses, plural of collantes. Collapsibility, alternative form of collapsibility. Collapsible, alternative spelling of collapsible. Collapsar, the black hole thought to form following the gravitational collapse of a massive star. Collapsars, plural of collapsar. Collapse, to break apart and fall down suddenly, to cave in. Collapsed, simple past and past participle of collapse. Collapser, a person or thing that collapses. Collapsers, plural of collapser. Collapses, plural of collapse. Collapsed, third person singular simple present indicative of collapse. Collapsibilities, plural of collapsibility. Collapsibility. The condition of being collapsible. Collapsible. Designed to be collapsed, especially so as to be more compact when not in use. Collapsibles, plural of collapsible. Collapsin, any of a family of glycoproteins that inhibit regeneration of mature neurons. Collapsing, present participle and gerund of collapse. Collapsins, plural of collapsin. Collapsion. Collapse. Collaptions, plural of collaption. Collapsism, the belief that a system or entity will collapse. Collapsitarian, a person who desires or predicts a social or economic collapse. Collapsitarianism, desire to see or belief that one will see a social or economic collapse. Collapsitarians, plural of collapsitarian. Collapsam, a fictional material usually described as having an extremely high density. Collapsogram, a spectrum obtained by taking the average of a number of observations. Collapsograms, plural of collapsogram. Collapsologist, someone concerned with collapsology. Collapsologist. Plural of collapsologists. Collapsology, the transdisciplinary study of the collapse of industrial civilization and what might succeed it. Collar, a surname. Collar and elbow, an Irish style of folk wrestling involving trips, throws, kicks, pins, etc. Collar beam, a horizontal piece of timber connecting and tying together two opposite rafters. Collar beams, plural of collar beam. Collar bomb, a bomb fitted around the neck of a person as the collar, typically used in kidnapping and ransoming. Collar bombs, plural of collar bomb. Collarbone, alternative spelling of collarbone. Collarbones, plural of collarbone. Collar button, a button for fastening a collar. Collar buttons, plural of collar button. Collar County, a suburban county that wholly or partially surrounds an urban one. Collar of S's. An ornamental chain made up of interlinked or juxtaposed S's, originally worn by nobles of the House of Lancaster and later associated by some writers with the Order of the Garter. Collar stud. A small fastener used to secure the collar of a shirt to the neckband. Collar stud abscess. Tuberculous lymphadenitis. Collar stud abscesses. Plural of collar stud abscess. Collar studs. Plural of collar stud. Collar tab. Insignia worn on the collar of a uniform signifying the wearer's rank and slash or branch. Collar tabs. Plural of collar tab. Collar the bowling. Of a batsman to hit the bowled balls to all parts of the field. Collar up. To apply a harness to a horse. Collarbone. Alternative spelling of collarbone. Collarbones. Plural of collarbone. Collar button. Alternative form of collar button. Collar button abscess. A pair of pus-filled cavities that are connected by a narrow channel. Collar button abscesses. Plural of collar button abscess. Collar buttons. Plural of collar button. Collar work. The strain of traveling uphill for a horse drawing a vehicle. Collarable. For which it is appropriate to put a collar on. Collarbone. The bone joining the shoulder and the breastbone. Collarband. Having a collarbone or collarbones in combination having a specified kind of collarbone. Collarbones. Plural of collarbone. Collar button. Alternative form of collar button. Collar buttons. Plural of collar button. Pollard. A surname originating as a patronymic. Pollard greens. A form of Brassica oleracea, sometimes called Brassica oleracea var acephala or Brassica oleracea var viridis, similar to kale, that is a popular food in the rural southern United States. Pollards, plural of collard. Pollard, having a collar or other encircling demarcation. Pollard anteater, the tamanduá. Pollard anteaters. Plural of collared anteater. Pollard antract. A passerine bird of the antbird family Thamnophilus bernardi, sim. Saxifurus bernardi. Pollard anthrax. Plural of collared antract. Pollard carpet shark. Any shark of the family Parasilidae of the western Pacific Ocean. Pollard carpet sharks. Plural of collared carpet shark. Pollard dove. A bird of the species Streptopileadeocto. Pollard doves. Plural of collared dove. Pollard flycatcher. Fistula albicalis, an old world flycatcher breeding in Eastern Europe and across Central Asia, overwintering in Africa. Pollard flycatchers. Plural of collared flycatcher. Pollard lemming. Any rodent in the genus Dicrostonyx. Pollard lemmings. Plural of collared lemming. Pollard lizard. Any lizard in genus Critophytus, native to arid parts of southwestern North America and having distinctive markings on the back behind the head. Collared lizards, plural of collared lizard. Collared peccaries, plural of collared peccary. Collared peccary, a small wild hog Dicotyles tajacu, native to southern United States through to northern Argentina. Collared pratincola, a waiter Glirella pratincola. Collared pratincoles, plural of collared pratincole. Collared up, simple past and past participle of collar up. Collaret, alternative form of collaret small collar. Cholera, third person singular simple present indicative of collar. Collarets, plural of collaret. Collaret, a small collar, especially as a kind of necklace of lace, fur, etc. for women, a ruff. Collarets, plural of collaret. Collardol, a form of colloidal silver used as an anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and astringent. Collaring, present participle and gerund of collar. Collaring up, present participle and gerund of collar up. Collarings, plural of collaring. Collarino, alternative form of collarino. Collarinos, plural of collarino. Collarless, of a garment having no collar. Collarlessness, absence of a collar. Collar maker, someone who makes collars. Collar makers, plural of collar maker. Collar making, the manufacture of collars. Collars, plural of collar. Collars of S's, plural of collar of S's. Collars up, third person singular simple present indicative of collar up. Collar stud, alternative form of collar stud. Collar studs, plural of collar stud. Alas, a surname from French. Coloscope, an instrument designed to inspect the cervix before childbirth. Coloscopes, plural of coloscope. Collases, plural of collas. Colastin, a degenerated form of collagen. Collatable, that may be collated. Collate, to examine diverse documents and so on to discover similarities and differences. Collated, simple past and past participle of collate. Collati, a person who is in receipt of collated to a benefice. Collates, plural of collati. Collator, alternative spelling of collator. Collateral, parallel, in the same vein, side by side. Collateral artery. Plural of collateral artery. Collateral artery, a type of artery connecting two other arteries to form a natural bypass that restores blood flow after a vascular occlusion. Collateral circulation, the circulation of blood through a network of vessels that is developed through enlargement of secondary vessels and use of existing anastomoses between adjacent vessels when a major vein or artery is functionally impaired, as by obstruction. Collateral circulations, plural of collateral circulation. Collateral damage, damage to civilian property or civilian casualties that is the unintended result of military operations. Collateral damages, plural of collateral damage. Collateral energy, energy in interaction as mesopleveridegy. Of interaction. Collateral estoppel, the estoppel forbidding again litigating an issue decided in a previous case with the same parties or even with the same party being estopped. Collateral form, a synonymous but not identical coexisting form variation of a word, such as an accepted alternative spelling. Collateral forms, plural of collateral form. Collateral material, any type of media designed to convey a message about a company for an audience with the intention of increasing sales and brand awareness. Collateral materials, plural of collateral material. Collateral review. A legal avenue to upset a judgment that has otherwise become final. Collateral science, a science of importance in medicine but not part of medicine, especially physics, chemistry, and botany, and sometimes also including anatomy and physiology. Collateral sciences, plural of collateral science. Collateral securities, plural of collateral security. Collateral security, synonym of collateral. Collateral vein, a venous structure that is not located in its normal position next to an artery, but is instead tortuous and connects to a main blood vessel and remains unused until needed. Collateral veins, plural of collateral vein. Collateral vessel, a small blood vessel that connects to a main blood vessel and provides an alternate route of perfusion and not used by the circulatory system until needed. Collateral vessels, plural of collateral vessel. Collateralization, alternative form of collateralization. Collateralizations, plural of collateralization. Collateralize, alternative spelling of collateralize. Collateralize, simple past and past participle of collateralize. Collateralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of collateralize. Collateralizing, present participle and gerund of collateralize. Collateralities, plural of collaterality. Collaterality. The condition of being collateral. Collateralizable, capable of being collateralized. Collateralization, the act or process of collateralizing. Collateralizations. Plural of collateralization. Collateralize, to secure a loan or other contract by using collateral. Collateralize. Simple past and past participle of collateralize. Collateralized debt obligation, a type of asset-backed security and structured credit product constructed from a portfolio of fixed income assets. Collateralized debt obligations, plural of collateralized debt obligation. Collateralized fund obligation, a type of asset-backed security and structured credit product constructed from a portfolio of fund assets. Collateralized fund obligations, plural of collateralized fund obligation. Collateralized loan obligation, a form of securitization where payments from multiple middle-sized and large business loans are pooled together and passed on to different classes of owners in various tranches. Collateralized loan obligations, plural of collateralized loan obligation. Collateralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of collateralize. Collateralizing, present participle and gerund of collateralize. Collaterally, in collateral relation, not lineally. Collateralness, the state or quality of being collateral. Collaterals, plural of collateral. Collaterogenesis, the generation of collateral circulation via new blood vessels. Collaterogenic, relating to collaterogenesis. Collators, plural of collator. Collates, third person singular simple present indicative of collate. Collating, present participle and gerund of collate. Collation, bringing together. Collation of or pertaining to collation. Collationed. Simple past and past participle of collation. Collationer, a person who collates or who checks collation of documents, etc. Collationers, plural of collationer. Collationing, present participle and gerund of collation. Collation, plural of collation. Collatatious, characterized by the contributions of many people. Collatiu, obsolete spelling of collative. Collata, having the power of conferring. Collator, a person who collates. Collators, plural of collator. Collat's conjecture, the conjecture that the process of taking a number n and, if n is even, dividing it by 2, or if n is odd, multiplying it by 3 and adding 1, then repeating this process, will eventually yield 1. Halaud, to join in praising. Halauded, simple past and past participle of collaude. Halauding, present participle and gerund of collaude. Halauds, third person singular simple present indicative of collaude. Collazo, a surname. Collazos, a surname from Spanish. Collazoses, plural of collazos. A surname originating as a patronymic. Call system, a closed game system in chess, characterized by white developing the center pawns to d4 and e3, king's knight is to f3, the king's bishop to d3, and the queen's bishop's pawn to c3. Colleges, misspelling of colleagues. Colleague, a fellow member of a profession, staff, academic faculty, or other organization, and associate, a workmate. Colleague, simple past and past participle of colleague. Colleagues, plural of colleague. Colleagueship, the state of being a colleague. Colleagueships, plural of colleagueship. Colleaguing, present participle and gerund of colleague. Collect, to gather together, amass. Collect call, a telephone call paid for by the receiver Cali as opposed to the caller. Collect calls, plural of collect call. Collect dust. To remain untouched and unused for a long period of time. Collect one's thoughts. To become mentally composed, especially after being distressed, surprised, or disoriented. To become calm or organized in one's emotional state or thinking, as in preparation for a conversation, speech, decision, etc. Collect one's wits. Synonym of collect one's thoughts. Collect oneself. To recover from surprise, embarrassment, or fear, to regain self-control. Collect skin. To shut up. Collect up. To find and put together in the same place. Collect them up. A video game based around collecting items. Collect them ups. Plural of collect em up. Collectability. Alternatives. Spelling of collectability. Collectible. Suitable for collecting. Collectibles. Plural of collectible. Collectania. A selective collection of passages from various sources or by various authors, an anthology. Collectories. Plural of collectory. Collectarium. A book that contains the collect type of prayer. Collectory. Synonym of collectarium. Collectithan. Synonym of collect em up. Collectithans. Plural of collectithan. Collecte. Gathered together. Collected dust. Simple past and past participle of collect dust. Collected one's thoughts. Simple past and past participle of collect one's thoughts. Collected oneself. Simple past and past participle of collect oneself. Collected up. Simple past and past participle of collect up. Collectively. In a collected manner, calmly. Collectedness. The state or quality of being collected. Collector. Alternative form of collector. Collectors. Plural of collector. Collectest. Second person singular simple present indicative of collect. Collecte. Third person singular simple present indicative of collect. Collectability. The quality of being collectible. Collectible. Worthy or suitable for collecting on historical/financial grounds, or for meeting a personal aesthetic. Collectibles, plural of collectible. Collectin, a form of lectin derived from collagen. Collette, a hobby including seeking, locating, acquiring, organizing, cataloging, displaying, storing, and maintaining whatever items are of interest to the individual collector. Collecting duct, a duct that receives and concentrates urine from the distal convoluted tubule of nephrons and discharges it into the calyces of the renal pelvis. Collecting ducts, plural of collecting duct. Collecting one's thoughts, present participle and gerund of collect one's thoughts. Collecting oneself, present participle and gerund of collect oneself. Collecting societies, plural of collecting society. Collecting society, a body with the authority to license copyrighted works and collect royalties on behalf of its members. Collecting up, present participle and gerund of collect up. Collectings, plural of collecting. Collectins, plural of collectin. Collection, a set of items or amount of material procured, gathered, or presented together. Collection agencies, plural of collection agency. Collection agency, a company used by creditors or lenders to recover funds that are past due or from accounts that have defaulted. Collection box, a small, closed box, typically having a slot to accept coins used to collect funds from passers-by for charity. Collection boxes, plural of collection box. Collection plate, a plate or other container passed among the worshippers attending a Christian church service into which donations of money are placed. Collection plates, plural of collection plate. Collection procedure, synonym of debt collection. Collection procedures, plural of collection procedure. Collection societies, plural of collection society. Collection society, any organization which manages or administers copyright or rights related to copyright as its sole purpose or as one of its main purposes. Collection plate, alternative spelling of collection plate. Collection plates, plural of collection plate. Collectionnement, of or pertaining to collecting, gathering, or grouping items together. Collectionmoy, pertaining to collections, set of pitch classes. Collectioner, a poor person who is entitled to receive some of the money from a church's collection plate. Collectioners, plural of collectioner. Collectionitis, an obsessive desire to collect things, collectomania. Collections, plural of collection. Collective, formed by gathering or collecting, gathered into a mass, sum, or body. Collective action, an action taken by a group of individuals acting together. Collective agreement, A contract specifying terms and conditions of employment between one or more labor unions and employers' organizations legally binding for employers organized in these and the employees if they are unionized in them or their employment contract incorporates them by referral. Collective agreements, plural of collective agreement. Collective bargaining, a method of negotiation in which employees negotiate as a group with their employers, usually via a trade union. Collective buying, group buying. Collective call sign, any call sign which represents two or more facilities, commands, authorities, or units. The collective call sign for any of these includes the commander thereof and all subordinate commanders therein. Collective call signs, plural of collective call sign. Collective fruit, any fruit formed from a mass of flowers, such as the mulberry or pineapple. Collective fruits, plural of collective fruit. Collective investment scheme, a way of investing money with other people to participate in a wider range of investments than may be feasible for an individual investor and to share the costs of doing so. Collective investment schemes, plural of collective investment scheme. Collective memories, plural of collective memory. Collective memory, a shared pool of information held in the memories of multiple members of a group. Collective mode, a weakly damped and lasting coherent motion of a large fraction of the particles in a system. Collective note, a formal piece of diplomatic correspondence signed by the representatives of several governments addressed to one or more other governments. Collective notes, plural of collective note. Collective noun, a noun which, though singular, refers to a group of things or animals. Collective nouns, plural of collective noun. Collective number, a collective noun used to indicate a set of items of a particular size. Collective numbers, plural of collective number. Collective numeral, a numeral that signifies that several persons or things are taken definitely and unitedly together in the sense of both, all three, all four, etc. Collective numerals, plural of collective numeral. Collective punishment, a form of punishment whereby a suspected perpetrator's peers are targeted. Collective punishments, plural of collective punishment. Collective security, the concept of maintaining peace among all nations or members of a group by making the security concerns of one member important to all members. Collective Security Treaty Organization, an intergovernmental military alliance of several post-Soviet countries. Collective species, synonym of superspecies. Collective title, a title given to a collection of related acts or other pieces of legislation to facilitate citation. Collective titles, plural of collective title. Collective unconscious, the common experiences, thoughts and opinions of a large group of people taken as a whole. Collective unconsciouses, plural of collective unconscious. Collective West, alternative letter case form of collective West. Collective bargaining agreement, synonym of collective agreement. Collective bargaining agreements, plural of collective bargaining agreement. Collectively, in a collective manner, viewed together as a whole, to be treated as a single unit rather than the items that make up the collection separately. Collectively exhaustive, of a set of events having the property that at least one must occur. Collectiveness, the state or quality of being collective. Collectives, plural of collective. Collectivization, alternative spelling of collectivization. Collectivizations, plural of collectivization. Collectivize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of collectivize. Collectivize, simple past and past participle of collectivize. Collectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of collectivize. Collectivizing, present participle and gerund of collectivize. Collectivism, an economic system in which the means of production and distribution are owned and controlled by the people collectively. Collectivisms, plural of collectivism. Collectivists, of or pertaining to collectivism. Collectivist anarchism, an anarchist philosophy advocating the abolition of the state and private property in favor of collectivism. Collectivist anarchists, of, supporting, relating to, or advocating collectivist anarchism. Collectivist anarchists, plural of collectivist anarchists. Collectivistic, of or pertaining to collectivism. Collectivistically, in a collectivistic manner. Collectivists, plural of collectivist. Coactivities, plural of collectivity. Coactivity. The condition of being collective. Collectivization, the act of collectivizing. Collectivizations, plural of collectivization. Collectivize, to organize a farm or industrial enterprise on the basis of collective control. Collectivize, simple past and past participle of collectivize. Collectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of collectivize. Collectivizing, present participle and gerund of collectivize. Collectomania, an obsessive desire to collect things. Collector, a person who or thing that collects, or which creates or manages a collection. Collector lane, in a multi-lane controlled access highway or expressway system, a lane which is physically separated from the core lane S closest to the median and which is intended for vehicles traveling relatively shorter distances, so that these vehicles may enter and exit the highway system without unduly interrupting the flow of traffic. Collector lanes, plural of collector lane. Collector road, a road of low to moderate traffic capacity which serves to move traffic from local streets to arterial roads. Collector roads, plural of collector road. Collector shoe, a current collector on an electric train or locomotive which is in contact with the live rail. Collector shoes, plural of collector shoe. Collector's edition, a release of a product containing additional features or items than the regular retail version. Collector's editions, plural of collector's edition. Collector's item, anything that a collector finds desirable and worth collecting. Collectorate, the district or seat of a collector of customs, a collectorship. Collectorates, plural of collectorate. Collectoress, a female collector. Collectoresses, plural of collectoress. Collectories, plural of collectory. Collectors, plural of collector. Collector's items, plural of collector's item. Collectorship, the rank or office of a collector of customs or other taxes. Collectorships, plural of collectorship. Collectory, the office of a collector. Collector, obsolete form of collector. Collectors, plural of collector. Collectress, alternative form of collectoress. Collectresses, plural of collectress. Collectrin, a glycoprotein that has a regulatory function in kidney development. Collects, plural of collect. Collects dust, third person singular simple present indicative of collect dust. Collects one's thoughts. Third person singular simple present indicative of collect one's thoughts. Collects oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of collect oneself. Collects up. Third person singular simple present indicative of collect up. How? Simple past and past participle of call. College, obsolete form of college. College, a surname. Colleges, plural of college. Hawaiian, a female given name from English or Irish. Hawaiians, plural of Colleen. College, a census-designated place in Fairbanks North Star Borough, Alaska, United States. College City, a census-designated place in Colusa County, California, United States. College for Women, former name of Girton College, Cambridge. College of Cardinals, the body of all cardinals of the Catholic Church. College Pheasant, archaic form of college pheasant. College pheasants, plural of college pheasant. College Station, a city in Brazos County, Texas, United States. College Town, a town or city that is dominated by its university population. College Towns, plural of college town. College tries, plural of college try. College try, alternative form of old college try. College wage premium. The wage premium due to having a college/university degree. College wage premiums, plural of college wage premium. College age, synonym of college age. College age, describing a person of the age at which students typically attend higher education. College goer, one who attends college. College goers, plural of college goer. College ruled, being a notebook with 10 at times 8 paper size with 32 evenly spaced lines with enough space to write reasonably neatly. College bound. Bound for college, soon to attend college. College boy, a young man who is a student in tertiary education or one who holds a tertiary degree. College boys, plural of college boy. College, educated, having graduated from higher education. College goer, alternative form of college goer. College goers, plural of college goer. Collegeless, without a college education or degree. College-like, resembling or characteristic of a college. Collegiate, a person from the same college. Collegiates, plural of collegiate. Colleger, a member of a college in any sense. Collegers, plural of colleger. Colleges, plural of college. College-wide, throughout a college. Collegy, resembling or characteristic of college. Collegia, plural of collegium. Collegia, of relating to or ruled by colleagues. Collegialities, plural of collegiality. Collegiality, collegial atmosphere, working with colleagues in an effective and cooperative manner. Collegiale, in a collegial manner. Collegian, a student or a former student of a college. Collegiumer, a college student. Collegianers, plural of collegianer. Collegians, plural of collegian. Pelagiant, a member of an association of Arminians and Anabaptists in Holland, founded in 1619, who held a college meeting on the first Sunday of each month at which everyone had the same liberty of expounding the scripture and praying. Pelagianism, the religious beliefs and practices of the Pelagians. Pelagians, plural of collegiate. Collegiate, of or relating to a college or college students. Collegiate church, a Christian church other than a cathedral that has a chapter of canons and a dean or provost. Collegiate churches, plural of collegiate church. Collegiate Gothic, a style of Gothic revival architecture inspired by Gothic, which includes Camford/Oxbridge-style quadrangle campuses and American Gothic-style buildings, used on North American university and college campuses and other schools of high-prestige prep schools, private schools, etc. Collegiate Peaks, a mountain range in Colorado, subrange of the Sawatch Range. Collegially, in the manner of a community or of a group of colleagues. Collegiateness, the collegiate in collegia. Collegiates, plural of collegiate. Collegian, a female college student. Collegians, plural of collegian. Collegium, a committee or council. Collegiums, plural of collegium. Colle, misspelling of colleague. Collation, Misspelling of correlation. Polymatatious. Of relating to the Columetaceae. Columbola. Any of many minute wingless arthropods of subclass Columbola is springtail. Columbolan. Any insect of the order Columbola, the springtails. Columbolans, plural of Columbolan. Columbolas, plural of Columbola. Columbolid. Any springtail of the subclass Columbola. Columbolid. Plural of columbolid. Columbological. Relating to columbology. Columbologist. One who studies springtails hexapods of the subclass Columbola. Columbologist. Plural of columbologists. Columbology. The scientific study of springtails, the Columbola. Colon. A surname originating as a patronymic. Collenchyma. A living, elongated, mechanical and flexible ground tissue with angular pectin depositions, present just under leaves, tendrils and stems of climbers, formed before vascular differentiation. Collenchymas. Plural of collenchyma. Collenchymata. Plural of collenchyma. Collenchymatus. Relating to collenchyma. Collencyte. A type of branched cell present in collenchyma. Collencytes. Plural of collencyte. Collens. Plural of collen. Collar. A surname. Tolerant. A surname. Tolerance. Plural of colorant. Collieries. Plural of colliery. Collars. Plural of collar. Colliery. Obsolete form of caller. Colliery horn. A long brass horn often used at funerals in the Indian subcontinent. Colliery horns. Plural of colliery horn. Cowles. A surname. Cowles fracture. A distal fracture of the radius causing a dorsal displacement of the distal fragment. Typically occurring as a result of a fall on an outstretched hand. Pallasy. A small village northwest of Ladybank, Fife Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref No 2813. Pollet. A surname originating as a patronymic. Polleted. Fitted with a collet. Polleter. Alternative form of colleter. Talithuia. Plural of calathurium. Talithuiao. Relating to the calathurium of insects. Talithuia. An organ in female insects containing a cement to unite the ejected ova. Colleters. Plural of colleter. Colleted. Any member of the family Colletidae. Of solitary bees. Colletids. Plural of colleted. Colleton. A surname. Colleton County. One of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat. Waltereau. Colleter. A multicellular trichome of a leaf or bud scale that produces a sticky secretion, a group or tuft of mucilaginous secretory hairs, usually found near the base of the leaf lamina and on the calyx. Holiders, plural of collider. Hollets, plural of collet. Hollet, a surname originating as a patronymic. Holletta, a surname from Italian. Hollettas, plural of colletta. Hellette, a surname. Hellettes, plural of Colette. Hellette, a surname from Italian. Halletincide, a particular steroid glycoside. Halletes, plural of Coletti. Halleticide, a particular steroid glycoside. Hollets, plural of collet. Holly, a surname. Hollies, plural of collie. Hollyville, a city in Tarrant County, Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, Texas, United States, previously named Bransford. Holly, a surname from Italian. Holly, a surname. Collex, plural of colic. Collicular, of or relating to the colliculus. Colliculate, having a surface with small rounded bumps. Colliculectomies, plural of colliculectomy. Colliculectomy, excision of the seminal colliculus. Colliculi, plural of colliculus. Colliculo, pertaining to the inferior colliculus or superior colliculus. Colliculofubal, moving out from the colliculus. Colliculogeniculate, pertaining to the connection between the inferior colliculus or superior colliculus and the geniculate nucleus. Colliculoretinal, relating to the colliculus and the retina. Colliculose, covered with little round elevations or hillocks. Colliculothalama cortical, in mammals, utilizing the neural pathway for retinal information that runs from the retina through the superior colliculus to the thalamus and thence to the visual cortex. Colliculus, a small elevation, a knoll. Colliculosis, plural of colliculus. Collide, to impact directly, especially if violent. Collide, simple past and past participle of collide. Collider, any of several forms of particle accelerator in which two opposing beams of particles collide. Colliders, plural of collider. Collides, third person singular simple present indicative of collide. Collide, third person singular simple present indicative of collide. Haled, a surname. Haledane, any of 6 isomers of trimethylpyridine. Haledians, plural of collidine. Colliding, present participle and gerund of collide. Collidings, plural of colliding. Holly, a surname. Palii anomaly, a congenital, inherited, bilateral eye disease of dogs characterized by an underdeveloped choroid. Collie shandy, a loud quarrelsome fight. Collie jangies, plural of collie shandy. Holly, simple past and past participle of collie. Holloway, resembling or characteristic of a collie type of dog. Howe, a surname originating as an occupation. Towey or Cali, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, East Naples. Towlersby, a village and civil parish in Maidstone District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7146. Towers, plural of Cowleary. Colliers, a town in Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Colliers Wood, a suburban area in the borough of Merton, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2670. Collierville, a town in Shelby County, Tennessee, United States. Howler, an underground coal mine, together with its surface buildings. Towleary Row, a western suburb of Hottenla Spring, metropolitan borough of Sunderland, Tyne and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3249. Hollies, plural of collie. Collishandy, alternative form of Collishangy. Collishangis, plural of Collishangy. Collies, superlative form of collie, most collie. Coliferous, bearing a collar. Cauliflower, obsolete form of cauliflower. Cauliflowers, plural of cauliflower. Coliform, alternative form of coliform of or pertaining to the bacteria that inhabit the intestines or colons of mammals. Colligibility, the ability to group together to form a colligation. Colligible, capable of forming a colligation. Colligan, a surname from Irish. Colligans, plural of colligan. Colligate, to tie or bind together. Colligated, simple past and past participle of colligate. Colligates, third person singular simple present indicative of colligate. Colligating, present participle and gerund of colligate. Colligation, a binding together. Colligational, relating to colligation. Colligations, plural of colligation. Colligative, describing any property that depends only on the number of molecules present. Colligative properties, plural of colligative properties. Colligative property, a property of a solution that is influenced by the relative amount of solute particles rather than the properties of the solute itself. Colligatively, in a colligative manner. Colligible, able to be gathered or brought together. Collignonoceratidae, any ammonite in the family Collignonoceratidae. Collignonoceratids, plural of collignonoceratid. Collimate, to focus into a narrow beam or column, to adjust a focusing device so that it produces a narrow beam. Collimated, simple past and past participle of collimate. Collimates, Third person singular simple present indicative of collimate. Collimating. Present participle and gerund of collimate. Collimation. The act of collimating or something collimated. Collimations. Plural of collimation. Collimator. An optical device that generates a parallel beam of light, often used to compensate for laser beam divergence. Collimators. Plural of collimator. Column. A male given name from ancient Greek. Variant of Collin. Collin County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, McKinney, named after Collin McKinney. The county seat is also named after him. Colline, a small hill or mount. Colonial, colonier. Colonial hoe, alternative form of colonier hoe. Colonial hose, plural of colonial hoe. Colonier, lying on the same straight line. Colonier hoe, a hoe with a narrow, razor-sharp blade for slicing the roots of weeds by skimming it just under the surface of the soil. Colonier hose, plural of colonier hoe. Colonierities, plural of colonierity. Colonierity, the condition of being colonier. Colonially, in a colonier manner. Colonnet, to converge to form a single line or point. Coloniete, simple past and past participle of coloniate. Callineation, the act of callineating, callimation. Callineations, plural of callineation. Collines, plural of colline. Colliness, the state or quality of being. Cali. Colling, a surname originating as a patronym. Collinge, a surname originating as a patronymic. Collingham, a village and civil parish in Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 8361. Collings, a surname originating as a patronymic. Collingsworth, a surname. Collingsworth County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Wellington. Collingwool, alternative. Spelling of Collingwool. Collingwood, a surname. Collingwoodian, of or relating to Robin George Collingwood 1889–1943, English philosopher and historian. Collins, an English surname originating as a patronymic from the given name Colin. Collins glass, a particular kind of tumbler, typically holding 14 fluid ounces and used for Tom Collins's and other long mixed drinks. Collins glasses, plural of Collins glass. Collins Green, a hamlet in Burtonwood and Westbrook Parish, Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England, historically in Lancashire. OS Grid Ref SJ 5694. Collinses, plural of Collins. Hohenser, any member of the plant genus Collinsia. Hallensan, of or pertaining to William Wilkie Collins 1824-1889, English author and playwright, or to his works. Hallensias, plural of Collinsia. Halensite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Hallenson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hollinsworth, a surname. Hollinsworths, plural of Collinsworth. Hollinwood, a historical area on the northeast side of Cleveland, Ohio, United States. Palladiumes, plural of Calliotomy. Palladiumy, synonym of episiotomy. Pollier, a town and commune of Pyrénées-Orientales department, Occitania, France, historically part of northern Catalonia. Hallapuli, a city and commune in Malico province, Araucania region, Chile. Helagarbal, liable to melt, grow soft, or become fluid. Holoquament, the first rudiments of an embryo and generation. Holoquaments, plural of colloquament. Halaquant, melting, liquefying. Haloquate, to melt or liquefy. Haloquated, simple past and past participle of colloquate. Colloquates, third person singular simple present indicative of colloquate. Colloquating, present participle and gerund of colloquate. Colloquation, the act of becoming liquid, melting. Colloquations, plural of colloquation. Colloquative, of pertaining to or causing colloquation, liquefactive. Colliquefaction, a melting together, the reduction of different bodies into one mass by fusion. Colliquefactions, plural of colliquefaction. Halles, a surname originating as a patronymic. Talishok, a surname. Halea, an instance of colliding. Collision attack, an attack on a cryptographic hash function that is able to find a hash collision a pair of different inputs that have the same hash faster than by brute force. Collision attacks, plural of collision attack. Collision bulkhead, a strong, watertight transverse bulkhead in the forepart of a ship to prevent water flowing aft in the event of a collision. Collision bulkheads, plural of collision bulkhead. Collision course, a course or path between two or more objects which, if continued at the current rate, will result in a collision. Collision courses, plural of collision course. Collision detection, the process or mechanism of determining whether two shapes are partially occupying the same space. Collision detections, plural of collision detection. Collision mat, a large square of canvas treated with a sealing agent and attached to lines at each corner, hauled over a damaged part of the hull to limit the inflow of water. Collision mats, plural of collision mats. Collision theories, plural of collision theory. Collision theory. Any theory that relates collisions among particles to reaction rate. Reaction rate depends on such factors as concentration, surface area, temperature, stirring, and the presence of either a catalyst or an inhibitor. Collision time. Of any two particles, the time interval between the beginning of a time step to the moment of their collision and is calculated from their initial positions and velocities. Collision times. Plural of collision time. However, of or pertaining to collisions, especially between particles. Collisionality. The condition of being collisional. However, with respect to collisions. However, that does not involve a collision between particles, bodies, plasmas, or waves. Collisionlessly. In a collisionless way. Collisionlessness. Absence of collisions. Collisions. Plural of collision. Colliza. Colliding, clashing. Halessa. A surname originating as a patronymic. Palester. A surname from Scottish Gaelic. Palesters. Plural of Colister. Howleston. A hamlet in Angus Council area, Scotland, northwest of Arbroath, OS Grid Ref No 6045. Holitigant. Disputing or wrangling. Holitigants. Plural of collitigant. Halman. A surname. Halmans. Plural of Kalman. Halm. Abbreviation of collection. Halms. Plural of Kalm. Holoblasts. A kind of cell found in the tentacles of sea ctenophores, used to capture prey by adhesion. Holoblasts. Plural of coloblasts. Holosabilities. Plural of collosability. Collosability. The tendency or legitimacy of words to occur together in a collocation. Collocable. Able to become part of a collocation. Collabo. Of, from, or in the same place as another. Colocalize. Alternative form of colocalize. Colocalized. Simple past and past participle of colocalize. Colocalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of colocalize. Colocalizing. Present participle and gerund of colocalize. Collocan. A word which collocates with another. Collocants. Plural of collocan. Collocatable. Capable of being collocated. Collocate. Set of certain words to be often used together form a collocation. For example, strong collocates with tea. Collocative. Simple past and past participle of collocate. Collocates. Third person singular simple present indicative of collocate. Collocating. Present participle and gerund of collocate. Collocation. The grouping or juxtaposition of things, especially words or sounds. Collocation extraction. The automated process of identifying and extracting word combinations that frequently appear together in a given corpus. Collocational. of or pertaining to collocation. Collocationally. In a collocational manner. Collocations. Plural of collocation. Collocative. Of, pertaining to, or representing a collocation. Collocator. A word which often or regularly collocates with another word. Collocators. Plural of collocator. Collocatory. Relating to collocation. Collochemistry. Colloidal chemistry. Collocution. An instance of multiple people speaking to each other, a conversation or conference. Collocutions. Plural of collocution. Collocutor. Any of the people engaged in a conversation. Collocutors. Plural of collocutor. Collocutory. Relating to colloquy, conversational. Holocyte. Any of various cells that produce gluey substances that bind or capture prey or objects by securing them with gluey materials and structures, or that simply have a smooth and gelatinous appearance. Holocytes. Plural of collocyte. Holodarian. A unicellular organism similar to a radiolarian of the order Calidaria. Holodarians. Plural of collodarian. Collodia. Plural of collodium. Collodiaphyseal. Relating to the neck and shaft diaphysis of a long bone, especially the femur. Collodictyenid. Any aquatic unicellular organism of the family Collodictyenidae. Collodictyenids. Plural of Collodictyenidae. Collodiachloride. An emulsion of sulfur chloride in collodion, formerly used in photographic printing. Collodion. A syrupy solution of nitrocellulose pyroxylin in alcohol and ether that evaporates on a surface to form a clear elastic film, used in surgical dressings, photographic plates, and lacquer paints. Collodionization. The process of collodionizing. Collodionize. To prepare or treat with collodion. Collodionize. Simple past and past participle of collodionize. Collodionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of collodionize. Collodionizing. Present participle and gerund of collodionize. Collodions. Plural of collodion. Collodiete. A picture obtained by the collodion process, a melanotype or ambrotype. Collodiates. Plural of collodiate. Collodium. Dated form of collodion. Coliform. Having a rounded, finely banded texture formed by rhythmic precipitation. Holography. Misspelling of holography. Hollard. To simulate belief. Hollard. Simple past and past participle of collard. Hollards. Third person singular simple present indicative of collard. Hollarding. Present participle and gerund of collard. Colloid. Glue-like, gelatinous. Colloidal. of, pertaining to, or consisting of a colloid. Colloidal silver. Colloid consisting of silver particles suspended in liquid, originally used by doctors from the early 20th century until the 1940s when antibiotics emerged, and then experiencing a revival from about 1990 when it was marketed with scientifically and supported claims of it being an essential mineral supplement or that it can prevent or treat numerous diseases. Colloidal silvers, plural of colloidal silver. Colloidalities, plural of colloidality. Colloidality, the state or quality of being colloidal. Colloidally, with respect to colloids. Colloidization, the process of colloidizing. Colloidize, to convert into a colloid. Colloidize, simple past and past participle of colloidize. Colloidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of colloidize. Colloidizing, present participle and gerund of colloidize. Colloidochemical, relating to colloidal chemistry. Colloidoclastic, synonym of anaphylaxic. Colloidosmotic, synonym of oncotic. Colloidosome, a selectively permeable capsule composed of colloidal particles. Colloidosomes, plural of colloidosome. Colloids, plural of colloid. Column, a surname. Columns, plural of column. Colonnade, alternative spelling of colonnade. Colonnaded, alternative spelling of colonnaded. Colonnades, plural of colonnade. Columma, like so. Homo. Holongite, a mixture of phosgene and stannic chloride or arsenic trichloride, once used as a poison gas. Colonnid, any gastropod in the family Colonidae. Colonnid, plural of colonnid. Colony, a town in County Sligo, Ireland. Collop, a slice of meat. Collop Monday, the day before Shrove Tuesday. Collop Mondays, plural of collop Monday. Colloped, having ridges or bunches of flesh, like collops. Colophonite, synonym of colophane. Colophore, a sucker-like organ at the base of the abdomen of insects belonging to the columbola. Colophores, plural of colophore. Colloping, present participle and gerund of collop. Colloping, a flogging. Collopings, plural of colloping. Collops, plural of collop. Collopi, a surname. Collopes, plural of collopi. Colloq, clipping of colloquium. Colloq, abbreviation of colloquial. Colloques, plural of colloq. Colloq, to hold colloquy, to converse. Colloqued, simple past and past participle of colloq. Colloquent, one who takes part in a colloquy. Colloquents, plural of colloquent. Colloques. Third person singular simple present indicative of colloque. Colloquia, a plural of colloquium. Colloquial. Characteristic of familiar conversation of common parlance, informal. Colloquialese. Characteristically colloquial or informal language, plain speech. Colloquialization. Alternative spelling of colloquialization. Colloquializations. Plural of colloquialization. Colloquialize. Alternative spelling of colloquialize. Colloquialized. Simple past and past participle of colloquialize. Colloquializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of colloquialize. Colloquializing. Alternative spelling of colloquializing. Colloquialism. A colloquial word or phrase, a common spoken expression. Colloquialisms. Plural of colloquialism. Colloquialists. A good conversationalist. Colloquialists. Plural of colloquialists. Colloquialities. Plural of colloquiality. Colloquiality. The state or condition of being colloquial, colloquialness. Colloquialization. The process or result of making colloquial. Colloquialization. Plural of colloquialization. Colloquialize. To render colloquial. Colloquialized. Simple past and past participle of colloquialize. Colloquializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of colloquialize. Colloquializing. Converting into a colloquial or informal register. Colloquially. In a colloquial manner. Colloquialness. The state or quality of being colloquial. Colloquials. Plural of colloquial. Colloquid. Simple past and past participle of colloquy. Colloquies. Plural of colloquy. Colloquing. Present participle and gerund of colloque. Colloquize. Alternative form of colloquize. Colloquize. Simple past and past participle of colloquize. Colloquises. Third person singular simple present indicative of colloquize. Colloquizing. Present participle and gerund of colloquize. Colloquist. One who takes part in a colloquy. Colloquists. Plural of colloquists. Colloquium. A colloquy, a meeting. For discussion. Colloquiums. Plural of colloquium. Colloquize. To take part in a colloquy. Colloquize. Simple past and past participle of colloquize. Colloquizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of colloquize. Colloquizing. Present participle and gerund of colloquize. Colloquy. A conversation or dialogue. Colloquying. present participle and gerund of colloquy. Colloquiz, misspelling of colloquiz. Collar, obsolete form of color. Collars, plural of collar. Colosol, a colloidal preparation of an insoluble material. Colosols, plural of colosol. Hypothalamic, relating to the hypothalamus. Hypothalamus, the caudal division of the dorsal thalamus in Anamiotes. Halathon, an Old Persian unit equal to 1.809 gallons. Holothons, plural of colothon. Holotype, a dichromate-based photographic process formerly used for large volume mechanical printing. Holotypes, plural of holotype. Holotypic, of or pertaining to colotype. Collar, obsolete form of color. Collars, plural of collar. Hollow, to make foul or dirty, begrime as with the smut of coal, blacken. Holoxylin, synonym of pyroxylin. Holoxyline, a form of nitrocellulose used in the manufacture of collodion. House, a surname originating as a patronymic. Holoxancy, a struggle to resist, a striving against, resistance, opposition of nature. Collectation, struggling, conflict, strife. Collectations, plural of collectation. Hello, to act in concert with, to conspire. Colluded, simple past and past participle of collude. Colluder, one who colludes, one who conspires. Colluders, plural of colluder. Colludes, third person singular simple present indicative of collude. Colluding, present participle and gerund of collude. Colludingly, collusively. Hilla, a surname. Hallams, a surname. Hellumses, plural of columns. Culinaria, plural of culinarium. Culinarium, a medicated solution to be applied in the nostrils either as a wash, spray, or as drops. Hillura, a surname from Italian. Hilluras, plural of collura. Hillurian, a private, cooperative agreement or arrangement between groups that otherwise maintain the pretense of competition, contention, or non-cooperation. Hillurians, plural of collusion. Hillusid, secretly acting together for a fraudulent or illegal purpose. Hillusily, in a collusive manner, fraudulently through collusion. Hillusinus, the quality or state of being collusive. Collusory, collusid. Collutories, plural of collutory. Collutorium, synonym of mouthwash. Collutory, a mouthwash. Colluvia, plural of colluvium. Colluvial, of or pertaining to colluvium. Colluvate, to undergo colluviation. Colluvated, Simple past and past participle of colluviate. Colluviation, the build-up of colluvium at the base of a hill slope. Colluviations, plural of colluviation. Colluvies, effluvium, colluvium. A loose accumulation of rock and soil debris at the foot of a slope. Colluviums, plural of colluvium. Holly, black as coal. Halioi, similar to those of species of the genus Colibia. Halibis, a money changer. Halibistin, a protein that acts as a regulator of the localization of gephyrin. Halibis, plural of colibis. Halir, a surname originating as an occupation, variant of Collier. Hallihurst, an inner suburb of the city of Manchester, Greater Manchester, England, OS Greater FSD 8500. Hallier, present participle and gerund of collie. Collimore, a surname. Collimores, plural of Collimore. Hollands, a surname originating as a patronymic. Coleria, plural of collyrium. Collyridian, of or relating to Collyridianism. Collyridianism, an alleged early Christian heretical movement in Arabia whose adherents apparently worshipped the Virgin Mary as a goddess. Collyridians, plural of collyridian. Collyrium, a lotion or liquid wash used as a cleanser for the eyes, and eye salve. Collyrium, plural of collyrium. Hollyweston, a village and civil parish in East Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9902. Hollyweston slate, a traditional roofing material found in central England, a form of limestone, not a true slate. Hollyweston slates, plural of Collyweston slate. Hollywobbled, suffering from the collywobbles, nervous or uneasy. Hollywobbles, a stomach ache or an upset stomach. Hull, a male given name from Irish. Halma, an incorporated town in San Mateo County, California, United States, notable for its cemeteries. Colmado, a corner store. Halman, a male given name from Irish. Palmer, a city, the capital of the department of Haltrine, Alsace region of Grand Est, eastern France. Palmascope, an instrument for visualizing stressed regions, especially internal regions, in substances such as glass, by detecting differences in the degree of rotation of the plane of polarization, generally by placing the object between cross-polarizers. Palmascopes, plural of palmascope. Palmettage, the deliberate introduction of silty water over low-lying land to build it up by deposition. Palmitation, the impermeable state of an originally porous medium, after it has been effectively clogged, usually by fine particles as a result of the process of colmation, though multiple causes might combine, such as swelling of clay or intrusion of asphalt. Colmation, a process of progressive clogging of a porous medium by fine particles such as might occur in groundwater passing through, thereby reducing the medium's porosity and, accordingly, its permeability. Comunarta Orja, a town and municipality in the community of Madrid, Spain. Colmenar Viejo, a town and municipality in the community of Madrid, Spain. Colmenares, a surname from Spanish. Colmenero, a surname from Spanish. Colmeneros, plural of Colmenero. Colmore, a village and civil parish in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 106,585. Haun, a river in Gloucestershire, England, which flows into the River Thames. Pont St. Denis, a small village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0810. Conberg, a village in Conbrook with Poyle Parish, Slough Borough, Berkshire, England, formerly in Buckinghamshire. OS Grid Ref TQ 0277. Conbrook with Poyle, a civil parish and council ward in Slough Borough, Berkshire, England. Halmy, a place or river in England. Coney Bridge, a historical bridge which gave its name to a village in West Yorkshire. England. Colney Hatch, a suburban area in the borough of Barnet, Greater London, England, at the north end of Colney Hatch Lane. OS Grid Ref TQ 2791. Hillo, a surname. Coloesophagoplasty, alternative form of coloesophagoplasty. Hillo, pertaining to the colon. Holo, an Indonesian condiment with similar ingredients to dabu-dabu, but darker and oilier. Coloesophagoplasties, plural of coloesophagoplasty. Coloesophagoplasty, alternative form of coloesophagoplasty. HILA, abbreviation of Colorado, a state of the United States. Haloaded, loaded with two or more different things. Halonal, relating to the colon and anus. Hallam, an island in southern Macau. Halibut, any member of the Colubidae. Halibids, plural of Colibid. Halibinan, any monkey of the subfamily Colibini. Halibinans, plural of Colibinin. Halibine, any Old World monkey of the subfamily Colibini. Halibines, plural of Colibine. Halobodontid, any extinct fish in the family Colobodontidae. Colobodontids, plural of Colobodontid. Colobognathan, any millipede of the clade Colobognatha. Colobognathans, plural of Colobognathan. Coloboma, an abnormal hole present from birth in one of the structures of the eye, such as the lens, eyelid, or retina. Colobomas, plural of coloboma. Colobomata, plural of coloboma. Colobomatas, related to coloboma. Halobranchial, relating to the colon and the bronchi. Halobus, any of several African monkeys of the genera Colobus, Piliocolobus and Procolobus. Colabusus, plural of colobus. Colocicol, relating to the colon and the cecum. Colocalization, alternative spelling of colocalization. Colocalizations, plural of colocalization. Colocalize, alternative form of colocalize. Colocalized, simple past and past participle of colocalize. Colocalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of colocalize. Colocalizing, present participle and gerund of colocalize. Colocalization, the state of colocalizing occurring within the same cell or cellular region. Colocalizations, plural of colocalization. Colocalize, to occur together in the same cell. Colocalized, simple past and past participle of colocalize. Colocalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of colocalize. Colocalizing, present participle and gerund of colocalize. Colocatia, tero, edo. Collocate, alternative spelling of collocate. Collocated. Simple past and past participle of collocate. Collocates, third person singular simple present indicative of collocate. Collocating, present participle and gerund of collocate. Collocation, alternative spelling of collocation. Collocations, plural of collocation. Colacha. A surname. Colachas, plural of colacho. Colocolic, relating to two parts of the colon. Colocalization, misspelling of colocalization. Colocolo, Lepidus colocola, a small striped cat native to western Central South America. Colocolo opossum, synonym of Manito del Monte, small South American marsupial. Colocolo opossums, plural of colocolo opossum. Colonic, of two ends of the colon. Colocolos, plural of colocolo. Colocolostomies, plural of colocolostomy. Colocolostomy, surgical anastomosis between two non-continuous segments of the colon. Colocutaneous. Relating to the colon and the skin. Colocynth, a viney plant. Citrullus colocynthis, native to the Mediterranean basin and Asia. It produces a lemon-sized, yellowish, green-mottled, spongy, and extremely bitter fruit. Colocynthin, the active medicinal principle of colocynth. A bitter yellow crystalline substance regarded as a glucoside. Colocynth is obsolete form of colocynth. Colocynths, plural of colocynth. Cholecystoplasties, plural of cholecystoplasty. Cholecystoplasty, the use of colon tissue to repair or enlarge the urinary bladder. Colonteral, synonym of enterocolic. Colonteric, synonym of enterocolic. Colonteritis, enterocolitis. Halosophagoplasties, plural of halosophagoplasty. Halosophagoplasty, replacement of a diseased or damaged section of the esophagus with a section of the colon. Halor, abbreviation of logarithm. Logarithm, the logarithm of the reciprocal of a number equal to the negative of the original logarithm. Logarithmic, relating to the logarithm. Logarithms, plural of logarithm. Gastric, between the colon and stomach, gastrocolic. Hologenic, originating in the colon. Halong, obsolete form of Cologne. Cologne, the largest city in North Rhine-Westphalia in western Germany on the Rhine River. Cologne an earth of a deep brown color containing more vegetable than mineral matter, an earthy variety of lignite or brown coal. Cologne umber, a brown pigment obtained from lignite. Cologne water, eau de Cologne. Cologne waters, plural of cologne water. Holland, perfumed with cologne. Holloner, a native or inhabitant of the city of Cologne, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Hollonners, plural of Kolodner. Colognes, plural of Cologne. Cologne, or relating to the city of Cologne in Germany. Colognians, plural of Cologne. Holloning, present participle and gerund of Cologne. Hollogs, plural of Collog. Cololite, a petrified worm cast. Cololites, plural of cololite. Cololith, synonym of cololite. Cololith, plural of cololith. Column, abbreviation of Columbia. Diploma, a surname from Spanish. Palomas, plural of Paloma. Colomastogid, any crustacean of the infraorder Colomastogida. Colomastogids, plural of Colomastogid. Halom, a surname. Colombard, a white grape variety from Charente. Colomelonid, any extinct sea snail in the family Colomelonidae. Colomelonids, plural of Colomelonid. Coloms, a commune in the northwestern suburbs of Paris, France. Colombia, a country in South America. Official name, Republic of Colombia. Capital, Bogota. Colombian, a native or inhabitant of Colombia. Colombian cold, a cold or sinus infection resulting from the use of cocaine. Colombian crake, a bird from the family Rallidae, Neocrax columbianus. Colombian crake, plural of Colombian crake. Colombian marching powder, synonym of Bolivian marching powder. Colombian necklace. Alternative form of Colombian necktie. Colombian necktie, a method of execution in which the victim's throat is slashed vertically, then his tongue is pulled out through the gaping wound toward the sternum, after which the victim usually dies of asphyxiation or blood loss. Colombian neckties, plural of Colombian necktie. Colombian Sign Language. A sign language used in Colombia. Colombianism, a word, usage, or linguistic feature particular to Colombian Spanish or English. Colombianisms, plural of Colombianism. Colombianes, the quality or characteristic of being Colombian. Colombians, plural of Colombian. Halomir, a village in Allier Department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Halomir paper, a large size of paper for drawings. Colombin, alternative form of Colombin. Colombini, a surname from Italian. Colombines, plural of Colombini. Colombia, alternative form of Colombian niobium. Colombo, the commercial capital and largest city of Sri Lanka. Colombo, Colombia. Columbophile, a pigeon fancier. Columbophiles, plural of columbophile. Columbophilia, pigeon fancying. Columns, plural of column. Column, a city in South Dakota. Colomentality, a colonial mentality. Colometric, relating to colometry. Colometrical, alternative form of colometric. Colometrically, in terms of or by means of colometry. Columtries. To analyze by colometry. Columtries. Simple past and past participle of columtries. Columtrises. Third person singular simple present indicative of columtries. Columtrizing. Present participle and gerund of columtries. Holometry. The analysis or division of a rhythmical period into cola. Polymycin, an antibiotic, cholestyramine, sodium used to treat respiratory infections, especially those caused by the bacterium Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Colon, a surname. Helon, a town in La Libertad Department, El Salvador. Colon cleansing, the removal of nonspecific toxins from the colon and intestinal tract. Colon cleansings, plural of colon cleansing. Colon point, synonym of colon. Colon points, plural of colon point. Colonnade, dated spelling of colonnade. Colonnades, plural of colonnade. Colonnate, a peasant in ancient Rome who was legally tied to the land but could not be bought or sold. Colonnates, plural of colonnate. Colunch, an ancient Mexican alcoholic drink made from nopal. Column, alternative form of colon husbandman. Colonectomies, plural of colonectomy. Colonectomy, alternative form of colectomy. Colonel, the military officer title. Colonel Blimp, a stereotype of a pompous, ex-military middle-aged man, conservative and opposed to new ideas. Colonel Blimps, plural of Colonel Blimp. Colonel Commandant, a senior colonel who had authority over other colonels, nowadays used as a ceremonial title for some military formations in the United Kingdom, similar to Colonel-in-Chief. Colonel General, a general officer's rank in some nations' militaries, corresponding to the rank of either a lieutenant general or full general in the United States rank system. Colonel Generals, plural of Colonel General. Colonel Sanders, a KFC restaurant. Colonel Commandant, alternative spelling of Colonel Commandant. Colonel General, alternative spelling of Colonel General. Colonel Generals, plural of Colonel General. Colonel-in-Chief, the holder of a ceremonial position in a military regiment, often a member of the royal family. Colonelcies, plural of colonelcy. Colonelcy, the rank or office of a colonel. Colonel, simple past and past participle of colonel. Columnless, a female colonel. Columnlesses, plural of columnless. Colonelling, present participle and gerund of colonel. Colonel, simple past and past participle of colonel. Colonelling, present participle and gerund of colonel. Colonels, plural of colonel. Colonels commandant. Plural of colonel commandant. Colonel's coup, a military coup d'etat instigated by a group of unit commanders, a faction of the military, and not the military establishment. Colonel's coups, plural of colonel's coup. Colonelship, the status or rank of a colonel, colonelcy. Colonelships, plural of colonelship. Colonel, a colonist. Coloners, plural of coloner. Polans, plural of colon. Polonsty, a commune of Bacău County, Romania. Colonnet, a narrow decorative column supporting a beam or lintel. Colonnettes, plural of colonnet. Longitude, the longitude of the morning terminator division between illuminated and dark regions on the moon, as measured in degrees westward from the prime meridian. Colongitudes, plural of colongitude. Colony, plural of colonus. Colonia, an urban area of Yap. Federated States of Micronesia. Colonia del Sacramento, a city, the capital of Colonia Department in southwestern Uruguay. Colonia LeBaron, a village in Chihuahua, Mexico. Colonial, of or pertaining to a colony. Colonial that, grass of species Agrostis capillaris, native in Eurasia, introduced elsewhere. Colonial blue, a grayish medium blue color. Colonial blues. Plural of colonial blue. Colonial empire. a collective of territories that are either contiguous with the imperial center or located overseas and settled by the population of a certain state and governed by that state. Colonial empires, plural of colonial empire. Colonial goose, a roast leg of lamb or mutton, boned and stuffed with honey, dried apricots, etc., and marinated with red wine. Colonial lag, the retention of certain lexical items in a colonial variety of a language which have fallen into disuse in the original language. Colonial revival, of an American architectural style that harkens back to the architecture prominent in the United States when it was settled by the English, Spanish, and Dutch. Colloquial revivals, plural of colloquial revival. Colonial salmon, a fish, the coweye. Colonialization, alternative spelling of colonialization. Colonializations, plural of colonialization. Colonialize, alternative form of colonialize. Colonialize, simple past and past participle of colonialize. Colonializes, third person singular simple present indicative of colonialize. Colonialize. Present participle and gerund of colonialize. Colonialism, the policy of a country seeking to extend or retain its authority over other people or territories, generally with the aim of economic dominance. Colonialisms, plural of colonialism. Colonialists, of or pertaining to colonialism. Colonialiste, of or pertaining to colonialism. Colonialistically, in a colonialistic manner. Colonialists, plural of colonialists. Colonialities, plural of coloniality. Coloniality, equality of colonial. Colonialization, bringing into subjection or subjugation, and implies the subjugation or pacification of a people and taking of a pre-populated land. Colonializations, plural of colonialization. Colonialize, to make colonial. Colonialized, simple past and past participle. Participle of colonialize. Colonializes, third person singular simple present indicative of colonialize. Colonializing, present participle and gerund of colonialize. Coloniale, in a colonial manner. Colonialness, the state or quality of being colonial. Colonials, plural of colonial. Colodak, a colonizer. Coloniacs, plural of coloniac. Colonic, of relating to, affecting, or within the colon. Colonic cocktail, a barium mixture taken orally as a contrast medium to facilitate a later rectal examination. Colonic cocktails, plural of colonic cocktail. Colonic transit time, the amount of time required for a substance to travel through the colon. Colonic transit times, plural of colonic transit time. Colonico, of or relating to farmers or farming, agricultural. Colonic, in a colonic manner. Colonics, plural of colonic. Colony, a town and village in Albany County, New York. Colony, simple past and past participle of colony. Colonies, plural of colony. Colonigenic, that forms a bacterial colony. Colonimetric, misspelling of colorimetric. Colonizable, alternative form of colonizable. Colonization, alternative spelling of colonization. Colonizational, alternative form of colonizational. Colonizations, plural of colonization. Colonize, non-Oxford British Standard spelling of colonize. Colonize, simple past and past participle of colonize. Colonizy, rare spelling of colonize. Colonizius, plural of colonizy. Colonizer, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of colonizer. Colonizers, plural of colonizer. Colonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of colonize. Colonizing, present participle and gerund of colonize. Colonist, a founder of a colony. Colonists, plural of colonists. Colonitis, colitis. Colonizability, ability to be colonized. Colonizable, capable of being colonized. Colonization, the process of establishing a colony. Colonizational, relating to colonization. Colonizationism, advocacy of colonization. Colonizationists, an advocate of colonizationism. Colonizationists, plural of colonizationists. Colonizations, plural of colonization. Colonize, to settle a place with colonists and hence make a place into a colony. Colonized, simple past and past participle of colonize. Colonizy, a victim of colonization. Colonizias, plural of colonizy. Colonizer, one who colonizes. Colonizers, plural of colonizer. Colonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of colonize. Colonizing, present participle and gerund of colonize. Colonna, a surname from Italian. Colonnade, a series of columns at regular intervals. Colonnaded, having one or more colonnades. Colonnades, plural of colonnade. Colonnas, plural of colonna. Colonnette, a small, thin column, especially one used to support an arcade. Colonnettes, plural of colonnette. Colonocyte, an epithelial cell of the colon. Colonocytes, plural of colonocyte. Colonothoboroscopy, fibroscopy of the colon and rectum. Colonophobroscopic, relating to colonophoboroscopy. Colonogenic, forming the tissue Issues of the colon. Cholonogenicity, the condition of being cholonogenic. Cholonogram, a diagnostic image produced by colonography. Colonograms, plural of colonogram. Colonographic, of or relating to colonography. Colonographies, plural of colonography. Colonography, a virtual, non-invasive form of colonoscopy that uses computed tomography. Colonoid, an organoid derived from the colon. Colonoids, plural of colonoid. Colonometric, relating to colonometry. Colonometrical. Alternative form of colonometric. Colonometrogram, a graphical representation of colonic contractions. Colonometrograms, plural of colonometrogram. Colonometry, the measurement of colonic contractions. Colonopathies, plural of colonopathy. Colonopathy, any disease or disorder of the colon. Colonopexy, synonym of colonoscopy. Colonorctal, alternative form of colorectal. Colonoscope, a flexible fiberoptic endoscope used to examine the colon and obtain tissue samples. Colonoscopes, plural of colonoscope. Colonoscopic, of or pertaining to colonoscopy. Colonoscopically, by means of or in terms of colonoscopy. Colonoscopy, plural of colonoscopy. Colonoscopist, the physician who administers a colonoscopy. Colonoscopists, plural of colonoscopists. Colonoscopy, the examination of the colon using a colonoscope. Colonosphere, a colonic spheroid. Colonospheres, plural of colonosphere. Colons, plural of colon. Colons, plural of colon. Colonsay, an island in the Inner Hebrides, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland, located north of Islay and south of Mull. Colonus, a sharecropping tenant farmer of the late Roman Empire and early Middle Ages. Colony, a place in the United States. Colony and Dominion of Virginia, an English colony in North America that existed from 1607 until the American Revolution. Colony collapse disorder, a mysterious and widespread phenomenon of the sudden disappearance of colonies of bees. Colony counter, laboratory equipment used to count colonies of bacteria or other microorganisms growing on agar, usually in a petri dish. Colony counters, plural of colony counter. Colony of Virginia, an English and later British colonial settlement in North America between 1606 and 1776. Colony forming unit, a progenitor cell participating in hematopoiesis that gives rise to a particular lineage or type of blood cells. Colony-forming units, plural of colony-forming unit. Colony-stimulating factor, a secreted glycoprotein that binds to receptor proteins on surfaces of committed progenitors in the bone marrow, thereby activating intracellular signaling pathways that can cause the cells to proliferate and differentiate into a specific kind of blood cell. Colonyhood, the state of being a colony. Colony, resembling a colony. Colony-wide, throughout a colony. Haluf, an element in a matroid that belongs to no circuit or equivalently belongs to every basis. Halubs, plural of colub. Colopathy, any disease or disorder of the colon. Colopexia, synonym of coloxy. Coloxes, plural of colopsy. Colopsy, the attachment of a portion of the colon to the abdominal wall. Colophonies, plural of colophony. Colophony, rare spelling of colophony. Colophene, a colorless oily liquid formerly obtained by distillation of colophony and regarded as a polymeric form of terebinthine. Holophenes, plural of colophene. Holophon, a historical city in ancient Greece. Colophon, alternative form of colophon. Colophones, plural of colophone. Colophonian, of or relating to the Lydian city of Colophon. Colophonians, plural of colophonian. Colophonic, of or relating to a colophon. Colophonies, plural of colophony. Colophonous, the writer of a colophon. Colophonous, plural of colophonists. Colophonite, a coarsely granular variety of garnet. Colophonites, plural of colophonite. Colophonitic, of, relating to, or containing colophonite. Colophons, plural of colophon. Holophony, rosin, the residue left to or containing colophonite. Holophons, plural of colophon. Holophony, rosin, the residue left after the distillation of oil of turpentine from liquid resin, used in pharmaceutical preparations, soldering fluxes, and by violinists. Coloplasties, plural of coloplasty. Coloplasty, surgery on the colon, often, especially, partial resection thereof. Coloplexy, misspelling of colopsy. Coloposcopy, misspelling of colposcopy. Coloproctitis, inflammation of the colon and the rectum. Coloproctological, relating to coloproctology. Coloproctologist, a physician specializing in the colon, rectum, and anus, an expert in coloproctology. Coloproctologists, plural of coloproctologists. Coloproctology, branch of medicine dealing with pathology of the colon, rectum, and anus and colorectal surgery. Coloproctostomies, plural of coloproctostomy. Coloproctostomy, anastomosis of the colon to the rectum. Halopsenol, any of a group of aliphatic polyhydroxy cytotoxins present in a marine dinoflagellate of the genus Amphidinium. Halopsenols, plural of colopsenol. Coloptosis, prolapse of the colon. Coloptotic, relating to coloptosis. Colloquinted, colocynth, colloquintida, colocynth, a viney plant bearing extremely bitter fruit. Colloquintides, plural of colloquintida. Color, the spectral composition of visible light. Color analyst, synonym of color commentator. Color analysts, plural of color analysts. Color announcer, synonym of color commentator. Color announcers, plural of color announcer. Color banding, the presence of visibly disjointed gradients caused by an inability to represent intermediate colors. Color bar, alternative spelling of color bar. Color barrier, an unspoken social code of racial segregation or discrimination, particularly in sports, education, and public service. Color barriers, plural of color barrier. Color bars, plural of color bar. Color blind, unable to distinguish between two or more primary colors, usually red and green. Color blindness, any of several medical conditions in which the physical ability to see colors is impaired, especially achromatopsia, daltonism. Color blindnesses, plural of color blindness. Color by number, a simple coloring exercise intended especially for children, consisting of a line drawing that divides the artwork into distinct spaces, the intended color of each indicated by a number and referenced from a key. Color by numbers. Alternative form of color by number. Color charge. In standard model of particle physics, a property possessed by quarks, antiquarks, and gluons that determine rules for how these particles may interact. There are three pairs of colors and anticolors, red, green, blue, and their corresponding anticolors, for example anti-red. Color charges, plural of color charge. Color code, alternative spelling of color code. Color-coded, simple past and past participle of color code. Color codes, plural of color code. Color coding, present participle and gerund of color code. Color commentator, at a sporting event, a member of the radio or television announcing team who assists a play-by-play announcer, provides insight into strategy, player performance, background information, etc., and often like humor. Color commentators, plural of color commentator. Color compass, the color wheel. Color coordinate, each value in a set of coordinates representing the position of a color in a color space. Color coordinate system, a set of values representing the position of a color in a color space. Color coordinate systems, plural of color coordinate system. Color coordinated, simple past and past participle of color coordinate. Color coordinates, plural of color coordinate. Color coordinating, present participle and gerund of color coordinate. Color coordination, the act or process of color coordinating. Color depth, the number of bits per pixel used to store color information in an image. Color fade, a film punctuation in which the picture brightens until it is completely a single color. Color fades. Plural of color fade. Color field. A large area of flat, solid color, characteristic of a school of modernist abstract painting that emerged in New York City during the 1940s and 1950s. Color fields. Plural of color field. Color font. A digital font whose glyphs carry color instead of being monochrome like traditional digital fonts. The technology is commonly used for emoji, but has also been used for display fonts. Color fonts. Plural of color font. Color force. Alternative spelling of color force. Color forces. Plural of color force. Color grading. A post-production process common to filmmaking and video editing of enhancing various attributes of an image such as contrast, color, saturation, detail, black level, and white balance. Color guard. A uniformed group, especially of soldiers, police officers, scouts, or school representatives, who present their institution's flag and sometimes other flags on ceremonial occasions. Color guards. Plural of color guard. Color in. To add colors to a black and white drawing using color drawing equipment. Color inside the lines. To behave conventionally, to follow the rules. Color killer. An electronic stage in a television set that cuts off the color amplifiers when a monochrome signal is received. Color killers. Plural of color killer. Color line. Synonym of color bar. Color lines. Plural of color line. Color man. A male color commentator, a radio or television announcer who provides analysis, background information, and light humor. Color me. I am adjective. Color man. Plural of color man. Color of authority. The claim legitimization of a person's acts by his or her role as an agent of governmental power. Color of law. A mere semblance of legal right, a means to do something with the apparent authority of law but actually in contravention of law. Color of office. The appearance of authority under which a public official acts. Color of someone's money. Someone's ability or willingness to pay, money paid and not merely promised. Color of title. The situation where a claim to title in real estate appears valid but may be legally defective. Color outside the lines. To behave in creative or unconventional ways to break the rules. Color pencil. Alternative form of colored pencil. Color pencils. Plural of color pencil. Color photography. Photography using multiple colors as opposed to black and white photography. Color pop. A digital effect in which part of an image is shown in color, the rest of the image being in gray or a dull monochrome. Color pops. Plural of color pop. Color proud. Alternative form of color proud. Color revolution. Alternative form of color revolution. Color revolutions. Plural of color revolution. Color screw. The condition of having an insufficient supply of the correct color of mana. Color screws. Plural of color screw. Color separation. The process of breaking down a colored image into its component colors in order for it to be printed. Color separations, plural of color separation. Color space, a numerical representation of all the possible colors in a particular display or printing system. Color spaces, plural of color space. Color stories, plural of color story. Color story, a limited palette of colors chosen for an outfit or a wardrobe. Color television, alternative spelling of color television. Color televisions, plural of color television. Color temperature, a property of a light source, the temperature of an ideal black body radiator that radiates light of a color comparable to that of the light source. Color temperatures, plural of color temperature. Color timing, the process of adjusting the amount of red, green, and blue light used to create a film positive from a film negative in an analog film lab. Color timings, plural of color timing. Color triangle, alternative form of color triangle. Color triangles, plural of color triangle. Color TV, color television. Color TVs, plural of color TV. Color up, to blush to go red. Color war, an event in which a number of teams, each represented by a different color, compete against each other to earn points through various challenges. Color wars, plural of color war. Color wheel, alternative spelling of color wheel. Color wheels, plural of color wheel. Colored, archaic form of colored. Colorblind, alternative form of colorblind. Color blindly, in a colorblind manner, without reference to color. Color blindness, alternative form of color blindness. Color blindnesses, plural of color blindness. Color code, alternative form of color code. Color coded, simple past and past participle of color code. Color codes, plural of color code. Color coding, present participle of color code. Color coordinate, alternative form of color coordinate. Color coordinated, alternative form of color coordinated. Color octet, the 8 color components of the gluon. Color octets, plural of color octet. Color proud, alternative form of color proud. Color screw, alternative form of color screw. Color screws, plural of color screw. Color struck, having a personal prejudice against darker-skinned people. Colorability, plural of colorability. Colorability, the state or condition of being colorable. Colorable, U.S. standard spelling of colorable. Colorableness, alternative form of colorableness. Colorably, in a colorable manner. Coloradan, a native or resident of the state of Colorado in the United States of America. Coloradans, plural of Coloradan. Coloradito, a red Oaxacan Mexican sauce. Colorado, places in North America. Colorado beetle, a beetle Leptonotarsa decemlinita, formerly Dorophora decemlinita, with black and yellow stripes, that is a serious pest of potatoes. Colorado beetles, plural of Colorado beetle. Colorado brown stain, a brownish stain on the teeth, a symptom of fluorosis. Colorado City, a town in Mohave County, Arizona, United States. Colorado Clipper. Synonym of Colorado low. Colorado Clippers, plural of Colorado Clipper. Colorado County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Columbus. Colorado Desert, a desert that is part of the larger Sonoran Desert located in California, United States, and Baja California, Mexico. Colorado Desert Sidewinder, Crotalus cerastes laterorpans, a subspecies of the sidewinder rattlesnake Crotalus cerastes found in the Colorado Desert. Colorado Desert Sidewinders, plural of Colorado Desert Sidewinder. Colorado fir, synonym of white fir, the coniferous tree, a biskin color. Colorado firs, plural of Colorado fir. Colorado low, a fast-moving high-precipitation winter storm system originating out of Colorado and traveling east across the United States, dumping much snow on the Great Plains and the Midwest. Colorado lows, plural of Colorado low. Colorado Plateau, a physiographic region made up of desert and scattered forests, centered near the four corners in the southwestern United States. Colorado Potato Beetle, Colorado beetle Leptonotarsa decemlinita. Colorado potato beetles, plural of Colorado potato beetle. Colorado River, a major river in Colorado, Utah, Arizona, Nevada, and California, United States, and Baja California and Sonora, Mexico. Colorado River Numic, synonym of Ute, the language of the Ute people of the Numic branch of the Uto-Aztecan language family. Colorado River Toad, synonym of Sonoran Desert Toad. Colorado River Toads, plural of Colorado River Toad. Colorado Snapper, a fish of the Pacific coast of Central America, genus Colorado. Colorado Snappers, plural of Colorado Snapper. Colorado Springs, a city, the county seat of El Paso County, Colorado, United States. Colorado Spruce, synonym of blue spruce. Colorado Spruces, plural of Colorado Spruce. Colorado State, ellipsis of Colorado State University. Colorado Topaz, a form of tawny-colored topaz found in Colorado. Colorado topazes, plural of Colorado topaz. Colorado-like, resembling the U.S. state of Colorado or some attribute of it. Coloradone, alternative form of Coloradan. Coloradones, plural of Coloradone. Coloradite, mercury telluride. Colorados, plural of Colorado. Colorant, alternative form of colrune. Colorant, alternative spelling of colorant. Colorants, plural of colorant. Colorate, to apply color to something, to make colorful. Colorated, simple past and past participle of colorate. Colorates, third person singular simple present indicative of colorate. Colorating, present participle and gerund of colorate. Coloration, the act or art of coloring. Colorational, relating to coloration. Colorationally, in terms of coloration. Colorations, plural of coloration. Colorative, of, pertaining to or producing coloration. Coloratura, florid or fancy passages in vocal music. Coloraturas, plural of coloratura. Colorature, alternative form of coloratura. Coloratures, plural of colorature. Colorbearer, a soldier tasked with carrying a flag in battle. Colorbearers, plural of colorbearer. Colorblind, alternative form of colorblind. Colorblindness, alternative form of colorblindness. Colorbound, alternative form of colorbound. Colorbreath, simple past and past participle of colorbreed. Colorbreed, to breed plants or animals selectively to produce new or desired colors. Colorbreeding, present participle and gerund of colorbreed. Colorbreeds, third person singular simple present indicative of colorbreed. Colorbursts, a generated video signal used to keep the chrominance subcarrier synchronized in a color television signal. Colorcast, an undesirable tint of color affecting another color in a photograph due to an incorrect balance. Colorcasted, simple past and past participle of colorcast. Colorcaster, color commentator. Colorcasters, plural of colorcaster. Colorcasting, present participle and gerund of colorcast. Colorcasts, plural of colorcast. Colorectal, of or pertaining to the colorectum. Colorectally, via the rectum and colon. Colorectitis, inflammation of the colon and rectum. Colorectomies, plural of colorectomy. Colorectomy, the removal of the colon and rectum. Colorectoscopic, synonym of proctoscopic. Colorectostomies, plural of colorectostomy. Colorectostomy, Anastomosis of the colon to the rectum. Colorectum. The distal part of the colon together with the rectum. Color. Alternative letter case form of colored non-white or mixed race. Colored by number. Simple past and past participle of color by number. Colored egg. A hard-boiled egg decorated in bright colors using water-soluble dyes used for celebrating Easter. Colored eggs. Plural of colored egg. Colored in. Simple past and past participle of color in. Colored inside the lines. Simple past and past participle of color inside the lines. Colored outside the lines. Simple past and past participle of color outside the lines. Colored pencil. A pencil with a wax-like colored core. Colored pencils. Plural of colored pencil. Colored people time. Synonym of colored people's time. Colored people's time. A notional system of time or time zone which others sometimes derogatorily ascribe to African Americans, and which they sometimes jocularly ascribe to themselves to account for their supposed tendency to be tardy. Colored up. Simple past and past participle of color up. Coloreds. Plural of colored. Colorer. One who colors. Colorers. Plural of colorer. Colors. Plural of color. Colorvass. Having colors that have been dyed or applied to the material in a way that will prevent them from being washed out, running, or fading. Color fastness. The characteristic of being color fast. Color fastnesses. Plural of color fastness. Color field. Of, relating to, or characteristic of abstract painting in which large, flat areas of color are spread to cover the entire canvas and dominate over form and texture. Colorful. Possessing prominent and varied colors. Colorful bluenail. Alternative spelling of colorful bluenail. Colorful bluenails. Plural of colorful bluenail. Colorfully. In a colorful manner. Colorfulness. The state of being colorful. Colorfulnesses. Plural of colorfulness. Color gravure. A photogravure in color. Color gravures. Plural of color gravure. Coloriferous. Producing or transmitting color. Colorific. That produces colored precipitates. Colorification. Dated form of coloration. Colorifications. Plural of colorification. Colorifics. Plural of colorific. Colorimeter. Any of various instruments designed to determine the color of something by comparison with standard colors or by spectroscopy. Colorimeters. Plural of colorimeter. Colorimeter. Of or pertaining to colorimetry. Colorimetric correction. A process that adjusts the colors in an image to render it more realistic. Colorimetric corrections. Plural of colorimetric correction. Color Colorimetrical. Alternative form of colorimetrical. Colorimetrically, by means of colorimetry or by using a colorimeter. Colorimetrics, colorimetry. Colorimetries, plural of colorimetry. Colorimetrist, one who is involved in colorimetry. Colorimetrists, plural of colorimetrists. Colorimetry, the science of measuring colors and assigning them numeric values. Coloring, that colors something. Coloring book, a book containing line art for readers, usually children, to add color using crayons, colored pencils, markers, paint, or other artistic media. Coloring books, plural of coloring book. Coloring by number, present participle and gerund of color by number. Coloring in, present participle and gerund of color in. Coloring inside the lines, present participle and gerund of color inside the lines. Coloring outside the lines, present participle and gerund of color outside the lines. Coloring pencil, alternative form of colored pencil. Coloring pencils, plural of coloring pencil. Coloring up, present participle and gerund of color up. Colorings, plural of coloring. Colorization, the process of converting to color. Colorize, alternative spelling of colorize. Colorizer, non-Oxford British English spelling of color. Colorizer. Colorism, prejudice or bias against persons on the basis of their skin color or complexion, often among persons of the same racial identification. Colorisms, plural of colorism. Colorist, one who colors, an artist with a talent for coloring. Coloristic, of, pertaining to, or focused on coloring or an enhanced use of color. Coloristical, rare spelling of coloristical. Coloristically, in terms of or in relation to color in a coloristic way. Colorists, plural of colorists. Colorization, an electronic process that adds color to black and white movies. Colorizations, plural of colorization. Colorize, to add color to. Colorize, simple past and past participle of colorize. Colorizer, a device or system that colorizes black and white film or images. Colorizers, plural of colorizer. Colorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of colorize. Colorizing, present participle and gerund of colorize. Colorless, U.S. standard spelling of colorless. Colorless green ideas sleep furiously. An example of a sentence that is grammatically well formed, but is semantically nonsensical. Colorlessly, in a colorless manner. Colorlessness, U.S. standard spelling of colorlessness. Colormaker, a maker of paints or dyes, a colorman. Colormakers, plural of colormaker. Colormaking, the manufacture of paints or dyes. Colorman, Alternative form of colorman. Color map. A lookup table specifying the colors to be used in rendering a palletized image. Color maps. Plural of color map. Colorman. Plural of colorman. Colorogenic. That produces color under particular conditions. Colorology. The scientific study of color. Colorimetric. Misspelling of colorimetric. Colorimetrically. Misspelling of colorimetrically. Color-raw. A massive gauge boson that is a color octet resonance. Colorons. Plural of coloron. Coloroto. A rotogravure produced in color. Colorotos. Plural of coloroto. Colorous. Full of color. Colorphobia. Fear, hate, or dislike of people of a particular skin color. Colorphobic. Exhibiting colorphobia. Colorpoint. Alternative spelling of colorpoint. Colorpoints. Plural of colorpoint. Colorpuncture. A form of alternative medicine in which colored light is shone on acupoints. Colors. Plural of color. Colors by number. Third person singular simple present indicative of color by number. Color in. Third person singular simple present indicative of color in. Colors inside the lines. Third person singular simple present indicative of color inside the lines. Colors outside the lines. Third person singular simple present indicative of color outside the lines. Colors up. Third person singular simple present indicative of color up. Color screw. Alternative form of color screw. Color screws. Plural of color screw. Colorsome. Characterized or marked by color, colorful, by extension vibrant, cheerful. Color space. Alternative spelling of color space. Color spaces. Plural of color space. Color type. A color print that is produced by combining the images from 3 photo engraved plates, each contributing a single primary color red, blue, or yellow. Color types. Plural of color type. Colorer. A rebel organization characterized by religious fanaticism or a member thereof. Colorums. Plural of colorum. Colorway. Any of the schemes of 2 or more colors in which a design is available. Colorways. Plural of colorway. Colorwise. In terms of color. Colorwork. Knitting involving multiple colors. Colory. Alternative form of colory. Coloscope. A colonoscope. Coloscopes. Plural of coloscope. Coloscopic. Of or pertaining to coloscopy. Coloscopies. Plural of coloscopy. Coloscopy. Colonoscopy. Colothi. A surname from Italian. Colosimo. a surname from Italian. Colossimos, plural of Colosimo. Colossus, plural of colossi. Colosphere, a spherical bundle of cells from a colorectal cancer tumor used for pharmaceutical research. Colospheres, plural of colosphere. Hellas, abbreviation of Colossians. Colossal, extremely large or on a great scale. Colossal squid, an enormous squid Mesonichotuthis hamiltoni, of which few specimens have been studied. Colossal squids, plural of colossal squid. Colossality, the quality of being colossal, hugeness. Colossally, in a colossal manner, or to a colossal extent. Colossalness, the quality of being colossal. Colossi, plural of colosseum. Colosseum, colossal, very large. Colossindae, any sea spider in the family Colossinidae. Colossindades, plural of Colossindae. Colosseum, the largest stadium in the Roman Empire, located near the center of Rome. Colosseums, plural of Colosseum. Colossi, plural of Colossus. Colossian, of, from, or pertaining to Colossi. Colossians, the 12th book of the New Testament of the Bible, an epistle to the people of Colossae, which is attributed to Paul the Apostle. Colossus, a statue of gigantic size. The name was especially applied to certain famous statues in antiquity, as the Colossus of Nero in Rome and the Colossus of Rhodes, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Colossus of Rhodes, a statue of Greek god Helios in ancient Rhodes, Greece, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Colossus, plural of Colossus. Colossia, archaic spelling of Colosseum. Colossia, plural of Colosseum. Colostade, any tetrapod in the family Colosteidae. Colostades, plural of colostae. Colostography, an imaging technique that identifies disorders of the colon. Colostomies, plural of colostomy. Colostomy, an incision into the colon to allow for drainage, the opening produced in such incision. Colostomy bag, a small pouch placed over the stoma of a person who has had a colostomy, used to collect waste products that would otherwise pass through a person's rectum. Colostomy bags, plural of colostomy bag. Colostra, plural of colostrum. Colostra, relating to colostrum. Colostration, any disorder of infants attributed to the effects of the colostrum. Colostric, of or relating to colostrum. Colostronin, a mixture of polypeptides derived from colostrum. Colostrogenesis, the formation of colostrum, typically in cattle. Colostrometer, a simple device used to analyze colostrum. Colostrometers, plural of colostrometer. Colostrus, of or relating to colostrum. Colostrum, a form of milk produced by the mammary glands in late pregnancy and the few days after giving birth. Colostrums, plural of colostrum. Colotome, of or relating to colotomy. Colotomies, plural of colotomy. Colotomy, any incisional operation on the colon. Color, Commonwealth and Ireland standard spelling of color. Color analyst, alternative form of color analyst. Color analysts, plural of color analysts. Color announcer, synonym of color commentator. Color announcers, plural of color announcer. Color bar, the segregation of people of different color or race, especially any barrier to black people participating in activities with white people. Color bars, plural of color bar. Color blind, British spelling of color blind. Color blindness, British standard spelling of color blindness. Color blindnesses, plural of color blindness. Color charge, alternative spelling of color charge. Color charges, plural of color charge. Color code, any system where colors are used to categorize elements of sets. Color coded, simple past and past participle of color code. Color codes, plural of color code. Color coding, present participle of color code. Color commentator, alternative form of color commentator. Color commentators, plural of color commentator. Color coordinate, Commonwealth standard spelling of color coordinate. Color coordinated, alternative form of color coordinated. Color coordinates, plural of color coordinate. Color coordinating, present participle and gerund of color coordinate. Color coordination, British standard spelling of color coordination. Color fastness, the quality of being color fast. Color field, UK form of color field. Color field painting, a style of abstract painting characterized by large, flat surfaces of solid color. Color force, a fundamental force that is associated with the strong nuclear force created by the associated bosons known as gluons between quarks and other subatomic particles by way of the color charge. Color forces, plural of color force. Color guard, alternative form of color guard. Color guards, plural of color guard. Color in, to colorize, to add colors to a black and white drawing using color drawing equipment. Color inside the lines, alternative form of color inside the lines. Color killer, alternative form of color killer. Color killers, plural of color killer. Color light signal, an electric railway signal with color aspects, showing either red or green in a two-aspect signal, with the addition of a yellow or double yellow aspect meaning caution in 3 and 4 aspect signals. Color light signals, plural of color light signal. Color man, alternative form of colorman. Colorman, plural of color man. Color of someone's money, alternative form of color of someone's money. Color outside the lines, alternative form of color outside the lines. Color pencil, alternative form of colored pencil US. Color pencils, plural of color pencil. Color proud, alternative form of color proud. Color retention agent, any compound added to a food product in order to retain or enhance its color during storage or cooking. Color retention agents. Plural of color retention agent. Color revolution. Any of various related revolutionary movements that developed in several societies in the former Soviet Union and the Balkans during the early 2000s, mostly using nonviolent resistance. Color revolutions. Plural of color revolution. Color scheme. A colorway. Color schemes. Plural of color scheme. Color screw. Alternative spelling of color screw. Color screws. Plural of color screw. Color sergeant. A non-commissioned officer in some infantry regiments of the British Army, equivalent in rank to a staff sergeant in most other armies. A color sergeant ranks above a sergeant and below a warrant officer. Color sergeants, plural of color sergeant. Color stories, plural of color story. Color story, alternative form of color story. Color supplement, a glossy color magazine issued with a newspaper, typically covering arts, fashion, lifestyle, etc. Color supplements, plural of color supplement. Color television, a color system of transmitting and receiving television signals. Color televisions. Plural of color television. Color triangle, a plain triangular graph on which are drawn all the colors that can be made by the additive mixing of red, blue, and green. These three primary colors are at the apices, while white is in the middle. Color triangles, plural of color triangle. Color up, alternative form of color up. Color wheel, a planar circular chart in which related colors are adjacent and complementary colors are opposite. Color wheels, plural of color wheel. Color, archaic form of colored. Colorblind, alternative form of colorblind. Colorblindness, alternative form of colorblindness. Color code, alternative form of color code ver. Color-coded, having different colors so that people can distinguish them. Color coordinate, alternative form of color coordinate. Color coordinated, designed to have matching colors. Color vast, alternative form of color fast. Color proud, favoring people of one's own skin color over others, racist, racially prejudiced. Color struck, alternative form of color struck. Colorability, alternative spelling of colorability. Colorable, colorful. Colorableness, the state or quality of being colorable. Colorably, alternative form of colorably. Colorant, a pigment, dye, etc. etc. added to something to change its color or hue. Colorants, plural of colorant. Coloration, alternative spelling of coloration. Colorational, rare spelling of colorational. Colorations, plural of coloration. Colorative, rare spelling of colorative. Colorbearer, rare spelling of colorbearer. Colorbearers, plural of colorbearer. Colorblind, alternative form of colorblind. Colorblindness, alternative form of color blindness. Colorbound, able to access only squares of one color, either black or white. Colorbreath, simple past and past participle of colorbreed. Colorbreed, alternative form of colorbreed. Colorbreeding, present participle and gerund of colorbreed. Colorbreeds, third person singular simple present indicative of colorbreed. Colorburst, alternative form of colorburst. Colorcast, alternative spelling of colorcast. Colorcasted, simple past and past participle of colorcast. Colorcasting, present participle and gerund of colorcast. Colorcasts, plural of colorcast. Color, alternative letter case form of colored non-white or mixed race. Colored in, simple past and past participle of color. In, colored inside the lines, simple past and past participle of color inside the lines. Colored outside the lines, simple past and past participle of color outside the lines. Colored pencil, alternative form of colored pencil US. Colored pencils, plural of colored pencil. Colored revolution, synonym of color revolution. Colored revolutions, plural of colored revolution. Colored up, simple past and past participle of color up. Colored, plural of color. Colorer, alternative form of colorer. Colorers, plural of colorer. Colorist, second person singular simple present indicative of color. Colora, third person singular simple present indicative of color. Colorvast, alternative spelling of colorfast items with dyes or pigments that are capable of producing a stable coloring effect. Colorfastness, alternative spelling of colorfastness. Colorful, British standard spelling of colorful. Colorful bluetail, a species of Coenagriana damselfly, is near a pruinescens of northeastern Australia and New Guinea. Colorful bluenails, plural of colorful bluetail. Colorful, archaic form of colorful. Colorfully, alternative spelling of colorfully. Colorfulness, alternative form of colorfulness. Color gravure, alternative form of color gravure. Color gravures, plural of color gravure. Colorific. Rare spelling of colorific. Colorimeter. Alternative spelling of colorimeter. Colorimeters. Plural of colorimeter. Colorimetric. Alternative spelling of colorimetric. Colorimetrical. Rare form of colorimetrical. Colorimetrically. Alternative form of colorimetrically. Colorimetries. Plural of colorimetry. Colorimetry. Alternative spelling of colorimetry. Coloring. Alternative spelling of coloring. Coloring book. British Standard spelling of coloring book. Coloring books. Plural of coloring book. Coloring in. Present participle and gerund of color. In. Coloring inside the lines. Present participle and gerund of color inside the lines. Coloring outside the lines. Present participle and gerund of color outside the lines. Coloring pencil. Alternative form of colored pencil. Coloring pencils. Plural of coloring pencil. Coloring up. Present participle and gerund of color up. Colorings. Plural of coloring. Colorization. UK standard spelling of colorization. Colorizations. Plural of colorization. Colorize. British standard spelling of colorize. Colorize. Simple past and past participle of colorize. Colorizer. Non-Oxford British English standard spelling of colorizer. Colorizers. Plural of colorizer. Colorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of colorize. Colorish. A substance used in gilding to brighten the finish of the gilded object. Colorishing. Present participle and gerund of colorish. Colorizing. Present participle and gerund of colorize. Colorism. Alternative form of colorism. Colorisms. Plural of colorism. Colorist. One who colors, an artist with a talent for coloring. Coloristic. Alternative spelling of coloristic. Coloristical. Coloristic. Coloristically. Alternative form of coloristically. Colorists. Plural of colorists. Colorization. Canada standard spelling of colorization. Colorizations. Plural of colorization. Colorize. Alternative spelling of colorize. Colorize. Simple past and past participle of colorize. Colorizer. Canada standard form of colorizer. Colorizers. Plural of colorizer. Colorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of colorize. Colorizing. Present participle and gerund of colorize. Colorless. Having little or no color. Colorlessly. Alternative spelling of colorlessly. Colorlessness. The state or quality of being colorless. Colormaker. Alternative form of colormaker. Colormakers. Plural of colormaker. Colorman. a man who sells and, formerly, prepares an artist's paints. Color map, alternative form of color map. Color maps, plural of color map. Colorman, plural of colorman. Colorology, alternative form of colorology. Colorist, rare spelling of colorist. Colorphobia, alternative spelling of colorphobia. Colorblind, any of several forms of the Siamese cat and closely related breeds that have dark tips to their extremities. Color point Persian. Synonym of Himalayan cat breed. Color point Persians, plural of color point Persian. Color points, plural of color point. Color puncture, alternative form of color puncture. Colors, plural of color. Color in third person singular simple present indicative of color in. Colors inside the lines, third person singular simple present indicative of color inside the lines. Colors outside the lines, third person singular simple present indicative of color outside the lines. Colors up, third person singular simple present indicative of color up. Color sum, alternative form of color sum. Color space, rare form of color space. Color spaces, plural of color space. Color type, alternative form of color type. Color types, plural of color type. Color wash, a colored distemper paint. Colorway, alternative spelling of colorway. Colorways, plural of colorway. Colorwise, alternative spelling of colorwise. Colorwork, alternative spelling of color work. Colory, having plenty of color, colorful. Holovaginal, relating to the colon and the vagina. Holovaginoplasties, plural of holovaginoplasty. Holovaginoplasty, the construction or reconstruction of a vagina using a grafted segment of colon. Holovesical, synonym of vesicocolic. Holovesical, a colonic vesicle. Holovesicles, plural of holovesical. Holovesicular, relating to the colon and vesicles. Color, early modern spelling of color. Colors, plural of color. Alp, alternative form of color. Calpi, alternative spelling of Calpac. Calpas, plural of calpi. Palpate, having one or more calpi or grooves on each pollen grain. Colpectomies, plural of colpectomy. Colpectomy, synonym of vaginectomy. Parenchyma, cellular tissue with sinuous cell walls. Palpio, alternative form of colpio. Calpiozaro, synonym of colpio. Calpios, plural of calpio. Palpurinter, an inflatable bag used to dilate the vagina or cervical canal. Colpurinters, plural of colpurinter. Colpuresis, the dilation of the vagina as by a colpurinter. Halbi, plural of colpus. Pulbindach, a 2-year-old heifer. Pulbindach, plural of colpindach. Pulpitis, synonym of vaginitis. Halpun, a surname. Halbo, vagina. Palposal, a vaginal hernia or prolapse. Palposals, plural of colposal. Palposphily, a cephalic disorder involving the disproportionate enlargement of the occipital horns of the lateral cerebroventricles. Palpoclases, the surgical closure of the vagina used to treat prolapse. Palpococcyte, a coccyte on the gonopod of certain millipedes. Palpococcytes, plural of colpococcite. Colpocystotomies, plural of colpocystotomy. Colpocystotomy, an incision into the bladder through the vagina. Colpodia, any member of the colpodia. Colpodiens, plural of colpodian. Colpodilid, any predatory flagellate of the order Colpodilida. Colpodilids, plural of colpodilid. Colpode, any cilia of the order Colpodida. Colpodids, plural of colpodid. Colpohysterectomies, plural of colpohysterectomy. Colpohysterectomy, a hysterectomy carried out through the vagina with no incision through the abdomen. Colpohysteropsy, the attachment of the uterus to the peritoneal covering of the vagina. Colpohysterotomies, plural of colpohysterotomy. Colpohysterotomy, a hysterotomy carried out via the vagina. Colpomicroscope, a form of microscope inserted via the vagina used to examine the cervix in situ, a type of colposcope with high magnification. Colpomicroscopes, plural of colpomicroscope. Colpomicroscopy, microscopy by means of a colpomicroscope. Colponmid, any protozoan of the order Colpomid. Colpomidian, alternative form of colpomid. Colpomidians, plural of colpomidian. Colponmens, plural of colpomin. Colpoprinoplasties, plural of colpoprinoplasty. Colpoprinoplasty, repair of the vagina and perineum. Colpoprinorrhaphies, plural of colpoprinorrhaphy. Colpoprinorrhaphy, repair of a laceration of the vagina and perineum. Colpopsies, plural of colpopsy. Colpopsy, suture of a prolapsed vagina to the abdominal wall. Colpoplastic, relating to colpoplasty. Colpoplasties, plural of colpoplasty. Colpoplasty, Plastic surgery to the vagina. Palpopoiesis, construction of a vagina. Palparate, having apertures which combine a rounded pore and a culpus or groove. Palpori, plural of culporous. Palporoidate, having calpi typically of a designated number or type. Palporagia, vaginal hemorrhage. Palporagias, plural of culporagia. Palporaphes, plural of culporaphy. Palporaphy, suturing of a defect in the wall of the vagina. Palporexis, vaginal laceration. Palport, to work as a colporteur. Palportage, the distribution or selling of publications via carriers, particularly devotional literature. Colportages, plural of colportage. Colported, simple past and past participle of colport. Colporter, alternative form of colporteur. Colporters, plural of colporter. Colporteur, a peddler of publications, especially of religious books. Colporteurs, plural of colporteur. Colporting, present participle and gerund of colport. Colports, third person singular simple present indicative of colport. Colporous, a compound aperture on a pollen tube consisting of a culpus and one or more pores. Colposcope, any of several forms of speculum or endoscope used to examine the tissues of the vagina and cervix. Colposcopes, plural of colposcope. Colposcopic, of or pertaining to colposcopy. Colposcopical, alternative form of colposcopic. Colposcopically, with a colposcope upon colposcopy. Colposcopies, plural of colposcopy. Colposcopus, one who performs colposcopy especially as a profession. Colposcopists, plural of colposcopus. Colposcopy, the examination of the tissues of the vagina and cervix using a colposcope. Palpospasm, vaginismus. Palpostat, a device that is used to hold something in place within the vagina. Palpostats, plural of colpostat. Palposuspension, the use of sutures to support the neck of the bladder in order to reduce stress incontinence in women. Palposuspensions, plural of colposuspension. Colpotomies, plural of colpotomy. Colpotomy, surgical creation of a hole through a vaginal wall. Palpois, a surname. Palpoises, plural of colpois. Palps, plural of colp. Palpus, a groove sometimes occurring on grains of pollen. Halquahound, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Halquahound, plural of colquahound. Cowbit, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral white mineral containing aluminum, calcium, fluorine, and lithium. Calpwe, A surname. Colquitt County. A county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Moultrie. Colquitt, plural of Colquitt. Power, alternative. Form of Colwegs. Howregs. International regulations for preventing collisions at sea. The rules published by the International Maritime Organization to prevent collisions involving boats. Howre. Alternative form of Colregs. Howard. A surname. Plural of Siawal. House. Plural of call. House. Plural of call. Halson. A surname originating as a patronymic. Halstaff. Archaic spelling of Calstaff. Calstaves. Plural of Calstaff. Calsterworth. A village and civil parish served by Calsterworth and District Parish Council in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9324. Halston. A place name. Halston Bassett. A village and civil parish in Rushcliffe District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7033. Halstons. Plural of Colston. Halt. A surname originating as an occupation. Colt evil. A swelling in the genitals of horses. Colt's evil. Alternative form of colt evil. Colt's feet. Plural of colt's foot. Colt's foot. Alternative spelling of colt's foot. Colt's foots. Plural of colt's foot. Colt's teeth. Plural of colt's tooth. Colt's tooth. One of a horse's first set of teeth. Colt's feet. Plural of colt's foot. Colt's foot. Alternative spelling of colt's foot. Colt's foots. Plural of colt's foot. Coltan. A metallic R Fe Mn Ta NbO6 from which the elements niobium and tantalum are extracted. Coltans. Plural of coltan. Coltaco. Acide in Chile. Colted. Simple past and past participle of colt. Colton. A male given name transferred from the surname. Coulter. A surname. Coulterol. A beta-adrenergic agonist. Coulters. Plural of Coulter. Coulter. A surname. Coultarps. Plural of Coultar. Coulthith. The state of being a colt, the youth of a male horse. Coultrop. A suburb of Thatcham, West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 5366. Colti. A village and commune of Buzău County, Romania. Colting. Present participle and gerund of colt. Coltish. Resembling a colt, especially. Coltishall. A village and civil parish in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 2720. Coltishoy. In a coltish manner. Coltishness. The quality of resembling a colt, especially. Coltivirus. Any virus of the genus Coltivirus. Cultiviruses, plural of cultivirus. Foldley, in the manner of a colt. Coltness, a northern suburb of Wishaw, North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. Westgrid Ref NS 8056. Colton, a place name. Coltons, plural of Colton. Colt pixie, a kind of hobgoblin. Colt pixies, plural of colt pixie. Colt pixie, alternative. Form of colt pixie. Coltrane, a surname from Irish. Coltranes, plural of Coltrane. Coltrane, a surname from Irish. Coltranes, plural of Coltrane. Colts, plural of colt. Colt's feet, plural of coltsfoot. Coltsfoot, an herbaceous plant, species Tessellego forfara, that grows in Europe and the Middle East. Yellow coltsfoot. Coltfoots, plural of coltsfoot. Coltskin, the skin of a colt. Coltskins, plural of coltskin. Calibariid, any sea snail in the family Calibariidae. Calibariids, plural of Calibariid. Colubrid, any snake in the family Colubridae, completely covered in scales and mostly non-venomous. Colubrids, plural of colubrid. Colubriform, having the form of a snake. Colubriforms, plural of colubriform. Colubrine, snake-like. Colubrine sea crate, synonym of yellow-lipped sea crate Laticauda colubrina. Colubrine sea crates, plural of colubrine sea crate. Colubrines, plural of colubrine. Colubroid, any snake of the superfamily Colubroidea. Colubroidian, any snake of the superfamily Colubroidea. Colubroidians, plural of Colubroidian. Colubroids, plural of Colubroi. Colucci, a surname from Italian. Coluchis, plural of Colucci. Coludo, an arboreal gliding mammal of the family Cynocephalidae of the order Dermoptera, native to Southeast Asia. Coludos, plural of Colugo. Coluli, plural of Colulus. Colulus, a vestigial organ between the spinnerets in some spiders lacking a cribellum. Column, alternative form of Coulon. Columba, Saint Columba of Iona, one of the Gaelic missionary monks who reintroduced Christianity to Scotland during the Dark Ages. Columbamide, the red any of a group of chlorinated fatty acids. Columbamides, plural of columbamide. Columbamine, a quaternary isoquinoline alkaloid isolated from Argemone mexicana, Mexican poppy. Columban, synonym of Columbanian. Columbanian, of or relating to Columbanus. 543–615, Irish missionary notable for founding a number of monasteries after 590 in the Frankish and Lombard kingdoms. Columbaria, plural of columbarium. Columbaries, third person singular simple present indicative of columbary. Columbariate, any cease male in the family Columbariidae. Columbariids, plural of columbariid. Columbarium, a large, sometimes architecturally impressive building for housing a large colony of pigeons or doves, particularly those of ancient regime France. Columbariums, plural of columbarium. Columbary, a pigeon house or dovecot. Columbate, a salt of columbic acid, a niobate. Columbates, plural of columbate. Columbellid, any snail of the family Columbellidae. Columbellids, plural of columbellid. Columbia, America, the United States, an appellation given in honor of Christopher Columbus. Columbia blue, a shade of light blue. Columbia Chinook, synonym of Upper Chinook. Columbia City, a city, the county seat of Whitley County, Indiana, United States. Columbia County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Magnolia. Columbia River, a river in British Columbia, Canada, and Washington and Oregon, United States. Columbia Shuswap, a regional district in southeast British Columbia, Canada, that borders onto Alberta. Columbia Wenatchee, a language spoken in the northwest of the United States that is nearly extinct. Columbia, an epic story about the settling of North America by European colonizers in the region that is now the United States of America and its mythologized growth and development. Columbiads, plural of Columbia. Columbian, of or pertaining to Christopher Columbus, an explorer who introduced greatly widened contacts between Eurasia and the Americas, or his life or time. Columbian exchange, the widespread transfer of animals, plants, culture, human populations, communicable diseases, technology, and ideas between the American and Afro-Eurasian hemispheres in the 15th and 16th centuries related to European colonization and trade after Christopher Columbus' 1492 voyage. Columbian exchange, alternative letter case form of Columbian exchange. Columbian mammoth, any of the species Malathus columbi of extinct mammoths from Pleistocene North America. Columbian mammoths, plural of Columbian mammoth. Columbiana, a city, the county seat of Shelby County, Alabama, United States. Columbiana County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Lisbon. Columbians, plural of Columbian. Columbic acid, mubic acid. Columbid, any dove or pigeon in the family Columbidae. Columbids, plural of Columbid. Columbier paper, alternative form of Columbier paper. Columbiferous, that contains or yields columbium. Columbiform, having the form of a dove or pigeon, of the order Columbiformes. Columbiforms, plural of columbiform. Columbin, a white, crystalline, bitter substance. Columbine, a census-designated place in Arapahoe County and Jefferson County, Colorado, United States. Columbine syndrome, a syndrome of alienation and violence among school pupils. Columbiner, one who idolizes the perpetrators of the Columbine High School massacre, with this fascination often expressed on social media in a fandom-like way. Columbiners, plural of Columbiner. Columbines, plural of Columbine. Columbinic, of or pertaining to columbinic acid or its derivatives. Columbinic acid, the polyunsaturated fatty acid trans-cis-octega 5,9,12-trinoic acid found in the seeds of the columbine plant. Columbide, a black mineral that is a mixed iron and manganese niobate and tantalate, and is the main ore of niobium and tantalum. Columbites, plural of columbite. Columbiao, a former name of niobium. Columbiums, plural of columbium. Colombo, a surname from Italian. Columbos, plural of Colombo. Columbus, a male given name from Latin. Columbus Channel, a strait in Trinidad and Tobago. Columbus County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Whiteville. Columbus Day, a U.S. national holiday celebrated on the second Monday in October for Christopher Columbus' arrival in the Americas. Columbus egg, a hard-boiled egg cut in half and filled with a mixture of its yolk with ham, cream, and nutmeg. Columbus eggs, plural of Columbus egg. Columbused, simple past and past participle of Columbus. Columbuses, plural of Columbus. Columbusing, present participle and gerund of Columbus. Columo, a small column. Columella, any of various small structures in plants or animals that are columnar in shape. Columellinacea, synonym of nasal septum. Columelli, plural of columella. Columellar, of or pertaining to a columella. Columellas, plural of columella. Columellate, having or resembling a columella. Columelliform, having the form of a columella. Columelloplasties, plural of columelloplasty. Columelloplasty, a suture technique to correct caudal septal cartilage dislocation. Columels, plural of columel. Column, a solid upright structure designed usually to support a larger structure above it, such as a roof or horizontal beam, but sometimes for decoration. Column densities, plural of column density. Column density, the total amount per unit area of a material suspended in a fluid or in a cloud in space, measured along the length of a column. Column echelon form, the transpose of the row echelon form of the transpose of a given matrix. Column echelon forms, plural of column echelon form. Column inch, 1 inch of a printed column, a measure of space allocated. Column inches, plural of column inch. Column of tuak, alternative form of tuak's column. Column shifter, a shift lever used to change gears, mounted on the steering column. Column shifters, plural of column shifter. Column space, the vector space generated by all the column vectors of a matrix. Column spaces, plural of column space. Column still. Synonym of coffee still. Column stills, plural of column still. Column stinkhorn, a fungus, Clathrus columnatus, featuring 2 to 5 orange or red vertical columns joined at the top and a fetid gleba. Column stinkhorns, plural of column stinkhorn. Column vector, an n times 1 matrix that represents a vector. Column vectors, plural of column vector. Column-wise, alternative form of column-wise. Columno, a disc-like part of the stem of a crinoid. Columnals, plural of columnal. Columnar, having the shape of a column. Columnarize. Alternative form of columnarize. Columnarize, simple past and past participle of columnarize. Columnarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of columnarize. Columnarizing, present participle and gerund of columnarize. Columnarity, the state or quality of being columnar. Columnarization, the process or the result of columnarizing. Columnarizations, plural of columnarization. Columnarize, to arrange in columns. Columnarize, simple past and past participle of column. Columnarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of columnarize. Columnarizing, present participle and gerund of columnarize. Columnarly, in columnar fashion. Columnary, synonym of columnar. Columnate, to provide with or put in the form of columns. Columnated, having columns, columnar. Columnates, third person singular simple present indicative of columnate. Columnating, present participle and gerund of columnate. Columned, having columns. Columella, a small column. Columniated, alternative form of columnated. Columniation, an arrangement or grouping of columns. Columniations, plural of columniation. Columniferous, bearing columns. Columniform, having the form of a column. Columnist, a regular writer of a column, such as in a magazine or newspaper. Columnistic, of or relating to a columnist. Columnists, plural of columnists. Columnization, formation into columns or pillars. Columnize, to format writing or data as a series of columns. Columnize, simple past and past participle of columnize. Columnizes, third person singular simple present indicative of columnize. Columnizing, present participle and gerund of columnize. Columnless, lacking columns. Column-like, resembling or characteristic of a column. Columns, plural of column. Columns of Gediminas, a stylized trident-like symbol used by the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and in modern times as a symbol of Lithuanian or sometimes Belarusian national identity. Columns of Tuuk, plural of column of Tuuk. Column store, a database storage method that stores data tables by columns rather than rows, optimizing for analytical query performance. Column stores, plural of column store. Column-wise, by columns, one column at a time. Column-wisely, in a column-wise manner. Columns, plural of column. Columna, a surname. Colundas, plural of colunda. Colupulone, the dinon 3,5-dihydroxy 4,6,6-tris-3-methyl but 2-anyl 2,2-methylpropanoyl cyclohexate 2,4-dene 1,1 present in hops. Haluracetam, a nootropic racetam drug with potential use in prevention and treatment of ischemic retinopathy and retinal and optic nerve injury. Haur, either of two great circles meridians that intersect at the poles and either the equinoxes or solstices. Kaurs, plural of Kaur. Colusa, a city, the county seat of Colusa County, California, United States. Colusa County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Colusa. Calusite, an isometric hexatetrahedral bronze mineral containing antimony, arsenic, copper, germanium, sulfur, tin, and vanadium. Halvard, a surname. Halvards, plural of Calvar. Halvasone, a synthetic corticosteroid used in veterinary medicine. Calver, a surname. Halvile, a surname. Halviles, plural of Calvile. Howell, a surname from Norman. Howells, plural of Calville. Howen, a surname. Howell, a hamlet and civil parish in East Herefordshire, England. OS grid ref so 7342. Caldwell Stone, a village in Caldwell Parish, East Herefordshire, England. OS grid ref so 7542. Howell, a surname. Howells, plural of Caldwell. Cowish, a village and civil parish in Stafford District, Staffordshire, England. OS grid ref SK 0121. Howey, a suburban village and civil parish in Jedling Borough, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6140. Cowicks, plural of Cowick. Howell, a surname. Cowan, a surname. Howlands, plural of Cowan. Howard, obsolete spelling of Colwart. Howards, plural of Colwart. Colwyn Bay, a coastal town and community served by Bay of Colwyn Town Council in Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 8678. Coley, a minor river, the River Coley, in East Devon, England, which joins the River Axe near Coleyford. Halle, any beetle in the family Calidae, now considered to be the Zopharid subfamily Calidini. Halis, plural of Calidae. Howware, a surname. Howes, plural of Callier. Holyford, a village in Parish, East Devon District. Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY 2592. Columbi, any member of the Columbidae, an obsolete family made up of two groups of birds that are now known to be not closely related, the Greaves modern Podicidae and the loons/divers modern Daviidae. Columbids, plural of columbid. Columbosaurine, any member of the Columbosaurinae subfamily of plesiosaurs. Columbosaurines, plural of Columbosaurine. Colleton, a small town and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY 2494. Powea, a column written for a newspaper. Polyumus, a newspaper columnist. Polyumists, plural of colliumus. Howes, plural of callium. Howza, oilseed rape Brassica napus, cultivated for its seeds, which yield an oil valued for illuminating and lubricating purposes. Howza oil, synonym of rapeseed oil. Howza oils, plural of colza oil. Howzas, plural of colza. How, initialism of center of mass. How, abbreviation of committee. Seauhan light. Synonym of nanocom. Comu, synonym of sweet fermented rice, a traditional pudding of Vietnam. Commissaire, clipping of company secretary. Paras, obsolete form of mest. How, the form of con used before B, M, and P. How, abbreviation of comrade as a title. Como, a state of unconsciousness from which one may not wake up. Usually induced by some form of trauma. Coma Berenices, a small dim summer constellation of the northern sky, said to represent an offering of hair from Queen Berenice Roman II of Egypt, originally considered to represent the tuft of hair on the end of Leo's tail. Coma Vigil, a state in which the patient lies with eyes open, yet unresponsive to the outside world. Coma vigil, alternative spelling of coma vigil. Coma Caran, a town in San Miguel Department, El Salvador. Comacho, a surname. Comachos, plural of Comacho. Comaquin. Ellipsis of Comaquin Master. Comaquin Master, an early medieval Lombard stonemason working in a region of excellent building stone who gave to Lombardy its preeminence in the stone architecture that preceded the Romanesque style. Comaquin Masters, plural of Comaquin Master. Comaquins, plural of Comaquin. Come, plural of coma cometary nuclear dust cloud. Comagmatic, derived from the same magma. Comagatometer, a sensitive magnetometer that measures the nuclear spin precession of a material containing two different nuclear spins. They may be used as very sensitive gyroscopes. Comagatometers, plural of comagatometer. Comajor, one of multiple main areas of study of a student working toward a degree at an institute of tertiary education. Comajor, simple past and past participle of comajor. Comajoring, present participle and gerund of comajor. Comajors, plural of comajor. Comaker, a person who endorses a promissory note. Co-makers, plural of co-maker. Co-makership, a partnership between co-makers. Co-makerships, plural of co-makership. Como, a programming language influenced by BASIC and Pascal. Como, a flat, pan-like clay or metal griddle used to cook tortillas or other foods. Comal County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, New Braunfels. Comalapa, a town in Chalatenango Department, El Salvador. Comales, plural of comal. Comal-like, resembling or characteristic of a coma. Comals, plural of comal. Common, a surname. Domana, a commune of Brasov County, Romania. Comanage, to manage together, to run jointly. Managed, simple past and past participle of co-manage. Co-management, management together, especially of natural resources by a government and individual citizens. Co-managements, plural of co-management. Co-manager, one who co-manages. Co-managers, plural of co-manager. Co-manages. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-manage. Co-managing, present participle and gerund of co-manage. Comanche, a member of a Native American ethnic group residing especially in Texas and Oklahoma. Comanche County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Cold water. Comanche Fisa. Ficella bottomeri sin. Fisa bottomeri, a freshwater snail endemic to the southern United States. Comanche Ficey, plural of Comanche Fisa. Comanche Fisas, plural of Comanche Fisa. Comanche stitch, synonym of brick stitch. Comanche stitches, plural of Comanche stitch. Comanchean, a period of the Mesozoic era between the Jurassic and the Upper Cretaceous periods, lasting from 145–100.5 millions of years ago. Comanchate, an orthorhombic mineral containing bromine, chlorine, mercury, and oxygen. Comanchiness. The quality or state of being Comanche. Comanchero, a Hispanic trader of New Mexico who made a living by trading with the nomadic plains tribes, especially the Comanches. Comancheros, plural of Comanchero. Comancheros, plural of Comanchero. Comanches, plural of Comanche. Comandanture, a commandery. Comandante, commandant. Comandantes, plural of comandante. Comandera, the bastard toadflax, Comandera umbellata. Comanderas, plural of comandera. Comensai, a surname from Romanian. Comensti, a town in Bacău County, Romania. Comans, plural of common. Co-manufacture, to manufacture with another person or people. Co-manufactured, simple past and past participle of co-manufacture. Co-manufacturer, someone or some party who co-manufactures. Co-manufacturers, plural of co-manufacturer. Co-manufactures, third person singular simple present indicative of co-manufacture. Co-manufacturing, present participle and gerund of co-manufacture. Coda. The dual of a map. Comaps, plural of comap. Color, an English toponymic surname. Camaraderie, misspelling of camaraderie. Comar, alternative form of core. Comarbs, plural of Comar. Comarca, a traditional region or local administrative division found in parts of Spain, Portugal, Panama, Nicaragua, and Brazil. Comarcas, plural of comarca. Comarginal, parallel to concentric with a margin. Comarket, to market a pharmaceutical product under different names in different regions. Comarketive, simple past and past participle of comarket. Comarketing, present participle and gerund of comarket. Comarkets, third person singular simple present indicative of comarket. Comarnic, a town in Prahova County, Romania. Comas, plural of Coma. Comasagua, a town in La Libertad Department, El Salvador. Comas, the dual of a mass. Comasas, plural of comas. Comast, a reveler, usually drunken or riotous. Comesterid, any member of the family Comesteridae of feather stars. Comesterids, plural of comesterid. Comastic, alternative form of comastic. Comasts, plural of comasts. Comet, comos having a coma or boschi, hairy appearance. Comatic, of or pertaining to coma, the distortion of a lens. Comate, alternative form of comatic. Comatex, plural of comatic. Comatose, unresponsive as a result of drug use. Comatose, in a coma, unconscious. Comatose, simple past and past participle of comatose. Comatosely, in or as if in a coma, in a manner that is sluggish, oblivious, etc. Comatoseness, the quality of being comatose. Comatoses, third person singular simple present indicative of comatose. Comatosing, present participle and gerund of comatose. Comatosity, the quality of being comatose. Comatus, archaic form of comatose. Comatrices, plural of comatrix. Comatrix, a joint, the transposed matrix of the cofactors of the entries of a matrix. Comachula, a feather star of the genus Comachula. Comachuli, plural of comachula. Comachulas, plural of comachula. Comachulid, any crinoid of the genus Antodon or allied genera in order Comachulidae, a feather star. Comachulids, plural of comachulid. Comaximal, synonym of coprime. Come, a surname from Hebrew. Comes, plural of come. Co, a toothed implement. Comb is ceramic, of or pertaining to a hunter-gatherer culture that existed in northeastern Europe from around 4200 BC to around 2000 BC. Comb down, to comb something or someone. Comb filter, a filter that adds a delayed version of a signal to itself, causing constructive and destructive interference. Comb filters, plural of comb filter. Comb jalis, plural of comb jelly. Comb jelly, a jello-like marine animal of the phylum Ctenophora, a ctenophore. Comb joint, synonym of finger joint. Comb joints, plural of comb joint. Comb one's hair, to straighten one's hair with a comb. This entity is a translation hub. Comb out, to remove something by combing, to thoroughly comb something, to thoroughly comb something so as to remove something else from it, such as tangles, dirt, or nets. Comb over, to examine scrupulously. Comb someone's hair the wrong way, to irritate or provoke someone. Comb tests, a test for whether a substance should be considered a male sex hormone. Comb tests, plural of comb tests. Comb through, to examine scrupulously. Comb brush. A lady's maid. Comb brushes. Plural of comb brush. Comb-crested jacana. Iridipera gallinaceae, a waiter in the family Jacanidae. Comb-footed spider, a spider of the family Theridiidae, which have cone-like structures on their hindmost feet. Comb-footed spiders, plural of comb-footed spider. Comb honey, unprocessed honey that is still situated in its original beeswax cells. Comb honeys, plural of comb honey. Comb jellies, plural of comb jelly. Comb jelly, alternative spelling of comb jelly. Comb over, alternative spelling of comb over. Comb overs. Plural of comb over. Combining. Comba multiplication, an efficient multiplication algorithm for a large number. Combability, the condition of being combable, the extent to which something is combable. Combable, able to be combed in a desired fashion. Commecanum, obsolete form of Kumbakonam. Combahee, a member of a Cusavo Native American people of Lowcountry, South Carolina. Combalinga, Cucurbita pepo, various kinds of pumpkin or squash. Combalingas, plural of combalinga. Combarella, acid in Chile. Combat, a battle. A fight often one in which weapons are used. Combat air patrol, a patrolling force of fighter aircraft tasked with covering and screening friendly assets such as an aircraft carrier or a flight of bombers in order to defend it from incoming hostile aircraft. Combat air patrols, plural of combat air patrol. Combat armor suit, a powered, armed and armored exoskeleton in fiction and military research. Combat armor suits, plural of combat armor suit. Combat armor suit, alternative spelling of combat armor suit. Combat armor suits, plural of combat armor suit. Combat boot, a type of boot designed to be worn by soldiers during actual combat or combat training. Combat boots, plural of combat boot. Combat box, a staggered tactical formation of bomber aircraft used by U.S. Army Air Forces during World War Roman II. Combat boxes, plural of combat box. Combat drone, an unmanned aerial military vehicle that is used for missile bombings and targeted killings. Combat drones, plural of combat drone. Combat engineer, a soldier employed to carry out engineering tasks in support of land forces during combat operations, facilitating the mobility of friendly forces while impeding that of the enemy. Combat engineers, plural of combat engineer. Combat fatigue, a psychiatric condition characterized by fatigue caused by battle. Combat fatigues, military fatigues worn in combat, a form of battle dress. Combat general, military rank formerly used, equal to the rank of major general from 1959-1968. Combat loading. Synonym of tactical loading. Combat lore. To quit a video game during combat to avoid dying. Combat pants. Synonym of combat trousers. Combat pay. Additional remuneration provided to a member of a military service when he or she is assigned to combat operations. Combat roll. A quick, controlled roll usually to the side or forward used in combat or tactical situations. Combat sport. A sport that involves man-to-man combat. Combat sports. Plural of combat sport. Combat stress reaction. Acute behavioral disorganization as a direct result of the trauma of war. Combat stress reactions. Plural of combat stress reaction. Combat trousers. Cargo pants. Combat zone. A neighborhood on the southern edge of downtown Boston that included numerous bars, peep shows, pornography vendors, and prostitution. Combat zone. Synonym of war zone. Combat zones. Plural of combat zone. Combat ready. Military. Combat ability. The state of being combatable. Combatable. Able to be combated or opposed. Combatant. A person engaged in combat, often armed. Combatants. Plural of combatant. Combative. Uncommon form of combative. Combated. Simple past and past participle of combat. Combater. One who combats. Combaters. Plural of combater. Combatus. Second person singular simple present indicative of combat. Combata. Third person singular simple present indicative of combat. Combating. Alternative spelling of combating. Present participle and gerund of combat. Combative. Given to fighting. Disposed to engage in combat. Pugnacious. Combatively. In a combative way. Combativeness. The state of being combative. Combatives. Self-defense techniques. Combativities. Plural of combativity. Combativity. Synonym of combativeness. Combats. Plural of combat. Combatant. In fighting position. Set of two lions set face to face, each rampant. Combated. Simple past and past participle of combat. Combating. Present participle and gerund of combat. Combat worthy. Worthy, ready, or fit for combat. Fight worthy. Combava. Synonym of kaffir lime. Combavas. Plural of Combava. Coma. A surname. Comeflory. A small village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District and Taunton Deane District before that a West Grid Ref SD 1531. Comehe, a village and civil parish in Bath and Northeast Somerset District. Somerset, England OS Grid Ref SD 7359. Hemet Martin, a civil parish and long village in a coastal valley in North Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SS 5000. And 846. Hemet St. Nicholas, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District OS Grid Ref SD 3011. Honed, arranged or groomed with a comb. Combed down, simple past and past participle of comb down. Combed one's hair, simple past and past participle of comb one's hair. Combed out, simple past and past participle of comb out. Combed over, simple past and past participle of comb over. Combed through, simple past and past participle of comb through. Commit, a surname. Helmeas, plural of Commane. Comaintonhead, a village in Hackham with Comet Parish, Cambridge District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SX 9071. Comase, a trigonal trapezohedral colorless mineral containing calcium, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Comeli, a surname. Comelax, plural of Comelac. Power, a surname. Comerby, a village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Chester, England OS Grid Ref SJ 6477. Comerbeshes, plural of Comerba. Comera, a locality in Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England OS Grid Ref SD 0235. Comers, plural of Comer. Comerton, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England OS Grid Ref TL 3856. Comet, plural of Comet. Hemasts, a surname. Hemasts, plural of Comasts. Comma, third person singular simple present indicative of comb. Tablesh, a comb wrasse, an Australasian wrasse chorus picta, having a comb-like stripe. Comfishes, plural of comfish. Pamphlet, a comb-footed spider. Pamplots, plural of comfoot. Pampao. Enough to fill a comb-tooth implement. Camthals, plural of camphal. Tubai, an aircraft adapted to carry either cargo or passengers or both at once. Combi deck, a media appliance that combines different technologies in one unit, particularly a cassette and CD player or a DVD player and VCR. Combi decks, plural of combi deck. Combi. Combination. Combis, plural of combi. Combinability, the quality or state of being combinable. Combinable, able to be combined. Combinableness, the quality or state of being combinable. Combinably, in a combinable manner. Combinate, the result of a combining of two or more components. Combinates, plural of combinate. Combination, the act of combining, the state of being combined or the result of combining. Combination cap, a kind of cap headgear that can take different forms by means of attachments such as bands and chin straps. Combination car, a railroad car containing two or more compartments used for different purposes, transporting passengers and freight. Combination cars, plural of combination car. Combination drug, a medicine that includes two or more active ingredients combined in a single dosage form. Combination drugs, plural of combination drug. Combination fried rice, synonym of special fried rice. Combination lock, a type of lock opened by a sequence of numbers or symbols. Combination locks, plural of combination lock. Combination pedal, a pedal controlling several organ stops at once. Combination pedals, plural of combination pedal. Combination pliers, a type of pliers used by linemen, electricians, and other tradesmen primarily for gripping, twisting, bending, and cutting wire, cable, and small metalwork components. Combination problem, a problem arising from the tension between the seemingly irreducible nature of consciousness and its ubiquity. If consciousness is ubiquitous and every atom or every bit, depending on the theory, has a minimal level of it, then it is not clear how these tiny consciousnesses combine to create larger experiences. Combination problems, plural of combination problem. Combination product, a product composed of two or more regulated components, i.e. drug/device, biologic/device, drug/biologic, or drug/device/biologic, that are physically, chemically, or otherwise combined as a single entity. Combination products, plural of combination product. Combination room, a common room. Combination rooms, plural of combination room. Combination salad, a salad containing meat or cheese as well as vegetables. Combination salads, plural of combination salad. Combination sandwich, a sandwich with a mixed filling, such as ham and cheese. Combination sandwiches, plural of combination sandwich. Combination skin, a facial skin type categorized by a combination of dry and oily skin, especially when the T-zone produces more sebum than the rest of the face. Combination tone, the psychoacoustic phenomenon of an additional tone or tones being perceived when two real tones are sounded at the same time. Combination tones, plural of combination tone. Combinational, of or relating to a combination, or the process of combining. Combinational circuit, a switching circuit whose output is determined solely by some combination of its concurrent inputs. Combinational circuits, plural of combinational circuit. Combinational logic, a form of digital circuit logic where the current outputs are entirely a function of the current inputs without having a memory of previous inputs or states. Combinationalism, the belief that a combination of different viewpoints or approaches should be applied. Combinationalists, a proponent of combinationalism. Combinationalists, plural of combinationalists. Combinationally, in a combinational manner. Combinations, plural of combination. Combinative, of pertaining to or resulting from combination. Combinator, a lambda expression which has no free variables in it. Combinatorio, of pertaining to or involving combinations. Combinatorial chemistry, the synthesis of a large number of structurally related compounds, especially in the pharmaceutical industry in an attempt to produce improved drugs. Combinatorial commutative algebra, a relatively new discipline in mathematics that combines techniques and concepts from combinatorics and commutative algebra, and in which the geometry of convex polytopes also plays a significant role. Combinatorial geometries, plural of combinatorial geometry. Combinatorial geometry, the field of mathematics which examines extremal problems of a combinatorial nature expressed geometrically. Combinatorial method, a method used to study an unknown language consisting of archaeological and antiquarian analysis, formal structural analysis, and content and context analysis. Combinatorial topology, synonym of algebraic topology. Combinatorialism, a theory of reality based on all the possible combinations of simple objects. Combinatorialist, a mathematician who specializes in combinatorics. Combinatorialists, plural of combinatorialists. Combinatorialities, plural of combinatoriality. Combinatoriality, a quality shared by some 12 tone rows by which the row and one of its transformations combine to form a pair of aggregates. Combinatorialize, to generate combinatorial sequences. Combinatorialize, simple past and past participle of combinatorialize. Combinatorializes, third person singular simple present indicative of combinatorialize. Combinatorializing, present participle and gerund of combinatorialize. Combinatorially, in a combinatorial way. Combinator, of or pertaining to combinatorics, combinatorial. Combinatorical, relating to combinatorics. Combinatorically, by means of or in terms of combinatorics. Combinatorian, synonym of combinatorist. Combinatoricians, plural of combinatorician. Combinatoricis, synonym of combinatorist. Combinatoricists, plural of combinatoricists. Combinatorics, a branch of mathematics that studies usually finite collections of objects that satisfy specified criteria. Combinatorius, a mathematician who specializes in combinatorics. Combinatorists, plural of combinatorists. Combinators, plural of combinator. Combinator, Of, relating to, or derived from a combination or combinations, combinative or combinatorial. Combinatory logic, model of computation based on combinators. Combine, London Underground. Combine driver, one who drives a combine harvester. Combine drivers, plural of combine driver. Combine harvester, a farm machine that harvests, threshes, and winnows ripe grain. Combine harvesters. Plural of combine harvester. Combined, resulting from the addition of several sources, parts, elements, aspects, etc. united together. Combined arms, the amalgamation and implementation of the armed forces for joint operations. Combined authorities, plural of combined authority. Combined authority, a type of local government institution in England. Combined braking system, a system for linking front and rear brakes on a motorcycle or scooter. Combined braking systems, plural of combined braking system. Combined cycle, using multiple thermodynamic cycles so that the overall effect is greater than the sum of the parts. Combined cycle power plant, a power plant that uses both natural gas and steam to have higher efficiency of power generation from the same amount of fuel. Combined cycle power plants, plural of combined cycle power plant. Combined degree, synonym of double degree. Combined degrees, plural of combined degree. Combined event, any of the disciplines in athletics, track, and field that combine more than one other discipline, typically one of the indoor pentathlon women, indoor heptathlon men, outdoor heptathlon women, or outdoor decathlon men. Combined events, plural of combined event. Combined gas law, a combination of Boyle's law and Charles's law, which states that the product of the volume and pressure of an ideal gas divided by its temperature is constant. Combined print, a film print including both the picture and the soundtrack. Combined prints, plural of combined print. Combined school, a school accepting pupils from age 4 to 12. Combined school, plural of combined school. Combined statistical area, a metropolitan area with one or more other metropolitan and or micropolitan area components defined with it. Combined statistical areas. Plural of combined statistical area. Combined studies, a course given at many universities and colleges in which broad areas of study rather than limited subjects are taught. Combinably, in combination, jointly. Combinedness, the state or quality of being combined. Combines, plural of combine. Combinement, a combining or coming together. Combinments, plural of combinement. Combiner, a person who or a thing that combines. Combiners, plural of combiner. Combines, plural of combine. Combinus, the state or condition of being combined. Combinus, second person singular simple present indicative of combine. Combina, third person singular simple present indicative of combine. Combing, present participle and gerund of comb. Combing down, present participle and gerund of comb down. Combing one's hair, present participle and gerund of comb one's hair. Combing out, present participle and gerund of comb out. Combing over, present participle and gerund of comb over. Combing ridge, a topmost row of roofing slates that project above the line of the ridge. Combing ridges, plural of combing ridge. Combing through, present participle and gerund of comb through. Combings, fragments of hair etc. removed with a comb. Combining, present participle and gerund of combine. Combining character, a character that modifies the appearance of other characters which are called base characters. Combining characters, plural of combining character. Combining form, a type of word part, a bound morpheme, used in combination with a word, a different combining form, or an affix to form a new word. Combining forms, plural of combining form. Combining mark, synonym of combining character. Combining marks, plural of combining mark. Combining weight, the proportional weight, usually referred to hydrogen as a standard, and for each element a fixed multiple of the atomic weight, by which an element unites with another to form a distinct compound. Combining weights, plural of combining weight. Combinings, plural of combining. Combes, plural of combine. Comgelas, plural of comgeli. Comgeli, alternative spelling of comb jelly. Comblainite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing carbon, cobalt, hydrogen, nickel, and oxygen. Cobala, a band along the top part of the shield, half the height of the chief. Combles, plural of comble. Comus, without a comb or crest. Comblessness, absence of a comb. Comb-like, resembling or characteristic of a comb. Comb maker, a manufacturer of combs. Comb makers. Plural of comb maker. Comb making, the manufacture of comb. Combo, alternative form of combo. Combo box, a widget that is a combination of a drop-down list or list box and a single-line text box, allowing the user either to type a value directly into the control or choose from the list of existing options. Combo boxes, plural of combo box. Combo breaker, in fighting games, a specific move that prevents the opponent from completing a combo. Combo breakers, plural of combo breaker. Combo skin, clipped compound of combination skin. Comboability, the quality of being combable. Comboable, able to perform a combo with or on. Combo box. Alternative spelling of combo box. Combo boxes. Plural of combo box. Combobulate. To compose one's self, to compose, organize, design, or arrange, to reverse the effect of discombobulation. Combobulated. Simple past and past participle of combobulate. Combobulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of combobulate. Combobulating. Present participle and gerund of combobulate. Combo. Simple past and past participle of combo. Combos. Plural of combo. Comboing. Present participle and gerund of combo. Combolin. Any of a series of unusual musical instruments combining various other instruments first created in the 1960s. Combolins. Plural of combolin. Combolio. A Muslim rosary consisting of 99 beads. Combolios. Plural of combolio. Combonian. Relating to Daniel Comboni or his missionary work in Africa. Combos. Plural of combo. Comboscore. A combination of two or more scores. Comboscores. Plural of comboscore. Combover. A manner of combing hair from one side to the other in an attempt to conceal a medial bald patch. Combovers. Plural of combover. Convoy. A kind of skirt or kilt of white calico worn by the Sinhalese in the manner of a sarong. Comboys. Plural of comboy. Combazine. A combination of scenes bound or distributed together. Combazines. Plural of combazine. Compie. A hamlet in Compine Rowston Parish, East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY 2992. Compine Rowston. A civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England, which includes the named places. Combrestatin. Alternative form of combretastatin. Combrestatin. Plural of combrestatin. Combretaceous. Of or relating to the family Combretaceae. Combretastatin. A dihydrostilbenoid found in Combretum caffrum. Combretastatin. Plural of combretastatin. Combretum. Any of a number of tropical trees and shrubs in the genus Combretum. Combretums. Plural of combretum. Combruse. Obsolete spelling of cumbrous. Combs. A surname. Combs down. Third person singular simple present indicative of comb down. Combs one's hair. Third person singular simple present indicative of comb one's hair. Combs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of comb out. Comb is over. Third person singular simple present indicative of comb over. Comb is through. Third person singular simple present indicative of comb through. Comb is Loville. a commune in Seine-et-Marne department, Île-de-France, France. Pemsval. Plural of Kempfall. Kemptooth Blennies. Plural of Kemptooth Blenny. Kemptooth Blenny. Any of the perciform marine fish of the family Blenidae with large spiny dorsal fins. Comburence. Ability to be or state of being comburent. Comburate. Undergoing or promoting combustion, for example, by reacting with fuel and promoting a reduction-oxidation reaction. Contrast combustible. Comburence. Plural of comburent. Comburgess. A fellow burgess. Comburgesses. Plural of comburgess. Comburimeter. An instrument for measuring how comburiferous a substance is. Comburimeters. Plural of comburimeter. Comburimetry. The measurement of how comburiferous a substance is. Comburiferous. Consuming a relatively large amount of the supporter of combustion. Combust. To burn, to catch fire. Combusted. Simple past and past participle of combust. Combustor. Alternative. Spelling of combustor. Combustors. Plural of combustor. Combustibilities. Plural of combustibility. Combustibility. The quality or state of being combustible. Combustible. Capable of burning. Combustibleness. The state or quality of being combustible. Combustibles. Plural of combustible. Combustibly. In a combustible manner. Combusting. Present participle and gerund of combust. Combustion. The act or process of burning. Combustion chamber. An enclosed space within a heat engine in which the fuel is mixed and reacted with air or other oxidizing agent in a controlled manner. Combustion chambers. Plural of combustion chamber. Combustion engine. An engine that uses the combustion of fuel to produce work movement. Combustion engines. Plural of combustion engine. Combustion triangle. Synonym of fire triangle. Combustion triangles. Plural of combustion triangle. Combustionary. Of or pertaining to combustion. Combustions. Plural of combustion. Combustus. Inflammable, combustible. Combusta. Of, pertaining to, caused by, or partaking in combustion. Combustor. A chamber acting as the furnace in a jet engine or turbine engine where intense combustion is induced. Combustors. Plural of combustor. Combusts. Third person singular simple present indicative of combust. Comb-wise. In the manner of a comb, with a scraping motion intended to straighten. Tombi. Resembling or characteristic of a comb. Hamai. Seri of the Ceres. Hamhar. one of a fleet of cars with drivers maintained by the Australian government for the transport of politicians and senior officials. Comcars, plural of Comcar. Compamole. Alternative form of Comcomly. Comcomly, a Native American leader of the Lower Chinook people 1765-1830. Dumdag, a directed acyclic combined graph. Dumdags, plural of Comdag. Ponder, abbreviation of commander. Ponder, abbreviation of commander. Pod, abbreviation of commandment. Ha, to move nearer to the point of perspective. Comede, come on. Comed, alternative form of come-eat. Come a cropper, to fall headlong from a horse. Come a gotzer, to do a belly flop, to fall flat on one's face. Come a long way, to make significant progress. Come about, to come to pass, to develop, to occur, to take place, to happen, to exist. Come across, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see come across. Come across with, to provide something owed, to show up with something that is anticipated or that is assumed to be received. Come after, to pursue or follow, to pursue with hostile intent. Come again, a polite formula used when one has not heard or understood what has been said, or to indicate surprise. Come ally, to become responsive and animated. Come aloft, to mount sexually, to have an erection. Come along, to accompany. Come alongs, plural of come along. Come and go, to alternately enter and exit, arrive and depart either physically or figuratively. Come and gone, past participle of come and go. Come apart, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see come apart. Come apart at the seams, synonym of fall apart. Come around, to change one's mind, especially to begin to agree or appreciate what one was reluctant to accept at first. Come as no surprise, to not be surprising, to be expected. Come at, to come to attend. Come at a cost, synonym of come at a price. Come at me. Used to provoke and invite an opponent to combat. Come away, to leave a place or cease an activity with a particular mood, knowledge, or provision supplied. Come away empty, to come away without having received anything. Come back, to return to a place. Come back from the dead, to be revived after dying, to be resurrected. Come back to bite, to cause problems for one at a later time. Come back to haunt, alternative form of come back to bite. Come back to one's senses, synonym of come to one's senses. Come before, to appear publicly in front of someone superior. Come between, to affect negatively or cause discord between someone and another person. Come by, to obtain, to get, especially by chance or involuntarily. Come by chance, a town on the Avalon Peninsula Isthmus in East Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Come calling. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see come calling. Come clean, to confess, admit the truth. Come correct, to behave properly or decently, to do the right thing. Come down, to descend, fall down, collapse. Come down cats and dogs, synonym of rain cats and dogs. Come down in stair rods, to rain heavily in long streaks. Come down in the last shower, synonym of be born yesterday. Come down on, to punish or criticize someone. Come down the line, synonym of come down the pike. Come down the pike, to emerge, come up, be about to happen, to approach or arrive on the scene, to present itself or oneself. Come down the road, synonym of come down the pike. Come down to reach by moving down or reducing. Come down to earth, to be brought back to reality, to emerge from a daydream. Come down to us, to survive to the present day, to be extant in some form. Come down with, to contract or get an illness, to show symptoms of. Come down with one's dust, to pay up, especially in cash, to settle one's accounts, to lay down one's money. Come down with the dust. Alternative form of come down with one's dust, to pay up, especially in cash, to settle one's accounts, to lay down one's money. Come ed. Alternative form of come eat. Come first, to win first place in a competition. Come for, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see come for. Come for, to move forward and into view, to emerge, to appear. Come forward, to offer help or information, especially about a crime. Come from. To have as one's origin, birthplace, or nationality. Come from a Cracker Jack box. To obtain or retrieve an object that is useless, cheap, or fake. Come from a good place. To be motivated by decency, kindness, or good intentions. Come from behind. To be in a winning position after having been in a losing position. Come from below. To originate among ordinary people instead of the elite. Come from the right place. Synonym of come from a good place. Come full circle. To make a complete change or reform. Come get some. A battle cry. Come good. To become successful or turn out well after earlier poor performance or lack of promise. Come hand. A hand of cards that is not yet complete, but has the potential to become a powerful hand when further cards are dealt or shown. Come hands. Plural of come hand. Come head. Alternative form of come eat. Come hell or high water, regardless of the hardships, no matter what difficulties may arise. Come here to me introduces a topic which is actually or jocularly grave or sensitive. Listen up, I wanted to tell slash ask you. Come high, to be expensive, to cost a great deal. Come hither. Alternative spelling of come hither. Come home, to return to one's house or to any place of origin. Come home by weeping cross. To return in disappointment or in a spirit of contrition. Come home to roost. To have negative consequences of an action in the past. Come in, to enter. Come in for, to be subjected to. Come in from the cold of a spy. To return home after having gone undercover in enemy territory. Come in handy. To prove to be useful or helpful. Come in hot. To enter the scene of conflict quickly and aggressively. Come in use. To enter usage, to begin being used. Come in useful. Synonym of come in handy. Come into. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See come and into. Come into. To form, to start to exist. Come into effect. To become enforceable or applicable. Come into force. To become valid or active, to inure. Come into one's own. To reach a stage of development or maturity where one has achieved strength and confidence, economic security or respect and social acceptance. Come into play. To become involved, start to play a role. Come into the world. To be born. Poet. To pretend. Come it strong. To do or say too much. Come knocking. To arrive unanticipated and uninvited. Come low. To be available cheaply, to cost little money. Come up. To result from. Come of age. To reach a specific age where one is legally considered to be an adult. Come off. To become detached. Come off an expression of disbelief. Come off second best. To be defeated in competition. Be on the losing side. Come on. To encounter, discover, to come upon. Come on down. An invitation to someone in the upper part of a building to come downstairs. Come on over. To visit someone's home or other location. Come on strong. To approach with a lot of energy. Come on to. To make a romantic or sexual advance to. Come on vacation, leave on probation. A satirical statement implying that travelers in the United States who visit vacation hotspots that are known for their largely permissive atmosphere will usually run into legal trouble. Come one's way. To occur or present itself to one. Come online. To enter service or become active. Come ons, plural of come on. Come on to, alternative form of come on to. Come out, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See come out. Come out in, to be afflicted by a visible disruption of the body. Come out in the wash of problems or difficulties to work out, resolve, or become understood eventually and naturally. Come out of one's shell to become more socially active or gregarious. Come out of the broom closet to publicly reveal that one is a Wiccan or some other type of neo-pagan. Come out of the closet to disclose to others about one's sexual orientation, romantic orientation, or gender identity, where previously this had been kept secret. Come out of the woodwork to appear or emerge unexpectedly or inexplicably, frequently in large numbers or quantity. Come out on top to result victorious after a long period of struggle, competition, etc. Come out smelling like a rose. Alternative form of smell like a rose. Come out smelling of roses. Alternative form of smell like a rose. Come out swinging. To initiate an encounter or interaction by behaving in an unrestrainedly aggressive, confrontational, or accusatory manner. Come out with. To say something unexpectedly. Come over. To effect in a sudden, unprecedented, or surprising manner. To overwhelm a person's ordinarily contrary impulse. Come rain or shine. Alternative form of rain or shine. Come rain or snow. Alternative form of rain or shine. Come right. To have a successful or satisfying conclusion. To end well. Come round. To change direction. Come running. To run towards somebody. Come short. The mess. Come a stack. An instruction to play without improvised ornamentation or rhythmic alteration. Come the acid. To exaggerate. Come the old acid. Synonym of come. The acid. Come the old soldier. Often followed by with to deceive, impose upon, or take advantage of someone as if exploiting one's superior age or experience. Come the raw prawn. To attempt to deceive or impose upon someone. Come thick and fast. To arrive rapidly in large groups. Come through. To come into a room or other space through a door or passageway. Come to recover consciousness after fainting, etc. Come to a boil. To begin to boil. Come to a close. To draw toward a conclusion, to end. Come to a head. To rapidly reach a turning point or climax. Come to a stygian. To die unpleasantly due to one's actions. Come to a stop. To stop moving or being active, to stop. Come to an end. To stop, to cease, to no longer continue. Come to anchor. Synonym of drop anchor. Come to bath. To have one's turn at bat. Come to be. To come about, to come into being. Come to bed. Alternative form of come to bed. Come to blows. To fight, to initiate physical conflict, especially subsequent to escalating tension or antagonism. Come to find out, turn out. Come to fruition, to mature. Come to grief, to suffer a disastrous outcome. Come to grips, to confront each other decisively. Come to grips with, to confront or deal with. Directly, to commence a confrontation. Come to hand, to become available, often unexpectedly or randomly. Come to Jesus, to experience or display a conversion or recommitment to Christianity, or to undergo a related ritual, especially public confession of one's sins or weaknesses. Come to life, to become alive, to be given life, to be brought into existence. Come to light, to become known, to be revealed. Come to mention it. What you just said reminds me of something, used to justify a change of subject or a kind of statement that needs some kind of license. Come to mind, to appear in one's thoughts. Come to not, alternative form of come to not. Come to nothing, to fail completely, to have no result. Come to not, to fail completely, to have no successful result. Come to one's hand, to be acquired or achieved with great ease. Come to one's senses, to reawaken after having lost consciousness. Come to oneself, to gain consciousness or self-control. Come to order, to come to an orderly state allowing it to conduct its business. Come to papa, alternative letter case form of come to papa. Come to papa, used to encourage someone or something to approach, or an event to occur. Come to pass, to happen, to occur. Come to power, to be installed in head office, for example as a king, president, or prime minister. Come to rest, to stop moving. Come to someone's aid, to assist and rescue someone. Come to someone's rescue, to rescue or save someone from further harm. Come to terms, to reach an agreement or settle a dispute. Come to terms with, to resolve a conflict with. Come to that, for that matter. Come to the party, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See come, party. Come to the scratch, to step up to the scratch or mark made in the ring to be towed by the combatants in beginning a contest. Come to think of it. By the way, now that I think about it, indicates something brought to mind. Come to time, to come forward in order to resume the contest when the interval allowed for rest is over and time is called. Come together, to assemble, to congregate, to combine. Come to, misspelling of come to. Come true, to become real, to become true or existent. Come under, to come underneath something. Come undone, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See come undone, to become undone or unfastened. Come unhinged, to become angered or crazy, to lose control of one's senses or sanity. Come unstuck, to get into trouble, to have an accident or mishap, to go off the rails. Come used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See come up. Come up against. To face someone, something in a match, problem, competition, or fight. Come up and bite. To be extremely obvious to someone, to be impossible for someone to miss and ignore. Come up and bitten. Past participle of come up and bite. Come up from behind. To surprisingly succeed despite long odds. To stealthily or unobtrusively rise up from a low status position. Come up roses. To enter into a condition or situation which is favorable, to develop in a pleasing or advantageous manner. Come up short. Synonym of fall short. Come up smelling like a rose. Alternative form of smell like a rose. Come up smelling of roses. Alternative form of smell like a rose. Come up snake eyes. Alternative form of come up with snake eyes. Come up to approach. Come up trumps. Alternative form of turn up trumps. Come up with. To manage to produce, deliver, or present something by inventing, creating, thinking of, or obtaining it. Come up with snake eyes. To fail to come up with anything, to get nowhere. Come up with the goods. To produce what was expected or required. Come up with the rations. Of a medal or award, to be given out somewhat indiscriminately to a large number of people. Come upon. To discover or find, especially by chance or accident. Come upon the parish. To have one's living supported by charity from a parish. Come upon the town. To become a prostitute, to turn to prostitution. Come what may, in spite of anything that might happen, whatever may occur. Come what, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See come with. Come with it. To challenge or dare someone. To meet a challenge or dare, to try or endeavor. Come with the territory. To be a common and often inconvenient accompaniment of an occupation, situation, or occurrence. Come with the turf. Synonym of come with the territory. Come Yorkshire over. To cheat or deceive. Come all ye. A come all you, a popular Irish ballad. Come all ye's, plural of come all ye. Come all yes, plural of come all ye. Come all you, a traditional folk or country song. Come all ye. Plural of come all you. Come along, a type of hand-operated winch used, for example, to tighten straps, chains, or ropes. Come alongs, plural of come along. Come and cuddle me, synonym of wild pansy viola tricolor. Come around, any shot that curls around another rock. Come around, plural of come around. Come at able, easily accessible. Come down, alternative form of comment. Town. Come downs, plural of come down. Come here, a recent arrival to a place, a person who has only lately come to live in the area. Come here's, plural of come here, Come hither. Seductive or alluring. Come hithers. Plural of come hither. Come hithery. Seductive or alluring. Come mo will. Something that comes of its own accord, an illegitimate child. Come mo wills. Plural of come mo will. Come off. An outcome or conclusion, the way that a situation turns out. Come ars. Plural of come off. Comma. Something intended to attract, as in an advertisement. Come ons. Plural of come on. Come outer. One who abandons or withdraws from an established religion, opinion, custom, creed, etc. Come outerism. The practices and attitudes of come outers. Come outers. Plural of come outer. Come outism. Synonym of come outerism. Come over. Synonym of come over. Come overs. Plural of come over. Come to bed. Sexually alluring or seductive. Come to Jesus. Relating to a Christian conversion, recommitment, or associated ritual, especially public confession. Comeuppance. Alternative form of comeuppance. Comeuppances. Plural of comeuppance. Commeagre. Alternative form of commeagre. Commeagre. Being the complement of a meagre set. Chameleon. Alternative form of come along. Chameleons. Plural of chameleon. Commensurability. The condition of being commensurable. Commensurable. Having the same or comparable measures. Commendable. Alternative spelling of commentable. Toa. A surname from French. Tomos. Plural of como. Toa. A surname from French. Comeback. A return, for example, to popularity, success, etc. after an extended period of obscurity or underperformance. Comeback kid. A person who repeatedly demonstrates the propensity to overcome tragedy and rebound to triumph and victory. Comeback kids. Plural of comeback. Kid. Comeback money. Money that is used by an agent of a bookie to place a large bet on a horse who has large odds, thereby causing the odds on that horse to decline, reducing the bookie's potential losses in the event that the horse wins. Comeback queen. A female comeback kid. Comeback queens. Plural of comeback queen. Comeback sauce. A dipping sauce and salad dressing of central Mississippi, typically based on mayonnaise and chili sauce. Comebacker. A batted ball that travels toward the pitcher. Comebackers. Plural of comebacker. Comebacking. Present participle and gerund of come back. Comebacks. Plural of comeback. COMECON. Abbreviation of Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, a multinational economic organization that existed in the Eastern Bloc from 1949 to 1990. 91. Pemekrudan, of or relating to a group of possibly related extinct languages that were spoken in the southernmost part of Texas and in northern Mexico along the Rio Grande. Comecrudo, an indigenous people of Mexico who lived in the northern state of Tamaulipas. Cov, simple past and past participle of come. Comedial, of or relating to a comedy. Comedian, an entertainer who performs in a humorous manner, especially by telling jokes. Comedians, plural of comedian. Comediator, a joint or partner mediator in various senses. Comediators, plural of comediator. Comedy, relating to comedy. Comedical, synonym of comedic. Comedically, in a comedic manner, using comedy. Comedication, a second medication used to alleviate the side effects of another. Comedications, plural of comedication. Comedicness, the state of being comedic. Comedian, a female comedian. Comedian, alternative form of comedian. Comedians, plural of comedian. Comedians, plural of comedian. Comedies, plural of comedy. Comedies of errors, plural of comedy of errors. Comedies of manners, plural of comedy of manners. Comedietta, a dramatic composition of the comedy class, but not so much elaborated as a regular comedy, and generally consisting of one or at most two acts. Comediettas, plural of comedietta. Comedists, a writer of comedies. Comedists, plural of comedis. Comedize, to make into a comedy. Comedized, simple past and past participle of comedize. Comedizes, third person singular simple present indicative of comedize. Comedizing, present participle and gerund of comedize. Comedo, a clogged hair follicle in the skin formed when keratin combines with oil to block the follicle. Comedo extraction, a method of treatment for acne vulgaris by means of an incision with a large needle or a blade. Comedo extractions, plural of comedo extraction. Comedodenocarcinoma, a form of adenocarcinoma characterized by central necrosis. Comedodenocarcinomas, plural of comedodenocarcinoma. Comedodenocarcinomata, plural of comedodenocarcinoma. Cometocarcinoma, a kind of early-stage breast cancer which demonstrates central necrosis. Cometocarcinomas, plural of cometocarcinoma. Cometocarcinomata, plural of cometocarcinoma. Cometogen, a substance that exacerbates or induces acne. Cometogenesis, the formation and development of cometones. Cometogenic, tending to produce acne, i.e. cometones. Cometogenically, in a cometogenic manner. Cometogenicity, the quality of being cometogenic or acne-producing. Cometogenics, plural of cometogenic. Cometogens, plural of cometogen. Cometolysis, the disintegration of cometones. Cometolytic, preventing acne. Cometolytics, plural of cometolytic. Cometonal, of or relating to a cometo. Cometon, alternative form of cometo. Cometomcrosis, plural of cometomcrosis. Cometomcrosis, the central necrosis of cancer cells within involved ducts of a carcinoma. Cometomcrotic, of or pertaining to cometomcrosis. Cometones, plural of cometo. Cometos, plural of cometo. Comedown, a sudden drop to a lower status, condition, or level, a disappointment or letdown. Comedowns, plural of cometown. Comedy, a choric song of celebration or revel, especially in ancient Greece. Comedy and tragedy, the genres of comedy and tragedy. Comedy breasts, a mold of naked breasts designed to be worn for comic effect. Comedy drama, a genre of dramatic works that combines elements of comedy and drama. Comedy dramas, plural of comedy drama. Comedy duo, a double-act comic pairing. Comedy duos. Plural of comedy duo. Comedy equals tragedy plus time. A tragic subject can be made into a comedy, given the passage of enough time. Comedy gold, something that is very funny or humorous. Comedy mask, a mask representing comedy. Comedy of errors, a set of amusing or farcical events involving a series of awkward missteps or other mistakes. Comedy of manners, a comic work that satirizes the manners and affectations of a social class, often represented by stock characters. Comedies, a surname. Comedizes, plural of comedies. Tubby, archaic spelling of coming. Comelec, abbreviation of Commission on Elections. Cowler, comparative form of comely, more comely. Cowlist, superlative form of comely, most comely. Comely, in a comely manner. Comeliness, quality of being comely, beauty, attractiveness. Comelinesses, plural of comeliness. Comele, a comer, person in arrival. Comellings, plural of comelling. Comella, a surname. Comellas, plural of comella. Come, attractive, visually pleasing, good-looking. Comely maidens, an outdated stereotype of Irish women, used as a reference to misogynistic opinions. Comeliness, obsolete spelling of comeliness. Commember, a member of the same group as another. Commembers, plural of commember. Commembership, joint membership. Commemberships, plural of commembership. Haren, alternative past participle of come. Hemendai, a parochialine form of rheolite. Hemendites. Plural of commendite. Commendite, relating to, or composed of commendite. Hemenic acid, alternative form of comnic acid. Hamet, the initial roll of the dice in craps. Hameter, alternative form of come outer. Comouterism, the beliefs and policies of come outers. Comeouters, plural of comeouter. Comeats, plural of comeout. Kamola, an immigrant, a non-Manx person living on the Isle of Man. Kamovas, plural of Kamova. Kamephorid, any member of the family Kamephoridae of male-cheeked fishes. Kamephorids, plural of Kamephorid. Cower, a surname. Comerver, a surname. Comerverds, plural of Comerford. Comerlander, contraction of come along with me, especially in parodies of police speech. Homonym, a word or phrase that shares a holonym with another word or phrase, naming a part of the same whole. Homeronymic, synonym of comeronymous. Comeronymous, being or relating to comeronyms names for fellow parts of the same whole. Comeronyms, plural of comeronym. Comeronymy, the semantic relation between comeronyms names for parts of a whole, the quality of being comeronymous. Comers, plural of comer. Comers and goers, those who come and go. Transient people. Come, third person singular simple present indicative of come. Comes a cropper, third person singular simple present indicative of come a cropper. Comes a gutser, third person singular simple present indicative of come a gutser. Comes a long way, third person singular simple present indicative of come a long way. Comes about, third person singular simple present indicative of come about. Comes across, third person singular simple present indicative of come across. Comes across with, third person singular simple present indicative of come across with. Comes after, third person singular simple present indicative of come after. Comes a lie, third person singular simple present indicative of come alive. Comes a loss, third person singular simple present indicative of come aloft. Comes along, third person singular simple present indicative of come along. Comes and goes, third person singular simple present indicative of come and go. Comes apart, third person singular simple present indicative of come apart. Comes apart at the seams, third person singular simple present indicative of come apart at the seams. Comes around, third person singular simple present indicative of come around. Come that. Third person singular simple present indicative of come at. Comes at a cost. Third person singular simple present indicative of come at a cost. Comes away. Third person singular simple present indicative of come away. Come back. Third person singular simple present indicative of come back. Comes back from the dead. Third person singular simple present indicative of come back from the dead. Comes back to bite. Third person singular simple present indicative of come back to bite. Comes back to haunt. Third person singular simple present indicative of come back to haunt. Comes before. Third person singular simple present indicative of come before. Comes between. Third person singular simple present indicative of come between. Comes by. Third person singular simple present indicative of come by. Comes calling. Third person singular simple present indicative of come calling. Comes clean. Third person singular simple present indicative of come clean. Comes down. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down. Comes down cats and dogs. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down cats and dogs. Comes down in stair rods. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down in stair rods. Comes down on. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down on. Comes down to. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down to. Comes down to earth. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down to earth. Comes down to us. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down to us. Comes down with. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down with. Comes down with one's dust. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down with one's dust. Comes down with the dust. Third person singular simple present indicative of come down with the dust. Comes first. Third person singular simple present indicative of come first. Comes for. Third person singular simple present indicative of come for. Comes forth. Third person singular simple present indicative of come forth. Comes forward. Third person singular simple present indicative of come forward. Comes from. Third person singular simple present indicative of come from. Comes from a Cracker Jack box. Third person singular simple present indicative of come from a Cracker Jack box. Comes from a good place. Third person singular simple present indicative of come from a good place. Comes from behind. Third person singular simple present indicative of come from behind. Comes from below. Third person singular simple present indicative of come from below. Comes full circle. Third person singular simple present indicative of come full circle. Comes home by Weeping Cross. Third person singular simple present indicative of come home by Weeping Cross. Comes home to roost. Third person singular simple present indicative of come home to roost. Comes in. Third person singular simple present indicative of come in. Comes in for. Third person singular simple present indicative of come in for. Comes in from the cold. Third person singular simple present indicative of come in from the cold. Comes in handy. Third person singular simple present indicative of come in handy. Comes then hot. Third person singular simple present indicative of come in hot. Comes into. Third person singular simple present indicative of come into. Comes into be. Third person singular simple present indicative of come into being. Comes into force. Third person singular simple present indicative of come into force. Comes into one's own. Third person singular simple present indicative of come into one's own. Comes into play. Third person singular simple present indicative of come into play. Comes into the world. Third person singular simple present indicative of come into the world. Comes knocking. Third person singular simple present indicative of come knocking. Come of. Third person singular simple present indicative of come of. Comes of age. Third person singular simple present indicative of come of age. Comes off. Third person singular simple present indicative of come off. Comes off it. Third person singular simple present indicative of come off it. Come on. Third person singular simple present indicative of come on. Comes on over. Third person singular simple present indicative of come on over. Comes on strong. Third person singular simple present indicative of come on strong. Comes on to. Third person singular simple present indicative of come on to. Comes online. Third person singular simple present indicative of come online. Comes on to. Third person singular simple present indicative of come onto. Comes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out. Comes out in. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out in. Comes out in the wash. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out in the wash. Comes out of one's shell. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out of one's shell. Comes out of the broom closet. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out of the broom closet. Comes out of the closet. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out of the closet. Comes out of the woodwork. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out of the woodwork. Comes out on top. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out on top. Comes out swinging. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out swinging. Comes out with. Third person singular simple present indicative of come out with. Comes over. Third person singular simple present indicative of come over. Comes right. Third person singular simple present indicative of come right. Comes round. Third person singular simple present indicative of come round. Comes the acid. Third person singular simple present indicative of come the acid. Comes the old soldier. Third person singular simple present indicative of come the old soldier. Comes thick and fast. Third person singular simple present indicative of come thick and fast. Comes through. Third person singular simple present indicative of come through. Comes to. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to. Comes to a boil. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to a boil. Comes to a close. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to a close. Comes to a head. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to a head. Comes to a sticky end. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to a sticky end. Comes to an end. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to an end. Comes to blows. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to blows. Comes to fruition. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to fruition. Comes to grief. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to grief. Comes to grips with. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to grips with. Comes to Jesus. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to Jesus. Comes to life. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to life. Comes to light. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to light. Comes to mind. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to mind. Comes to nothing. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to nothing. Comes to naught. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to naught. Comes to one's senses. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to one's senses. Comes to oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to oneself. Comes to pass. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to pass. Comes to power. Present participle and gerund of come to power. Comes to someone's aid. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to someone's aid. Comes to someone's rescue. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to someone's rescue. Comes to terms. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to terms. Comes to terms with. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to terms with. Comes to time. Third person singular simple present indicative of come to time. Comes together. Third person singular simple present indicative of come together. Comes true. Third person singular simple present indicative of come true. Comes under. Third person singular simple present indicative indicative of come under. Comes unhinged. Third person singular simple present indicative of come unhinged. Come is ut. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up. Comes up against. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up against. Comes up and bites. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up and bite. Comes up from behind. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up from behind. Comes up roses. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up roses. Comes up snake eyes. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up snake eyes. Comes up to. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up to. Come up with. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up with. Comes up with snake eyes. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up with snake eyes. Comes up with the goods. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up with the goods. Comes up with the rations. Third person singular simple present indicative of come up with the rations. Comes upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of come upon. Comes with. Third person singular simple present indicative of come with. Comes with it. Third person singular simple present indicative of come with it. Comes with the territory. Third person singular simple present indicative of come with the territory. Mass, noise and confusion. Commissation, a reveling or rioting. Commissations, plural of commissation. Commas, second person singular simple present indicative of come. Commest from, second person singular simple present indicative of come from. Comestibility, the quality of being comestible. Comestible, suitable to be eaten, edible. Comestibles, plural of comestible. Comestible. As something to eat or drink. Comet is small solar system body consisting mainly of volatile ice, dust, and particles of rock whose very eccentric solar orbit periodically brings it close enough to the sun that the ice vaporizes to form an atmosphere or coma which may be blown by the solar wind to produce a visible tail. Comet Halley, synonym of Halley's comet. Comet Neowise, synonym of Neowise. Comet tail, a display artifact consisting of a smear of color that appears to follow a moving object in the picture. Comet tails, plural of comet tail. Comet finder, a low-powered telescope with a large field of view used for finding comets. Comet finders, plural of comet finder. Comet seeker, synonym of comet finder. Comet seekers, plural of comet seeker. Cometa, a barangay of the municipality of Pitogo, province of Quezon, Philippines. Cometabolic, relating to cometabolism. Cometabolically, in a cometabolic manner. Cometabolism, a process in which a substance may be biodegraded only in the presence of a secondary source of carbon. Cometabolisms, plural of cometabolism. Cometabolite, any product of metabolism. Cometabolites, plural of cometabolite. Cometabolize, to undergo cometabolism. Cometabolize, simple past and past participle of cometabolize. Cometaria, plural of cometarium. Cometarium, an instrument intended to represent the revolution of a comet around the sun. Comethary, relating to comets. Cometesimal, of, pertaining to or caused by a comet. Cometis Simals, plural of cometesimal. Comet, third person singular simple present indicative of come. Cometh from, third person singular simple present indicative of come from. Cometh, alternative form of come hither. Comethers, plural of cometh. Cometic, cometary, relating to a comet. Cometical, cometary, relating to a comet. Cometless, without a comet. Comet-like, resembling or characteristic of a comet. Cometode, rare form of come to bed. Cometocentric, relative to the center of a comet. Cometographer, someone who describes or writes about comets. Cometographers, plural of cometographer. Cometographic, relating to cometography. Cometographical, relating to cometography. Cometographies. Plural of cometography. Cometography, the scientific description of comets. Cometology, the study of comets. Cometopause, the boundary surrounding a comet's coma where the composition of the surrounding plasma transitions from being dominated by solar wind particles to being dominated by cometary plasma. Cometoshe, a boundary region that surrounds a comet. Comets, plural of comet. Comet-wise, in the manner of a comet. Comeuppance, alternative form of comeuppance. Comeupances, plural of comeuppance. Comeuppance, retribution or outcome that is justly deserved. Comeupances, plural of comeuppance. Comai, a surname. Comais, plural of comai. Gov, comfortable. Comfortable, pronunciation spelling of comfortable. Comfortable, comparative form of comfortable, more comfortable. Comfortables, superlative form of comfortable, most comfortable. Kanda, a folk religion of Guyana involving dancing and spirit possession. Kave, comparative form of comfy, more comfy. Kambes, comfortable casual clothing typically only worn at home, for example pajamas. Comfiest, superlative form of comfy, most comfy. Comfily, comfortably. Commoness, comfortableness. Comfit, a confection consisting of a nut, seed, or fruit coated with sugar. Combat. Simple past and past participle of comfort. Combating, present participle and gerund of comfort. Combats, plural of comfort. Combeture, a confection, especially of preserved fruit. Combetures, plural of comfiture. Conformational, misspelling of conformational. Comfort, a surname. Comfort break, a short break for people to go